Saga Egmont presents Tattooed Vow by Cat Steele, read by Lance Powers and Ava Blair.
1. Sandy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The melody of laughter and cheerful singing fills the east wing of the Avilov estate as we sing to my niece, Angelina. The massive courtyard has been transformed into a sun-drenched, lavish wonderland. The tables are a vision of soft elegance and playful charm, placed around the sparkling pool and draped in fine ivory linen with a delicate shimmer. Over the linens, blush-pink chiffon runners flow like silk rivers, pinned with sparkling crystal brooches shaped like tiny crowns, an ode to the day's little princess. Every table is centered with whimsical balloon clusters in soft pink, pearl white, and translucent clear, filled with gold confetti that shimmers with each airshift. The balloons float above golden bases wrapped in sheer tulle bows. Fine china plates trimmed in gold are neatly stacked at each place setting, layered with blush cloth napkins folded into elegant rose shapes and tied with miniature pink satin bows. Next to them, gold-plated cutlery gleams beneath the sunlight, and crystal glasses sparkle beside personalized name cards written in graceful cursive on pale pink cardstock. Small floral arrangements sit between the balloon clusters, bouquets of soft peonies, baby's breath, and white roses, accented with delicate sprigs of eucalyptus and arranged in clear crystal vases filled with pink-tinted water and iridescent beads. Some tables also hold framed photos of Angelina from her first year, smiling in Talia's arms, giggling with Maxime and Sasha, bundled in soft blankets, and even one with Alexander, where his stoic face carries the faintest smile only fatherhood can bring. Gold confetti is scattered across the tables like stardust. At each place setting, tiny gold favor boxes shaped like carriages filled with candies are tied with translucent pink ribbons. A few tables feature storybook-themed centerpieces of fairy tale castles, delicately crafted from paper and mounted on rotating bases. Each castle glows with warm fairy lights that create a magical, enchanted ambience. The cake table at the center is the grand focal point, an extravagant multi-tiered masterpiece of pale pink fondant, white lace-like piping, and tiny edible sugar roses. At the top, a fondant replica of Angelina in a princess dress stands beneath a delicate sugar archway, holding a balloon and smiling. Surrounding the cake are glittery cupcakes, cookies shaped like crowns and hearts, and glass jars filled with pastel candies. A sign behind the table reads, in golden cursive, "Our little princess turns 1." It is a party fit for royalty, but with the unmistakable warmth of family at its core. Angelina sits in a high chair decorated with glittering ribbons, a tiny pink crown sliding off her soft chocolate-brown curls. Happy birthday, dear Angelina, we sing louder, drawing out her name in playful harmony. Happy birthday to you. When a song ends, Talia leans in with a wide smile and helps Angelina blow out the single golden candle on her cake. My sweet niece claps enthusiastically, her ice blue eyes shimmering with excitement like her father's. A round of applause follows, and Sasha squeals as a handful of confetti pops into the air from one of the party poppers. Again! She giggles, tugging on her older brother Maxime's sleeve. Maxime, always the protective big brother, grins and hands her another popper. One more, then we save the rest for later. I chuckle softly, arms crossed, as I lean against the outdoor bar, soaking in the chaos of pure happiness. The kids are beautiful. Maxime, with his serious blue eyes and messy raven-black hair, Sasha, the little ray of golden sunshine, and Angelina, the heart of the family, even at just 1 year old. It should be perfect. And it is, in a way. But as I watch the people I love celebrating something as sweet and simple as a baby's first birthday, I can't stop my mind from drifting. Because a year ago, this family almost doesn't make it. I swallow hard as my gaze drifts to the towering cake, then to the man standing near it, Dmitri. He looks impossibly sharp in a black button-up that fits his frame a little too perfectly. His sleeves are rolled to the elbows, revealing strong forearms dusted with ink. He crouches beside Sasha, her green eyes sparkling with excitement as he listens to her ramble with his usual calm intensity, nodding as if her 6-year-old logic is gospel. When Maxime asks him something, Dmitri ruffles his hair and smiles genuinely. That smile always does something to me. I tear my gaze away. 1 year. 1 year since everything changed. Talia witnessed Alexander and Dmitri's brother being gunned down in a club. Wrong place, wrong time. It put a target on her back. Vic, the monster who pulled the trigger, wanted her dead. And then she and the kids disappeared. No warning, no trace. The fear I felt during those days was paralyzing. She is my little sister, although I act like her mother most days. I glance at the small black bird tattoo that matches Talia's tattoo on my wrist. Since we met in foster care, she's been my only real family. And I thought I'd lost her. I'll never forget the panic, the helplessness. Pacing for hours with no news, my phone was gripped in my palm so tightly that it left bruises. Talia had been kidnapped by Vic, and it felt like my heart had been ripped out of my chest. And then came the rescue. When my phone rang and I heard Talia's voice, it felt like I could finally breathe again. Dmitri was a storm in human form, coordinating the rescue with Alexander and bringing Talia and the children home safely. That should have been the end of it. But then Danny happened. Talia's past clawed its way back in. Her psychotic ex-boyfriend had appeared in my apartment, trying to take Talia. When I stepped in to protect her, he lunged at me. I can still feel his fingers wrapped around my throat, squeezing. My fingertips brush over the scar on my neck. Thinking too hard again? I turn, startled out of my memories by the familiar voice. Talia stands beside me, 2 champagne flutes in her hands and that knowing, sisterly look on her face. Busted, I mutter, accepting a glass. This party is amazing. I wanted it to be special, she says, following my gaze. We needed this. A reminder of how far we've come. I nod. You've built something beautiful, Tal. You, Alexander, the kids. It's like something out of a storybook. She smiles, soft and full of pride. It wasn't easy. I know. I hesitate, then add, You're happy. I am. She smiles softly. Are you okay? She asks gently. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not. Not really. But how can I put it into words? I watch Dmitri from the corner of my eye. He has Angelina now, balanced on his hip like it's second nature. She giggles, patting his chest, and he whispers something in Russian to her with that husky, low voice that usually makes my spine tingle. He doesn't look like a man comfortable with babies, and yet he's good with them, I say quietly. Talia follows my gaze. He's better than people think. I've noticed. She sips her champagne, then nudges me. Nick would have hated this party. I roll my eyes. Nick hated anything that wasn't about him. He wasn't right for you. I know. I sigh. He's safe, predictable, and I needed that after everything. But you're not the same girl you were before. I bite the inside of my cheek. No, I'm not. I turned 26 2 months ago, and for the first time, I started thinking about things I never used to, like family, kids, and roots. I'm always a free bird, traveling everywhere and anywhere whenever I get the chance. I never wanted children. My parents were drug addicts, and I grew up in the system. Bounced between homes. I saw too much. Survived too much. I don't want to pass that brokenness on to anyone else. But watching Talia now with Alexander and the kids, something in me shifts. Could I have that? Do I want it? Do I even deserve it? You don't have to decide today, Talia says gently, as if she can read my thoughts. But don't close yourself off just because you're scared. I'm not scared, I whisper, jutting my chin. Lie. She doesn't call me out on it. She just smiles and loops her arm through mine. Silverware clinks against a glass, and everyone turns toward the courtyard center. Alexander stands tall, champagne in hand, his presence commanding. I want to thank everyone for being here today, he begins, his Russian accent thick and voice smooth. A year ago, I almost lost everything. My family, my children, my wife. His ice blue gaze finds Talia, and something unspoken passes between them. But today, he continues, we celebrate life. Our daughter's first year. Our strength. Our unity. And the people who stand by us when things are darkest. He raises his glass. To family, to love, and to the ones we would kill for. Cheers ripple through the room. Toasts echo. Glasses clink. To family. Ksimia! I lift my glass, but my hand trembles slightly. I take a sip, trying to steady myself. Then I look across the room and find him. Dmitri is watching me, not just glancing, not looking around casually, watching me. His coffee-colored eyes burn into mine across the space between us. Intense, unwavering, like I'm the only person in the room. My breath catches, my heart stumbles. He doesn't smile. He doesn't need to. That look is enough to turn my blood to fire. I look away first, because if I don't, I might never look away again.
2. Dmitri. The birthday party is a calculated display of wealth and security, an Avilov tradition. Alexander spares no expense, not just for her daughter's celebration, but as a message to the world that the Popov Bratva is untouchable. I stand near the edge of the grotto, beside the opulent underground pool, eyes scanning the crowd. Today is my niece's first birthday, but I can't afford to relax. As Alexander's brother and second in command, protecting him isn't just my job, it's my life. There are moments, rare and fleeting, when I think about the life I could have had. Not a different life. I've never wished for that. I was born into blood and brutality, shaped by a world where mercy is a weakness. But sometimes I wonder what it would feel like to stand at the top of this empire, not beside it. To be the one with the crown, not the blade guarding the throne. But I am not an Avilov, not by blood. I am a Popov. My father died before I could form a single memory of him. A car crash, they said. A twist of metal and flame when I was barely breathing. My mother married Otets a year later. To the world, he was Viktor Avilov. But to me, he was my father, a legend I was never quite part of. He treated me fairly, trained me and raised me like his own. But even as a boy, I understood the truth. Only Alexander, his true son, would inherit the seat of power. It was in his name, bloodline in every glance Otets shot when he thought I wasn't looking. And yet, I never resented him. Not Alexander. Never him. Because he earned it. Every scar, every triumph, every hard decision he made since taking the reins of the Popov Bratva, he's done it with fire in his veins and steel in his spine. I've seen him kill for this family. I've seen him bleed for it. And now, with a daughter in his arms and a future finally worth protecting, I take on more than ever to keep that future safe. Because if he is the king, I am the shield. I'll burn the world before I let anything touch what he's built. I watch Sasha laugh as she marvels at the confetti shooting out of the party poppers. Maxim, a true Avilov with his sharp gaze and protective nature, hands her another. I love my niece and nephew, as if they are my own. My jaw clenches as I remember the horrors they endured last year, their father being murdered and then being kidnapped, and I scan the crowd again, looking for threats. Alexander is not subtle about security. Every camera is manned, and every entry point is guarded. Guests are vetted 3 times before stepping 1 foot past the entrance. I personally handled the final list. Anyone even remotely questionable didn't make the cut. Still, I don't let myself relax. I never do. I won't let anyone hurt my family ever again, but my focus keeps slipping. She's here. Sandy. Her laugh cuts through the chatter, a husky, unfiltered sound that curls around my spine like smoke. She's wearing an amethyst-colored sundress that fits her like sin, her red curls tumbling down her back, lips painted in a shade that should be illegal. I've seen her in jeans and leather jackets, boots and attitude, but today she's a weapon of a different kind, one I have no defenses against. I shouldn't look at her, not like this, not when the lines are so blurred already. We danced around each other for months, always on the edge of something dangerous. I tell myself she's off limits, she has Nick. Then she doesn't. And now, I don't know what we are. All I know is that my self-control and prized discipline forged through years of blood and war fractures every time she's near. One look from her, one laugh, one fucking smile, and I'm undone. Alexander moves to my side, lifting a glass of whiskey. You're staring, he says casually, not even looking at me. She shouldn't be here, I mutter, more to myself than him. She's family, brat, he replies. And she's strong. Don't insult her by thinking she can't handle this life. He saunters off, leaving me with my thoughts. I clench my jaw. He's right. Sandy is no damsel. She's fire forged in pain. But it's not her weakness I fear. It's mine. I shift my attention back to the children, forcing myself to focus. But Sandy's presence is like static in the air. Every step she takes draws my attention. Every second she looks away, I want her to look back. Dmitri, a voice says behind me, low and thick. I turn, eyes narrowing. Igor Kilov. He's not on the official list, but he's done business with Alexander. Money laundering, real estate. The kind of man who wears a Rolex like it's armor and smiles like a snake. I nod, keeping my posture relaxed. Kilov, I say. He steps closer, adjusting the cuffs of his navy-tailored shirt. You're doing well, he smirks. Running the show while Alexander plays house. I say nothing. He chuckles. No insult meant. The family man look suits him, but you've got an edge, cold eyes. You'd make a strong Pakan. My jaw ticks. He doesn't know how close he is to stepping over a line. I serve my brother, I say evenly. Always. Kilov nods, lips twitching. Of course. I just want to let you know a shadow's moving across your empire. That gets my attention. I shift slightly to position myself between him and the children. What do you know? He leans in, voice lower. Andrei Morozov arrived in New York yesterday. My blood stills. Andrei. A name I hoped never to hear again. I'm surprised you didn't already know, Kilov says with a hint of glee. Word is, he's coming for revenge. For his brother. I killed that bastard myself years ago on Alexander's orders. It was a necessary hit. Clean, final. Or so I thought. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. Why are you telling me this? Because I like my investment safe, he says smoothly. And if Morozov gets what he wants, none of this, he gestures to the glittering display around us, will survive. I give a tight nod. We'll handle it. He smiles. I'm sure you will. He walks off, leaving a trail of cologne and veiled threats. I don't move. Not at first. My pulse is still. My mind races, calculating. Andrei is a problem we thought was buried. He won't come directly if he's here and looking for revenge. Not yet. He'll strike where we're weakest, and right now, that's the children. That's Sandy. I find her again, instinct overriding thought. She's standing by the dessert table, her hand reaching for a chocolate-covered strawberry. Her fingers brush against Maxim's, and they both laugh. She's good with him, gentle and kind. God help me. I want her. I stride across the space between us before I can think better of it. She looks up, startled at first. Then her deep blue eyes light up with something unreadable. Dmitri. Sandy. My voice is rougher than I intended. Can we talk? Her eyes narrow slightly. Now? Now. She nods, setting down the strawberry. We walk a few feet to the shadowed edge of the grotto, near the glass doors leading to the private wine cellar. I need you to be careful, I say, my tongue clipped. Careful? She repeats, arms crossing over her chest. Why? There's been news. A man from Moscow. He's dangerous. He may come for the family. For Alexander. For me. Her eyes flash. That includes me? My jaw clenches as my back teeth grind together. She steps closer. Say it, Dmitri. Say you're worried about me. She teases. I am, I grit out. You shouldn't be here. And yet, here I am. Her chin lifts in defiance. I exhale slowly. You don't understand what this life requires. Don't patronize me. I'm not. I look away, frustrated. I'm trying to protect you. A heartbeat passes, and then she laughs softly. From your enemy or from yourself? I lean in, breath ragged. My self-control crumbles. I think about you. I confess, voice raw. More than I should. Her eyes darken, and her plump lips part slightly. Then she takes a step back. I reach out and grab her wrist, pulling her closer. And for the first time in years, I let myself burn.
3. Sandy. Dmitri grabs my wrist. It isn't harsh, but it's firm and commanding. His eyes lock with mine, burning with desire, dangerous and unspoken. Before I can question it, he's pulling me toward him, close enough that I can feel the heat of his body and smell the subtle spice of his cologne. We stand in front of the glass doors that lead down to the private wine cellar, just slightly ajar. The world around us fades, muffled by the sound of my racing heart. Then he kisses me. His mouth crashes onto mine, fierce and demanding, and I lose myself in his taste. I kiss him back with equal force, clutching the collar of his shirt and tilting my head to deepen the kiss. Every part of me is on fire. But then it hits me. The danger. Not of him, but of this. Of us. I break away, gasping for breath, my heart pounding against my ribs like a war drum. We shouldn't. His hand stays on my waist, and he doesn't let go. Why not? Because, I whisper, trying to find air and logic. If I let this happen, I won't be able to stop. And I don't know what that means. His eyes darken. Then let it mean something. He takes my hand and leads me through the glass doors. The party noise returns briefly before being left behind. I let him guide me down the stone steps, away from the noise and the people. He opens a discreet wooden door and motions me inside. It's a private wine cellar, dimly lit and lined with bottles older than I am. It's cool and quiet and far too intimate. Dmitri, I begin, but he's already turning to face me, closing the distance again. You keep running, Malishka, he says, voice low. But you always stop just long enough to look back. Long enough to hope I chase you. It's like he punches the breath from my lungs because he's right. I don't want to want him, but I do. So damn badly. I don't need saving, I whisper. Good, he says, because I don't save. I take. Then he kisses me again. Slower this time. A burn instead of an explosion. His hands skim over my sides and hips, anchoring me to him as my back hits the stone wall. I melt into him, my fingers tangling in his wavy blonde hair, every nerve in my body buzzing. His lips trace down my neck, and I tilt my head, giving him access I shouldn't. Wanting more, needing so much more. And then I stop him. I push gently against his chest, breaking the kiss. I can't, I breathe. Not here. Not now. His breath comes in uneven bursts, his pupils blown wide. But he steps back, giving me space. You feel it too, he murmurs. That's the problem, I reply. I turn to leave, but his voice stops me. Sandy. The way he says my name sounds like a prayer and a curse. We can't keep pretending this isn't happening. I pause, my hand on the cold wooden door. I know what you are, Dmitri. And what is that? His voice is rough with a feral edge. I turn back to face him. You're Bratva. You're dangerous. His jaw tightens. The scar beneath his jawline seems more pronounced in the dim cellar light, a reminder of the violence that shaped his world. Is that what scares you? Or is it that you might want me anyway? I can't answer, because he's right again. His world terrifies me. The Avilov family, the power they wield, the blood on their hands, but none of that changes how my body responds to him. the way my heart races when he's near. Your silence is answer enough, he insists, closing the distance again. He doesn't touch me this time, but his presence is overwhelming. I never lied to you about who I am. No, I admit. But I've been lying to myself. He reaches out, brushing his thumb across my lower lip. Stop lying, then. The tenderness in the gesture nearly breaks me. I step back, away from his touch. Something glimmers in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe, or understanding. I'm not a patient man, Malishka. But for you, he pauses, I'll wait. I nod, unable to trust my voice. Then I leave before I change my mind and beg him not to let me go. Back at the party, I smiled and hugged Talia goodbye. She says something sweet about staying safe, but I barely hear it over the pounding in my ears. I need out. I need space. I need to breathe. Are you okay? She asks, concerned. You look flushed. Just tired, I lie. And maybe one glass of champagne too many. She doesn't look convinced. Did Dmitri find you? He was looking for you earlier. My heart skips. Yes, we talked. Talia's eyes widen slightly. As my sister, she knows me better than anyone. Just talked? She smirks. I feel the heat rise to my cheeks. Yes. She smiles knowingly, but doesn't press further. Text me when you get home, okay? I nod and make my escape. The drive home is quiet. My little beater car rattles over every bump. It's a far cry from the sleek black vehicles parked outside the Avilov estate, but it's mine. I think about the guys I've let in before, the losers and liars, the ones who wanted to fix me or break me. Nick had been charming at first, but underneath, he was just another man who couldn't handle a woman like me. He wanted control. I wanted freedom. We were doomed from the start. Dmitri, though, he doesn't try to tame me. He just meets my fire with his own. And that scares the hell out of me. At home, my orange tabby cat, Whiskey, greets me with a loud meow and a flick of his tail. I scratch his ears, toss off my heels, and grab a beer from the fridge. The apartment is small but cozy. It has one bedroom and a tiny balcony overlooking the canal. It's not much, but I worked hard for every piece of furniture and every painting on the wall. My independence is everything to me. I sink onto my worn-out sofa, curl up with Whiskey, and let the alcohol dull the ache Dmitri leaves behind. My phone buzzes with a text from Talia. Home safe? Yes, thanks for checking on me. Another buzz. Dmitri asked for your number. My heart leaps. I stare at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. And? I told him he'd have to work harder than that. I smile despite myself. Talia understands my boundaries, but Dmitri is determined to cross them. Thank you. He is... I delete the words. How do I describe Dmitri Popov? Dangerous? Intoxicating? A complication I can't afford? Persistent. Talia finishes for me. But he respects strength, And you, sis, are the strongest woman I know. I set the phone down and lean back, closing my eyes. Whiskey purrs contentedly on my lap, oblivious to the chaos in my heart. Sleep comes fast, and with it, the dream. We're back in the wine cellar, but this time I don't stop him. He peels my sundress off slowly, his hands reverent and rough all at once. His mouth explores every inch of my skin, worshipping me like I'm a goddess made of fire and smoke. I claw at his shirt, desperate to feel him. He pushes me against the wall, his mouth hot in my throat, his voice a growl in my ear. "You're mine, Malishka. Say it." "Yours," I gasp. His fingers slip beneath the waistband of my black silk panties, tearing them away from my body. A moan escapes my lips as his hand curls against my bare ass. My head spins. My heart races. His tongue slips into my mouth, tasting and teasing like I'm the most decadent thing he's ever eaten. He kicks off his pants, circles his lips around my nipple, and slides his fingers between my legs. "You're so wet," he grunts. I cry out as he thrusts 2 thick fingers inside me. Grabbing his neck, I kiss him hard to keep from screaming. He fucks me deep and fast, and I roll my hips, grinding against his hand. The heat inside me builds into a fiery inferno. I'm desperate. My core tightens. "Please," I beg. He rolls his thumb over my clit, and I shatter. Stars dance behind my eyes. My world tilts. Before I can catch my breath, he thrusts his long, hard cock into my throbbing pussy. This isn't just sex. It's annihilation. The pleasure is so fierce I cry out, clinging to him like a lifeline. He's already ruined me for every other man, and he hasn't even finished yet. "Fuck," he growls against my neck, gripping my hair with one hand and wrapping the other around my throat. He squeezes just enough pressure to make my back arch off the wall. "Yes, please," I whimper. Black spots dance in my vision. My orgasm builds. He lifts me into his arms, thrusting deep as his balls slap against me. I lock my ankles behind his back and hold on while he spews curses in Russian. With one final thrust, he groans, shooting his hot cum inside me. My orgasm hits like a freight train. I explode into a million pieces as he fills me up. He presses my back against the wall and rests his forehead in mine, his cock jerking inside me. When we finally catch our breath, he lowers me gently to the ground. Hooking his finger beneath my chin, he tilts my face and kisses me reverently. I wake, drenched in sweat, gasping his name. Heart racing, core throbbing. I groan and roll into the pillow, covering my face with my hands. Damn you, Dmitri Popov. Because no matter how hard I try to fight it, I'm already his. Even if I don't want to be.
4. Dmitri. The iron scent of sweat and steel hangs heavy in the Avilov training room. Early evening light filters through the frosted windows as the sun dips lower in the sky. The party is over. The guests have long since departed, leaving only the lingering scent of champagne, expensive cigars, and perfume. The quiet suits me. The Avilov training room is nothing like the luxury in the rest of the estate. It's stripped bare of anything unnecessary. All sharp edges and harsh lines. Exposed concrete walls bear the scars of years of impact and stray punches, cracked and patched like the men who train within them. A row of heavy bags hangs unevenly along one wall, the leather scuffed and darkened from constant abuse. The metal lockers line the far corner. The faint scent of sweat, gun oil, and blood clings to the air, seeping into every crack. In one corner, a small collection of weapons sits locked behind a steel mesh cage, a reminder that fists aren't always enough in this world. This isn't a place for comfort. It's a place to break yourself down and build yourself back up. This room is for cracking bones and creating monsters. I need the controlled violence. I need to bleed off the frustration burning inside me. My fists slam against the punching bag, the chain creaking with every blow. With each hit, I work it faster and harder, pretending it can extinguish the fire under my skin. Sweat drenches my shirt, plastering it to my back as I move with the bag. Each punch drives deeper into the leather, the impact reverberating up my arms. But it's not enough to quiet my thoughts. And it's not the enemy I keep seeing when I close my eyes. It's her. Sandy. The taste of her lips still lingers like a ghost I can't exorcise. That kiss was a line I swore I wouldn't cross. I told myself for months that I could keep my distance, that I was strong enough to stand next to her without taking. But I took it. And the worst part? She didn't stop me. Not until it was almost too late. I throw another punch, harder this time. The leather splits under the impact, sand spilling onto the floor like a wound bleeding out. I mutter a curse and rip off the fraying tape from my knuckles. My skin beneath is raw and red, threatening to split like the bag. Sandy isn't like the other women who tried to worm their way into this world. She's sharp, stubborn, and real, making her dangerous. In our world, love isn't a shield. It's a target. I still remember the first time I saw her standing in Alexander's office, spine straight as steel, refusing to back down even when surrounded by men who kill for a living. Her dark blue eyes locked with mine across the room, challenging and unafraid. Most people look at me and see what I want them to see. The weapon, the enforcer, the monster. She looks at me and sees something else. Something I'm not ready to acknowledge. I can't afford distractions, not when enemies are watching from the shadows. And yet, here I am, more distracted than ever by the memory of her body pressed against mine, and her fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer even as she pushes me away. The door creaks open, and Alexander steps in, dressed in black workout clothes. He looks like he belongs here more than at his party. His eyes take in the split bag and the mess without a word. He arches a brow. Stress relief. Something like that, I grumble, grabbing a towel and wiping the sweat from my face. I still smell her perfume beneath the sweat, leather, and blood. Thought I'd sneak in a workout before putting the kids to bed, he says, setting the water bottle down and stretching his shoulders. Looks like you beat me to it. Alexander moves with the effortless grace of a predator. Even during something as mundane as stretching, people often mistake his boardroom polish and tailored suits for softness, forgetting who he truly is. He's not just a businessman. He's the pecan, a fighter and killer wrapped in elegance. I toss the towel aside. Spar? Alexander grins. Always. We circle each other on the mat, trading light blows at first. But it doesn't take long before instinct and tension take over. The sharp sting of knuckles against ribs, the dull thud of fists caught mid-swing. We know each other's rhythms. He feints left and I block right. I lunge forward, but he sidesteps with precision. We've been doing this dance for decades. Alexander catches me with a swift jab to the jaw that snaps my head back. I taste copper and grin through bloody teeth. You're holding back, he says after a few rounds, breathing heavy but steady. I'm holding back a lot more than that, I mutter, wiping blood from my split lip. Talk, brat. There's no room for an argument in his tone. I hesitate, but I know Alexander. He'll drag it out of me if I don't tell him. And he needs to know what's coming. Andrei Morozov, I hiss. The name tastes bitter on my tongue. He's back. His men have been spotted. Alexander stops immediately, lowering his hands. His brows snap together, and his cool blue eyes darken to the color of thunderclouds. I've seen that look before. It's the calm before violence. You certain? Certain enough to lose sleep over it. He isn't hiding. He wants us to see him. 3 of his men were at the docks last night. Another 2 watched the estate during the party. Alexander exhales slowly, stepping back to grab his water. He takes a long drink, then leans against the ropes, his gaze distant and calculating. "It had to be done," he says quietly. "I gave you the order myself." We both remember the night it all began. Andrei's brother. Alexander continues, voice low. Sergei was never just an enforcer. He was the spine of Andrei's operations, smart and brutal, loyal to the end. But he crossed a line. Several lines. He's not telling me anything I don't already know, but I stay quiet. He needs to say it. Remind us why we did what we did. He was running women through Kazan. Girls barely old enough to be called women. Some from our own neighborhoods, some trafficked from overseas, killing them when he was done with them and dumping them like trash. I warned him, and he left and said that the Bratva would bend the knee eventually. That there was nothing I could do to stop him. Alexander's knuckles go white around the bottle. Plastic crinkles beneath his grip. For all his control, some things still crack through. Protecting the innocent is one of them. It's what separates us from men like Sergei. So I sent you. The memory slams into me, sharp and vivid like it happened yesterday. Sergei's apartment reeked of vodka and cigar smoke. The wallpaper was yellowed and peeling. He opened the door with a crooked grin, gold tooth flashing. "Popov," he greeted, already knowing why I was there. The bottle in his hand was half empty, but his eyes were clear. I didn't speak. I shut the door and drew my gun, silencer already in place. He chuckled, lifting his glass. "You won't do it. Alexander won't risk war." Alexander already made the call. His smirk vanished. He reached for a knife, but he was too slow. I wasn't. One bullet between the eyes. He dropped. His blood pooled under him, thick and red against the threadbare rug. I watched the light leave his eyes. I had no regrets. Until now. Because now I know Andrei isn't done. And this time, he's not aiming just at me. Alexander wipes the sweat from his brow. So he's back. And he's watching. I nod. He's not here to negotiate. No. Alexander growls. He's here for war. And with everyone gathered today, it's no coincidence. We both know what that means. The party, the family, Sandy. They're all targets. Alexander crosses his arms, jaw tight. We need to prepare. Quietly. I don't want the family to panic. Understood. I say that we both know what Andrei wants. Blood for blood. Brother for brother. An eye for an eye until we're all blind. Alexander looks at me, his expression unreadable. And Brat? Da. Keep your head clear. Distractions will get you killed. He knows. Maybe he saw me with Sandy. Or maybe he just knows me too damn well. I nod, but the taste of her kiss still lingers. Her touch, her voice. The way she whispered my name made it seem like it meant something. Alexander walks out, leaving the gym door to swing shut behind him. I sit on the edge of the mat, staring at my hands. There's blood on my knuckles. Some old, some fresh. It never washes off. Not really. Sergei's death replays in my mind. His arrogance. The way his blood soaked the floor. Would Sandy look at me the same if she knew? If she understood what these hands have done? What they do again to protect her? My phone buzzes on the floor beside me. Blocked number. I answer. Static crackles. And then a cold Russian voice speaks. Debt unpaid. Then the line goes dead. Andrei. I stare at the screen. The message is clear. War isn't coming. It's already here, and Sandy's in the middle of it. I can't protect her and keep my distance. I have to choose. And for the first time in my life, I don't know if duty will win.
5. Sandy. The city is drenched in that golden, late-afternoon glow, making even the cracked sidewalks and graffiti-tagged walls look like something out of a movie. But I barely notice. My mind is still spinning since last night. Dimitri's kiss, his hands, the way I practically melted against him in that wine cellar like I've never been touched before. God, I can still feel him. And it terrifies me. I crank the radio louder, hoping the blaring music will drown out the memory. The bass vibrates through the steering wheel into my fingertips, but it's not enough. It doesn't matter how loud I turn it. Dimitri isn't just under my skin. He's in my head, in my blood, curling around every rational thought like smoke. I don't realize how fast I'm driving until I turn onto the bridge and see the flashing red and blue lights in my rearview mirror. Shit, I mutter, easing off the gas and pulling onto the shoulder. The tires crunch against loose gravel as I roll down the window. The police officer approaches with measured steps, sunglasses hiding his eyes. The bridge is mostly empty, and the rush hour traffic is still an hour away. "License and registration," he says in an even tone. I hand them over, keeping my hands steady while my pulse races. Old habits from the foster system. Cops are never friends there. I learned early that police mean trouble even if you haven't done anything wrong. Especially if you haven't done anything wrong. He studies them, then me. "You're Sandy Davis?" My throat tightens. "Yes." Something in his tone makes me uneasy. It's not a simple confirmation. It's a recognition, like he knows me or is looking for me. His eyes linger a second too long, sweeping over my face with uncomfortable scrutiny. Then he hands everything back. "Watch your speed." I exhale slowly as he walks away, my knuckles white against the steering wheel. My heartbeat gradually slows, but the uneasiness remains. As I merge back into traffic, I check my mirrors obsessively, noticing a black SUV that wasn't behind me before. The windows are tinted dark, and the license plate is too far away to read. I switch lanes. It follows. I slow down. It stays the same distance. It follows me to the Lower East Side, staying 3 car lengths behind me. Never closer, never farther. Just enough to make its presence known. I park in front of my apartment building, a walk-up with peeling paint and cheap rent that's been home for the past 2 years. I cut the engine and stare at the SUV in my side mirror. It stopped half a block away, its engine still running. The windows are too dark to see inside. There was no movement or sound. I tell myself it's nothing, just paranoia. Leftover anxiety from last night. From letting someone get too close. But the longer I sit there, the worse the knot in my stomach grows. Being on my own since I was 5 has taught me to trust my instincts. I grab my bag and step out, locking the car behind me. The street is eerily quiet. The usual late-afternoon chaos has been replaced by a hollow stillness. I can hear the echo of my footsteps on the concrete, the distant wail of a siren, and the thump of my heart in my ears. Suddenly, the SUV door opens, and 2 men step out. They aren't cops or curious neighbors. They move with purpose, eyes locked on me. My pulse explodes. I bolt for the side alley, adrenaline shooting through my veins. "Hey!" the tall, dark-haired one barks. I sprint down the narrow alley, dodging garbage bags and broken crates. My boots slip on damp concrete, but I catch myself against a brick wall and keep moving. My heart pounds like a jackhammer. I duck through a gap between 2 buildings and emerge into a small courtyard cluttered with old furniture and rusted fire escapes. I hear them behind me, heavy footsteps and the crackle of a radio. "She's heading east through the courtyard," one of them says in Russian accented English. I take the fire escape, scrambling up as fast as I can. The metal groans under my weight, cold against my palms. Halfway up, I risk a glance down. The man with the neck tattoo is already at the base, reaching up, his fingers missing my ankle by inches. "Stop running," he calls, his voice deceptively calm. "We just want to talk." Yeah, right. Nobody chases someone through back alleys just to chat. I keep climbing, forcing myself onto the rooftop. The city sprawls out before me, a maze of concrete and glass, indifferent to my panic. The East River glitters in the distance. For a split second, I'm disoriented by the vastness, the dizzying openness after the narrow confines of the alley. Then I hear them coming up behind me, and fear crystallizes into pure survival instinct. I run across the rooftop, weaving between ventilation units and broken satellite dishes. My lungs burn, but I push through, leaping the narrow gap to the next building. When I land, my ankle rolls, sending a jolt of pain up my leg, but I keep going. They're gaining. I hear their footsteps, the controlled rhythm of men chasing people for a living. I slide down another rusty fire escape, nearly losing my grip on the rain-slick metal, but I hit the ground running. My ankle protests with every step, but adrenaline dulls the pain to a distant throb. I duck into another alley, thinking I've lost them, and slam into a third man. Broad-shouldered, with hands like sledgehammers. His burly arms lock around me like iron. "Got her!" He barks into a comms earpiece, not even winded. I fight like hell, kicking, twisting, and punching. My elbow connects with his ribs, my heel with his shin. He barely flinches. It's like fighting against a brick wall. "Careful," the tall, dark-haired man says, stepping into the mouth of the alley. Sweat beads on his forehead, but his breathing is only slightly elevated. "Morozov wants her breathing." Morozov. The name chills me to the bone. It's Russian. Definitely Russian. I don't know who the hell Morozov is, but I don't want to find out. I bite down hard on the arm holding me, drawing blood. The man curses, loosening his grip just enough for me to break free. I bring my knee up between his legs with every ounce of strength I have. He doubles over, and I take off again, dodging through another maze of alleys until I spill out onto a side street. A delivery truck swerves, horn blaring, missing me by inches. The driver shouts something I can't hear through the blood rushing in my ears. I run 3 more blocks, cut through a deli, and out the back before slowing to check behind me. The men don't follow. Maybe they've given up. Maybe they're regrouping. Either way, I'm not sticking around to find out. My knees threaten to buckle as I run into my apartment building, taking the stairs 2 at a time despite my throbbing ankle. I fumble with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I can barely fit the key in the lock. Once inside, I lock the door, bolt it, and collapse against it, gasping for air. My phone is already in my hand, fingers trembling as I scroll through the contacts. "Dmitri?" I pant the second he answers. His voice is sharp, already alert. "What happened?" I tell him everything. The SUV, the chase, the name. He curses in Russian, the words low and vicious. "I'm sending security." "No!" I snap, my voice stronger than I feel. "I don't need—" "You don't get a choice," he growls. "This isn't about pride, Malishka. This is survival." I clench my teeth, panic warping into fury. "The hell it isn't! This is my life! My apartment! I don't want your goons outside my door! This isn't a negotiation. These men won't stop. They'll be back." I pace, running a hand through my tangled hair. "Who is Morozov? There's silence. Then, a man who should have stayed buried in the past. And now he's after me?
Because of me,
Dmitri admits.
he sees you as a way to get to me.
I grip the back of the sofa.
I'm coming over,
He snaps.
right now.
Dmitri! The line goes dead. I stand frozen for a moment, and then instinct takes over. I scroll through my contacts and hit Talia's number, needing the comfort of the one person who has never let me down. "Hey, sis," she answers, her voice light and familiar in a world that has suddenly gone sideways.
Talia,
I choke on the words, then force them out. "I was chased. 3 men tried to grab me. One of them said someone called Morozov wants me breathing." Talia gasps and then swears softly. "Are you hurt?" she asks, concern thick in her voice. "No, I got away. Barely. I called Dmitri and he insists on coming over." Talia goes quiet for a few seconds. When she speaks again, her voice is different, grave in a way I've rarely heard. "Listen to me. Dmitri will keep you safe. He will move heaven and hell if he has to. You need to do exactly what he tells you to do, and I'm going to talk to Alexander." "Talia, I don't like this. I don't want some Mafia-style lockdown. This isn't about liking it," she shrieks, her voice trembling. "I've lived in this world longer than you. Trust me, Dmitri is the only thing standing between you and whatever nightmare this Morozov guy has planned. Do what he says. Please, sis." The raw fear in her voice chills me more than the chase. Talia, who laughs in the face of danger and never backs down from anything, is terrified. I close my eyes and let out a heavy breath. Okay. Even if it goes against every stubborn bone in my body. "Stay safe. Love you," Talia replies, ending the call. I move through the apartment on autopilot, checking the locks on the windows, drawing the blinds, and filling a glass with water I can't bring myself to drink. I go to my bedroom to retrieve my baseball bat and hold on to it with a death grip. 15 minutes later, there's a sharp knock at my door. I check the peephole, though I already know who it is. Dmitri stands in the hallway, his powerful frame tense, eyes scanning every shadow. I open the door and find him dressed in all black, a gun barely concealed beneath his jacket. He steps in like he owns the place, his eyes cataloging every corner and possible entry point. I notice his gaze on the fire escape outside my window and the flimsy lock. I fold my arms across my chest defiantly. "I don't want protection." He locks the door, testing the bolt like he doesn't trust the strength of the metal.
You'll take it anyway.
"I'm not some fragile damsel you have to save," I shout, turning away from him, hating how his presence fills the room.
I know,
he agrees, grabbing my elbow and spinning me to face him. His eyes are dark with concern, his touch gentle despite the urgency in his voice.
That's exactly why you're in more danger than you realize. You won't run, you'll fight, and you're outnumbered.
I hate that he's right. The lingering adrenaline finally gives way to exhaustion that settles into my bones like lead. Without another word, Dmitri moves to the couch and sits down, adjusting the cushion like he's settling in for the night. "You're sleeping there?" I ask.
"Where else would I be?"
he replies, his voice softer than expected. I stand there for a second, watching him, my stomach knotting. It's surreal having him in my tiny apartment, in this space that's supposed to be mine. And yet, with him here, it doesn't feel invaded. It feels anchored. I turn away, walking down the short hallway to my bedroom. Once inside, I close the door, but don't lock it. I sit on the edge of my bed, staring at nothing. My hands tremble as I try to process everything. The attack, the fear, Dmitri on my couch. And the part of me that isn't afraid at all. The part that feels safer with him here. I hate how badly I want him close. How much I don't want him to leave. My gaze wanders to the worn photo frame on my nightstand. Years ago, Talia and I were grinning like idiots in front of my tiny walk-up apartment, the first real home I ever had. I think about all the places I've slept before that. The rotation of cold, impersonal foster homes. The cracked ceilings and stained mattresses. The whispered threats from strangers who only took me in for the paycheck. Every time I tried to settle somewhere, it got ripped away before I could trust it. Talia is the only person I truly trust. She's the only one who sees me, scars and all, and stays anyway. She doesn't try to change me or make me softer. She gives me space when I need it and stands close when I don't know I do. And in my own stubborn way, I love her for it. I care for her the best way I know, mothering her through heartbreaks and sleepless nights, while she quietly gives me the kind of steady love and stability I never thought I'd have. And now there's Dmitri. Lying back against the pillows, I stare at the ceiling. My emotional walls are high for a reason. I'm not sure I can let him in the way I did with Talia. The risk feels too big. But watching him earlier, hearing his voice on the phone so certain and determined, I'm not sure I can stop him even if I want to. I turn on my side, facing the door. Knowing he's on the other side helps me fall asleep despite everything. And that terrifies me most of all. 6. Sandy. The soft glow of dawn creeps through the edges of the curtains, filling my room with pale light. The scent of coffee and bacon pulls me from sleep faster than any alarm ever could. For a heartbeat, I think I'm dreaming. But when I sit up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I can hear the low hum of Dmitri moving around in my kitchen. Outside, the city is just beginning to stir. I hear car horns in the distance, and the first subway trains rumble beneath the pavement. But inside my small apartment, time feels suspended in a strange, intimate bubble I never expect to share with someone like him. I glimpse myself in the mirror as I slide out of bed. Dark circles shadow my eyes, and remnants of last night's terror are still etched on my face. My fingers brush against the bruise forming on my wrist. It's evidence that what happened isn't just another nightmare. I tiptoe quietly down the hall and peek into the small space. Sure enough, he's in all his brooding, lethal glory, standing by my stove, flipping bacon like he belongs there. Coffee brews steadily beside him, and the rich, familiar aroma fills the room. Dmitri moves with a fluid grace that seems at odds with his massive frame. Even dressed in a simple black t-shirt that clings to his back and shoulder muscles, there's no mistaking what he is. His scars tell stories of violence and loyalty I can't begin to decipher. Yet those same hands now carefully monitor the heat beneath the pan, adjusting it with unexpected gentleness. I lean against the doorway, watching him. So, this is your thing now? Mafia enforcer by night, short order cook by morning? He flips the bacon with practiced ease, not bothering to turn around.
Multi-talented.
Despite everything, I smile. It feels foreign on my face after last night's events, but somehow natural in his presence.
It'll be ready in a few minutes,
he says over his shoulder.
You should freshen up.
The casual way he says it, like this is normal for him, makes my stomach flip. I quickly shower, the hot water doing little to wash away the tension still knotted in my shoulders. Steam clouds the small bathroom, and I lean against the cool tile, trying to gather my thoughts. What has my life become? 1 minute, I'm a bartender worrying about rent. The next, I'm caught in some dangerous game I don't understand with a man who terrifies yet fascinates me, making breakfast in my kitchen. When I emerged, my hair was still damp around my shoulders, and Dmitri had already set 2 plates at the small counter. He stands, tattooed arms crossed, waiting. I sit down, eyeing the perfectly cooked eggs and crispy bacon. You didn't have to do this.
You'll need it,
he replies simply, his accent thickening the word slightly. We eat in silence for a few minutes. It isn't awkward. It's comfortable. The type of quiet that settles between people who don't need to fill every space with words. But Dmitri doesn't waste much time. His eyes flick up to mine, calculating and intense.
Tell me everything you'll remember. About last night. The men. The car.
I swallow hard, pushing a piece of egg around my plate as images flash through my mind. There were 3 of them. One was tall with dark hair, maybe in his 30s. He had a scar above his right eyebrow. I trace a spot on my face, remembering. Another had light brown hair and a neck tattoo. It was some type of symbol, like a compass, but with extra markings I couldn't make out. The third one was big and built, bald head and black goatee. Wide nose, like it's been broken before. Dimitri's expression stays impassive, but I notice his jaw tightening. They drove a black SUV, newer model, tinted windows. And the license plate was, well, I only caught part of it. K39. His hand tightens around his coffee mug.
Make of the car?
I think it was a Cadillac Escalade, I say, surprising myself with the detail. My foster father used to work at a dealership. I remember the shape. Dmitri pulls out his phone and dials.
Liev, I need you to run a partial plate. Black Escalade, K39, New York. Yes, now.
He ends the call abruptly and turns back to me, studying me like I might vanish if he blinks. A muscle in his neck ticks. His voice softens, catching me off guard.
Tell me about your parents.
The request surprises me. No one has ever asked about them besides Talia. Most people tiptoe around my past, sensing the landmines but never wanting to trigger them. I take a slow sip of coffee, choosing my words before answering. They were addicts. In and out of rehab, mostly out. I was in the system by the time I was 5. His expression tightens, a hint of darkness passing over his face. It's not pity. It's something deeper, more visceral. I bounced around a lot. I continue, feeling like I owe him more. Homes, shelters, temporary placements. I lost count after a while. Some were decent. Others... I unconsciously rub at a small, barely visible scar on my forearm. I learned early that I couldn't depend on anyone. They either left, got high, or just stopped caring. Dimitri's eyes track the movement of my fingers over the scar, but he doesn't comment on it. His brow furrows.
And Talia?
A small, genuine smile tugs at my lips. Talia was different. We met at a group home when we were teenagers. She was stubborn and mouthy, just like me, but scared. We became each other's anchors, the one thing I could count on. She didn't try to fix me, and I never tried to fix her. We just survived and took care of each other.
She speaks highly of you.
I blink. She does?
All the time,
he says, reaching for another piece of bacon.
Says you're the strongest person she's ever known. That you walked through fire and came out fireproof.
I stare at the countertop, emotions I'm unprepared for twisting in my chest. Talia has always been my champion, but hearing that she speaks of me to others, to someone like Dmitri, makes my throat tighten. I don't always feel strong. Dmitri shakes his head.
Strength isn't about feeling it. It's about surviving when you don't.
The words sink deep, burrowing into my mind like a truth I've been searching for. Coming from him, a man who understands survival better than most, they hit harder. What about you? I ask, curious now. Your parents? He's quiet for a long time, and I almost think he won't answer. Something shifts in his expression, like shutters closing over a window.
My father died when I was young. A car accident in Russia,
he says, his accent growing thicker as he speaks of home.
My mother remarried not long after. That's how I ended up here, under Atiet's roof.
His tone is detached, but I catch the tension in his shoulders, and his fingers flex slightly around his coffee mug. There's more to that story, but I don't push. Did you like him, Atiet's? He lets out a dry chuckle.
Well enough, but liking him wasn't part of the deal. Respect was. He taught me discipline, power, fear.
I wince. That sounds harsh.
It was,
Dmitri admits.
But it's all I've ever known. It made me who I am. It prepared me for the world I live in.
The silence settles between us, comfortable yet charged with unspoken understanding. Two people, shaped by different forms of abandonment, find unexpected common ground over breakfast. I chew on my lip before asking, "Is that why you're so good with the kids? I watch you with Sasha, Maxim, and Angelina. You're different with them. Softer." His eyes widen slightly. At the party, I saw how he transformed around our nieces and nephews, how his whole demeanor changed, the dangerous edge melting away. Something flashes in his eyes.
Children don't lie. They don't play the games adults do. I respect that.
He pauses, looking down at his hands.
And they deserve better than what we had.
The confession is raw and honest. I didn't expect this vulnerability from him. It makes him suddenly, dangerously human. Did you ever think about having kids? The question slips out before I can stop it. He tilts his head, studying me intently. The morning light catches the angles of his face, softening the hard lines.
Have you?
I swallow the lump in my throat. I don't think I'd be good at it. Not like Talia. She's patient and kind and knows how to be soft. I'm not like that. I gesture vaguely, searching for the right word. Prickly. Defensive. I'd probably mess them up worse than I am. Dmitri leans in, resting his forearms on the counter. The movement brings him close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in his eyes and smell the faint scent of his soap mixed with coffee.
You don't have to be like Talia. You only have to be you. You protect fiercely and love without question. That's what matters.
His voice is low, resonant.
I've seen how you are with the kids, the way you watch over them. That's not someone who would fail a child.
My chest tightens. He's been noticing things I didn't even realize are visible. I never really learned how to take care of anyone. Not properly. Not until Talia. She was the first person who didn't leave. I force a weak, humorless laugh. Most days, I'm pretty sure I failed at that too. His voice softens.
Or maybe it's just time to let someone take care of you.
The air between us thickens. I feel it in my bones, the slow pull drawing me closer to him without us moving. His gaze drops to my lips briefly before returning to my eyes, a question written in them that neither of us is brave enough to voice. His phone buzzed on the counter, breaking whatever fragile moment we were about to enter. He checks the screen, his expression hardening instantly.
It's Lev,
he says, answering immediately. He speaks in Russian, sharp and fast, before ending the call. When he looks back at me, the softness is gone, replaced by Steele.
Lev found the car. We've got the name.
My stomach sinks. What does that mean?
It means I'll handle it.
His voice is flat and final. The Dmitri from moments ago, the one who made breakfast and spoke of children, vanishes, replaced by the enforcer I first met. I want to press, but the look in his eyes tells me he won't budge. He's already decided, and arguing would push him further behind those walls he momentarily lowered. And somehow, despite the danger, despite everything, I realize I trust him. Maybe more than I should. Maybe more than is safe for either of us. As he stands gathering the dishes, I catch myself wondering where exactly the line is between the man who killed for Otyets and the man who makes me breakfast. And which one, ultimately, will shape whatever is growing between us.
7. Dmitri. The morning air is thick and warm, smelling of the city's grime and grease. I exit the car, and Lev and Victor are already waiting. They're dressed in dark, nondescript clothing that doesn't draw attention. We stand across the street from a crumbling apartment, where neighbors mind their business or disappear. The concrete beneath my boots is cracked and stained, much like everything else in this neighborhood. I check my watch. 5:47 a.m. The street is quiet, with only the occasional delivery truck or early shift workers passing by. It's perfect for our purposes. Lev adjusts his jacket. Same plate, same model. It hasn't moved since last night. I nod, watching the rusted fire escape, the flickering neon open sign of the corner deli, and the boarded-up windows. We wait. Victor lights a cigarette, cupping the flame against the breeze. His scarred hands betray years of this life, knuckles that have connected with flesh and bone, and fingers that have pulled triggers without hesitation. He takes a long drag, exhaling slowly. Morzov's men are getting sloppy if they're staying in one place this long. Or they want to be found, I counter, scanning the building's facade. Lev shifts his weight, always restless. His loyalty to Alexander, and by extension to me, is absolute. Born into the Bratva, he knows nothing else and doesn't want to. Think it's a trap? I shrug. Everything in this life is a trap of some kind. We spend hours watching. The city moves around us as we wait. Kids with backpacks, shopkeepers opening stores, and the occasional junkie staggering down the sidewalk. But nothing about the apartment changes. Curtains remain drawn, and the SUV sits like a trap waiting to be sprung. Victor maintains his position, occasionally checking his phone. His calm can be unnerving sometimes. I've seen him execute men with that same placid expression, like he's merely completing a tedious chore. My thoughts drift to Sandy, and how her eyes crinkle when she laughs, her hair smells of vanilla, and the soft curve of her hip feels beneath my palm. She deserves better than this, better than me, with my blood-stained hands and tarnished soul. But selfish men take what they want, and I've always been selfish. A little after noon, we finally see movement. The tall one, dark-haired and sharp-eyed, emerges first, lighting a cigarette before leaning against the stoop. Minutes later, the second with the neck tattoo and light brown hair steps out, glancing up and down the street like he expects trouble. He's not wrong. They speak briefly, then slip inside. I motion to Liev and Victor. Let's go. We circle to the side alley, keeping low. Garbage overflows from dumpsters and the smell of rot permeates the air. A stray cat hisses at our approach before darting behind a pile of discarded furniture. The door on the west side has a busted lock, just like Liev said. We slip into the building silently. The place is worse than I expected. Cracked tiles and peeling wallpaper, stained carpets. It's not a home but a safe house, a temporary nest for vultures. Graffiti marks the walls with territorial claims and obscenities. A cockroach scuttles across my path, disappearing into a crack in the baseboards. We creep up the stairs, moving by instinct. There are no creaks, no unnecessary noise. When we reach the third floor, I signal Victor to watch the hall while Liev and I approach the apartment. I could hear them inside. The faint clink of bottles, a muttered curse, the static of a television tuned to some mindless program. I draw my gun, the metal cold in my hand. Liev does the same, his breathing steady beside mine. We've done this dance too many times to count. I nod once. Liev kicks in the door without hesitation. The door splinters at the frame, swinging violently inward. The two men spin around, surprised but armed. I have my gun trained on them before either can blink. Sit, I order. The apartment is sparse, with a stained couch and folding table covered in takeout containers and a mattress on the floor. The walls are bare except for water damage in the corners. It smells of cigarettes and cheap aftershave. They comply, slowly raising their hands. The tall one's eyes are cold and calculating. The tattooed one's gaze darts around, looking for an escape route that doesn't exist. Morozov sent you, I say. It's not a question. The tall one sneers. We don't know who you're talking about. I step closer, pressing the barrel of my gun against his forehead. The metal kisses his skin, leaving a circular impression. He doesn't flinch, but his pulse quickens at his throat, a small tell that betrays his fear. The neck tattoo guy swallows. His eyes dart toward the floor, searching for something. I file it away. I won't ask again, I say softly. Quiet threats always carry more power than shouted ones. The tall one sighs. You already know who sent us. Then tell me what he wants. He smirks. What do you think? You killed his brother. He wants what anyone in this life wants. Payback. Images flash in my mind of Morozov's brother gurgling on his own blood, his eyes wide with surprise as life drains from him. It had been necessary. I keep my aim steady. And Sandy. His lips curve into a crooked grin. Collateral. My rage flares, but I keep it locked down, barely. The idea of Sandy being hurt, her light extinguished because of the darkness that surrounds me, makes something primal and violent stir in my chest. What's the plan? I press. At Valley, he hisses, spitting near my boots. Typical. The Russian equivalent of fuck off, and just as unoriginal. But before I can react, the neck tattoo bastard lunges, pulling a shotgun from beneath the sofa. The room explodes into gunfire. I dive behind the overstuffed armchair as Liev and Victor unleash hell. Bullets tear through drywall and furniture. The shotgun roars, grazing Lev's shoulder. He grunts but stays upright. Time slows, as it always does in these moments. My heartbeat steadies and my vision sharpens. I roll out and take the shot. The tall one goes down first, a bullet straight to his chest. Blood blooms across his shirt like a crimson flower. His eyes widen in surprise. They always look surprised, as if they never truly believed their lives could end this way, despite their chosen path. The tattooed man fires wildly, but Victor closes the distance, shooting him clean through the head. Silence settles, broken only by Liev's heavy breathing. "Bliet, you good?" I ask. Liev nods, gripping his bleeding shoulder. "It'll hold." I scan the room. Blood pools on the floor, mixing with the filth already there. Victor moves efficiently, checking the apartment for any other threats or evidence. He rifles through drawers and cabinets while I search the bodies. In the tall one's pocket, I found a burner phone. There are no contacts, just one number in the call log. I pocket it for later. The tattooed one has nothing but cigarettes and a lighter, and a crumpled photo of a woman. Perhaps someone waiting for him to return. She'll wait forever now. "We should go," Liev says, his voice strained. Blood seeps through his fingers where he clutches his wound. Liev and Victor flank me as we exit the apartment, leaving behind the bodies and the wreckage. The sound of sirens wails faintly in the distance. We move quickly and quietly, blending into the city's rhythm like nothing has happened. Liev presses a hand to his bleeding shoulder but doesn't complain. He's tougher than most, which is why I trusted him to be here in the first place. Victor stays sharp, eyes scanning every corner as we return to the car. As soon as we're on the road, I call Alexander. He answers on the second ring. "Talk." We confirmed it. The men were Morozovs, I say. "2 down, but there will be more." Alexander exhales. "Meet me." I hang up without another word. The drive is tense, filled with the unspoken reality of what's coming. A war between families never ends quickly or cleanly. There will be more blood, more bodies, more grief before this is over. When we arrive at the Avilov estate, Alexander is already waiting in his office, standing by the tall windows overlooking the gardens. With its dark wood paneling and heavy furniture, this room feels like the center of our world where power is wielded. Decisions are made, and blood debts are tallied. He turns as we enter, already pouring 4 shots of whiskey. His raven hair is immaculate, his posture rigid. He commands respect with every movement. As the Bakan of our Bratva, he's survived countless murder attempts, and has eliminated all who've opposed him. We each take a glass and down it before I begin. The whiskey burns a familiar path down my throat, warming my chest. They were holed up in a cover apartment, I report. Temporary, no records, no links to Morozov on paper. They knew we'd come eventually. Liev took a round to the shoulder. Liev nods once like it's nothing. Alexander's sharp blue eyes land on Liev's wound. "Have the doctor fix you up." Liev leaves the apartment to see the Bratva doctor, who's always on call. Victor trails behind him, leaving Alexander and me alone. Alexander refills our glasses. And Morozov's intentions. I meet his gaze. Revenge, plain and simple. He sucks on his front teeth. He's waiting a long time to act. Why now? Because we're stable, stronger than ever. If he's going to strike, it has to be now. Alexander nods slowly. And he's aiming for Sandy. I clench my fists, my nails digging into my palms. The mere thought of her name on Morozov's lips makes my blood boil. She's the weak spot for me, or so he thinks. Alexander's eyes narrow, studying me. And is she? No, I say without hesitation. But even as I speak, I know it isn't entirely true. Sandy has changed things for me. She makes me want more than this life of violence and power. She makes me imagine possibilities I never dared to consider. But Morozov doesn't care, I continue. He'll use her to bait me, or worse. Alexander stares at me for a long moment. He knows me well. He sees through my lies, even the ones I tell myself. We need to draw him out, Alexander says finally, before he forces our hand. I take another drink, savoring the burn. We don't know how deep his reach is. We don't know who else he's brought with him. Alexander turns back toward the window. Then find out, Brat. I nod. Duh. I'll handle it. No, Alexander says sharply, glancing back. We'll handle it. As a family. Family. The word is sacred in our world, more binding than blood or any oath. It means protection, loyalty, vengeance when necessary. I leave the office in silence, my mind already racing with plans. I need to move Sandy somewhere safe where Morozov can't reach her. I need to find every rat in our organization who might feed him information. And I need to end this before it truly begins. Andrei Morozov has dragged the past into the present and declared war. The problem is, I'm not sure if I want to end him for revenge or for Sandy. Either way, his days are numbered, and I'm going to be the one to collect the debt.
8. Sandy. The underground pulses with bass-heavy music, low lights, and just enough smoke curling in the air to make the neon signs glow like ghosts. Exposed brick walls and industrial steel beams give the place its gritty charm, while velvet-lined booths soften the edges. The dance floor throbs with bodies, swaying and grinding under the flickering glow of purple and red lights. It's a type of club where you can lose yourself, or hide if you want to. I've been working at the Underground for a year, long enough to become part of its ecosystem. The regulars know me, the bouncers protect me, and the rhythm of the place has seeped into my bones. Pour, serve, smile, repeat. It's reliable in a life that's offered little stability. Behind the bar, I move on autopilot, slinging drinks, smiling when necessary, and ignoring the occasional leering comment. The regulars are out in full force tonight. Casey, one of our usuals, laughs too loudly as she nurses a vodka tonic and drapes herself over the bar's edge. Her pupils are dilated, mascara slightly smudged, and her words slurred just enough to tell me she started drinking well before she arrived. I make a mental note to water down her next drink. "Sandy, you're an angel," she says, pushing her empty glass toward me. "Another, but make it stronger this time." I nod, doing exactly the opposite of what she asks. Casey is harmless but messy when she crosses the line from tipsy to drunk. Tonight isn't the night I want to deal with that. A pair of college kids tried desperately to impress two women out of their league, flashing credit cards and name-dropping clubs they claim to have VIP access to. The women exchange knowing glances that say they're only here for the free drinks. An older man sits alone in the corner, eyes glassy, sipping a neat scotch like it's the only thing keeping him upright. A pale band marks his ring finger, where a wedding ring was recently removed. There's a rhythm to the chaos I usually find comforting. The sticky floors, the shouted drink orders, the occasional drama of a breakup or a hookup playing out in the dim corners. But tonight, something feels different. Unease gnaws at me, subtle at first, until I realize someone's watching me. It's not the usual kind of attention I get from drunk guys or the occasional woman who slips me her number. This is different, focused and deliberate. A chill creeps up my spine as my eyes scan the room and lock onto a man seated alone at the far end of the bar. He isn't dancing. He isn't drinking. He's sitting and watching me intently. He has medium blonde hair, sharp features, and a calm stillness that makes every instinct I have scream. His posture is too relaxed and deliberate, as if he's waiting for something or someone. His clothes are expensive but understated. A gray button-down rolled to the elbows reveals his muscular forearms, dark jeans, and a watch that costs more than I make in 3 months. I try to shake it off, moving to refill drinks and chat with regulars, but every time I glance up, his eyes are locked on me. Not the way men usually look, eager and entitled. This is clinical, assessing. Marco, the other bartender, nudges me as he squeezes past with a tray of shots. "You okay? You look spooked." "I'm fine," I lie, rubbing the goosebumps that rise on my arms. "Just a weird night." "Tell me about it. Some guy just tipped me $50 to point you out. Said he was an old friend." Marco shrugs. "Rich dude at the corner table." My stomach drops as I follow his gaze to a dark-haired man I hadn't noticed before, sitting in one of the booths with a perfect view of the bar. He's built like a linebacker, with a neck thicker than my thigh and hands that could crush a skull without effort. He's wearing a black t-shirt stretched across his broad chest, revealing the edges of tattoos that disappear under the fabric. I've spent my life learning to recognize danger, and now every cell in my body is on high alert. "Marco, cover my section for 5 minutes?" I ask, keeping my voice casual despite the panic rising in my throat.
"Sure thing. Everything okay?"
"Yeah, just need a minute." I busy myself wiping down the back counter, trying to look natural while watching the blonde man from the corner of my eye. Finally, he stands and makes his way over, sliding onto one of the worn leather bar stools with the fluid grace of a predator.
"Whiskey,"
he murmurs, lips curving just enough to make me uneasy. His accent is slight but distinctive. Russian, or something close to it. I pour it, forcing my hands to stay steady. Up close, his eyes are the cold blue of a winter sky, rimmed with dark lashes that soften nothing about him.
"How long have you worked here?"
he asks, voice smooth but flat.
"Long enough?"
I slide his drink across the polished wood, carefully avoiding touching his fingers. His smirk deepens as he leans forward, fingertips ghosting over the ends of my hair that have fallen loose from my ponytail.
"It's busy. Loud. The kind of place where someone could go missing and no one would notice."
The hair on the back of my neck stands up. Before I can respond, I catch movement near the far wall. The dark-haired man stands up, edging closer to the bar, watching me. The blonde man follows my gaze, and something unspoken passes between them. My stomach drops. I've spent too many years looking over my shoulder to ignore what my gut tells me. I sidle away to help a group of tourists waving down the bar, fumbling slightly as I mix their overpriced cocktails. When they turn away, I duck into the break room, grabbing my phone with shaking fingers. Only one number comes to mind. I've sworn I won't call him again, but fear has a way of stripping away pride. "Dmitri?" I say the second he answers. "Something's off. 2 guys are watching me. One of them just told me the bar is the kind of place where someone could go missing and no one would notice."
"At the underground?"
His voice is instantly alert, the low rumble sending me an inappropriate wave of comfort. "Yes."
"Stay put. I'm on my way."
I end the call, leaning against the wall of the tiny break room, trying to slow my racing heart. I press my eye to the crack through the small window in the door. The 2 men linger, speaking in low voices. The dark-haired one occasionally glances toward the exit, as if plotting his next move. The blonde one maintains that eerie calm, sipping his whiskey with the patience of someone who knows he has all the time in the world. The music feels louder, the crowd thicker, and every bass beat rattles through my bones. I text Marco that I feel sick and need a few more minutes. He sends back a thumbs up, but I can tell he doesn't buy it by his expression. Still, Marco has his own problems and enough sense not to pry into mine. 10 minutes later, Dmitri walks through the front door, his presence filling the club like he owns it. His sharp suit and icy expression make him stand out like a knife in a room full of spoons. At 6 feet 3 inches, with shoulders that fill a doorframe, he's impossible to miss. But it's not just his size that commands attention. It's the quiet authority he carries, the dangerous stillness that mirrors the blonde man's, but amplified tenfold. The 2 men see him immediately. The blonde-haired man's hand instinctively goes to his coat, as if reaching for a weapon, but the other man grabs his arm, shaking his head. Within seconds, they vanish through the side door. Dimitri's eyes follow them, but he doesn't chase. Instead, he moves straight toward me, slipping through the door into the break room.
You okay?
He asks, his fingers curling gently at the nape of my neck, sending an electric current down my spine. The familiar scent of his cologne makes my chest ache. I want to say yes, pretend it was nothing, but every instinct I have screams that it's definitely something. No, I admit, but I'm still standing. He nods.
Come on, let's get out of here.
I can't just leave my shift.
Marco will cover for you. I'll speak to him.
I grab my bag from my locker, not bothering to change out of my work clothes, a black tank top, dark jeans, and combat boots. Dimitri's hand rests on the small of my back as he guides me through the crowded club, his body angled to shield me. Normally, I would bristle at the protectiveness. Tonight, I'm grateful for it. The streets of downtown are still busy with weekend revelry, neon signs reflecting in puddles from an earlier rain. Dimitri leads me to a sleek black Audi parked illegally at the curb, opening the passenger door. The ride back to my apartment drags in silence. I stare blankly out the window, arms crossed tight over my chest, but the men's faces play behind my eyes like a reel I can't shut off. Questions burn on my tongue. Who are they? What do they want? How did they find me? But I bite them back, knowing Dimitri well enough to know he's already calculating and planning. His hands grip the steering wheel, the only outward sign of tension in his otherwise composed demeanor. Light from the street lamps falls in uneven streaks across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his cheekbones and the determined set of his jaw. When we get to my building and climb the 2 flights of stairs, dread pools in my stomach. My door is slightly ajar. Dimitri steps in front of me, pulling his gun without hesitation.
Stay behind me.
I obey. Inside, the apartment is dark and still. Dimitri sweeps the space with practiced precision, moving through the small living room to the kitchen, then down the short hallway toward my bedroom and the bathroom. As he moves toward the living room again, I catch a flash of movement. A masked man slips out the window and disappears down the fire escape. Dimitri swears and lunges forward, but the guy is already gone. I stand frozen, staring at the open window, the curtains billowing in the night breeze. My sanctuary has been violated. The small apartment I've worked so hard to make my own, sparsely furnished but clean, with second-hand furniture and walls painted a soft gray to combat the industrial coldness, now feels tainted. Dimitri holsters his weapon, his expression grim.
Pack a bag. You're coming with me.
I swallow hard. No. His eyes narrow.
Sandy.
I don't need you swooping in like some knight in shining armor, I say, voice sharp. This isn't a fairy tale. I've never had one, and I'm not expecting to start now. His expression softens, but his jaw remains tight.
This isn't about fairy tales. It's about survival.
I cross my arms and plant my feet. I have always taken care of myself.
You don't have to this time.
The words hit harder than I want them to. As much as I hate needing anyone, especially him, I'm not blind. I'm in danger, whether I like it or not. I exhale shakily and turn away, heading to my room to pack. My hands tremble as I grab a duffel bag and throw in clothes. The apartment feels too small and quiet, and for the first time, I realize just how alone I am. I've survived foster homes, streets, and more bad situations than I care to count. And through it all, there has only ever been Talia. She's the only person I've ever trusted, the only one who stayed. But I can't drag her into this mess. She's been through enough, and I refuse to get her involved. I stare at the framed photo of Talia and me on my nightstand, arms thrown around each other, laughing on Brighton Beach 3 summers ago. I wrap the frame in a sweater and tuck it safely in my bag. I zip the bag and wipe my eyes before Dmitri can see. When I return to the living room, he ended a phone call, his voice low and sharp in Russian. He slips his phone into his pants pocket.
The safe house is ready. I'll have security meet us there. They'll stay with you around the clock.
I go rigid, the words slipping out before I can stop it. No.
Malishka.
If anyone is going to be watching me, keeping me under lock and key, it better be you. I say, squaring my shoulders. Or I'm not going. His brows lift slightly.
You'd rather have me breathing down your neck than trained security?
Yes. I swallow hard. If I'm going to be trapped, I'd rather it be with someone I trust. The word hangs in the air. Trust is a luxury I've rarely afforded anyone, and he knows it. His features soften, but there's a quiet finality in his tone.
Then I'll be the one standing between you and anyone who tries to harm you.
The relief that washes over me is almost enough to make me collapse. Maybe I'm not ready to admit how much I need him, but for now, I won't have to do this alone. Dmitri reaches out, his thumb brushing gently across my cheekbone.
We should go. Now.
I nod, grabbing my backpack and shouldering my duffel bag. I follow Dmitri down the stairs and into the night, leaving behind the illusion of normalcy I've so carefully constructed. Whatever storm is coming, I'll face it with the one man who is my greatest danger. And my only safety.
9. Dmitri. The drive to the safe house is silent. Sandy sits beside me, her hands folded tightly in her lap, staring out the window like the night holds answers. The tension between us is undeniable. Every breath inside the Jeep hums with the strain of everything left unsaid. Rain patters softly against the windshield, creating streaks that catch the moonlight. I fix my eyes on the road, but my awareness of her, the faint scent of her shampoo, and her breathing rhythm consume me. The wipers squeak rhythmically, marking time like a metronome counting down to something inevitable. The safe house is hidden deep in the woods upstate. Old stone walls wrap around the property, and tall pines stand like sentinels guarding the winding driveway. The house is dark brick and slate, sprawling but quiet, with only the faint glow of a few lights burning inside. The isolation is intentional. Alexander doesn't use this place often, but when he does, it's for situations like this, where vanishing from the world is the only safe option. They won't find us here, I say, breaking the silence. No one knows about this place except Alexander and our most trusted. She nods but doesn't respond. The tension in her shoulders tells me everything her words don't. I kill the engine, and for a moment, neither of us moves. The absence of the motor's hum leaves us wrapped in silence, broken only by the soft patter of rain and the occasional distant roll of thunder. Sandy finally speaks, her voice low. This is it? This is it, I say, isolated, secure. She steps out first, boots crunching against the gravel. Her eyes scan the tree line, sharp and cautious. I hate that she's used to doing that, and always looking for threats. She moves like someone who never lets her guard down. I should admire it. Instead, it makes me want to rip apart anything that dares to scare her. I grab our bags from the back. One contains clothes and necessities. The other holds weapons. Insurance I hope we won't need, but can't afford to be without. Lightning tears across the sky, illuminating the property in a white flash. Sandy flinches, her silhouette sharp and shadowed against the glowing outline of the house. Inside the house smells like cedar and cold stone. Dust lingers faintly, but everything else is meticulously maintained. The living room has exposed beams, worn leather furniture, and a massive stone fireplace. The hardwood floors creak under our steps, the house's old bones groaning around us. A second-floor balcony overlooks the main room, and the floorboards above creak softly, as if remembering footsteps long past. I flip a switch, and warm light floods the space, chasing shadows to the corners. Outside, the rain grows heavier, drumming against the windows like impatient fingers. Sandy drops her backpack by the door and crosses her arms. "You've got a thing for rustic murder cabins, don't you?" I can't help the ghost of a smile. It's safe. She arches a brow but stays quiet. Her deep blue eyes wandered the room, taking in every detail. The dark wooden beams overhead, the faded antlers above the hearth, and the shelves sagging with old leather-bound books. I know that look. She isn't admiring the decor. She's cataloging, measuring, and preparing for whatever might come next. "You'll sleep upstairs," I say, my voice quieter now. "There's a lock on the door. Use it." She bites her lip, glancing at me. "And you?" "Down here." I gestured to the couch. Her eyes flicked toward it, then back to me. "Fine." But nothing about the way she says it sounds fine. I light the fireplace, the room filling with the warm glow of crackling flames. It's more to distract myself than to warm the space. The house is almost too quiet, and with Sandy only feet away, it feels smaller than it should. Her scent lingers faintly, subtle and intoxicating. It isn't just the threat of Morozov that has me on edge. It's her. I keep myself occupied by sweeping the cabin's perimeter, scanning for signs of danger. But there's nothing. Just rain tapping against the earth and the quiet stillness of the wilderness. When I returned to the living room, Sandy had removed her jacket and boots. She stands by the fire, warming her hands, her profile lined in gold by the flames. Her red hair falls loose around her shoulders, and for a moment, I forget why we're here. And it's easy to pretend we're just stealing a weekend away from the world. I watch as she wanders to the bookshelves, trailing her slender fingers along the spines. She moves with that quiet strength that has driven me insane since the day I met her. She pulls a book from the shelf, thumbing through it absently. "Who reads Tolstoy in a safe house?" "Alexander," I reply. "He says it reminds him of home." "And you?" she asked, replacing the book. "What reminds you of home?" The question catches me off guard. Home is a concept I abandoned long ago, traded for loyalty and duty to the Bratva. But looking at her stirs a dangerous longing for things I have no right to want. "I don't think about it," I mutter. She nods as if my non-answer tells her everything she needs to know. And then, as if summoned by memory, the kiss comes rushing back. The wine cellar at Angelina's first birthday party. The taste of her and the way her body melted against mine for one stolen second before she pulled away. I can still feel her lips on mine. The shock in her breath. The wild beat of her heart echoing against my chest. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. And it wasn't supposed to matter, but it does. I should bury it, lock it down like I do everything else. But I can't. Not with her. She pauses, noticing me watching, but doesn't say anything. Instead, she turns and goes upstairs, boots heavy on the old steps. I should look away. I don't. I sink into the warm leather couch, staring into the flames. Upstairs, the soft creak of floorboards marks our movements. I can picture her alone in that room, locking the door like I told her, like she needs to. Thunder crashes outside, closer now. The storm is moving, mirroring the turmoil inside me. I checked my phone again, and there were no messages from Alexander, which could be good or bad. The sound of water running upstairs tells me Sandy is in the shower. I try not to think about it. Eventually, I force myself into the kitchen, letting the routine of movement dull the noise in my head. I'm gathering something to eat when I hear her footsteps on the stairs. She appears in the doorway, hair damp from the shower. She's wearing a loose sweater that falls off one shoulder and leggings that hug her curves. She's washed away her makeup. Without it, she looks younger and more vulnerable. Something protective surges in my chest. "You hungry?" I ask. She hesitates. "Yes. Actually, I am." I motion to the table. "Sit. I'll make something." She watches me cautiously but takes the seat, her eyes never leaving me as I move through the kitchen. I saute onions and garlic, throw a quick risotto together, and warm some bread, simple but hot. The familiar motions help steady my nerves, giving me something to focus on besides how her presence wraps around me like gravity. Halfway through cooking, she speaks. Tell me what happened. I don't turn around. About what? Morozov. Why is he coming after you? After me? I grip the spatula tighter. It's not important. She stands. Her hands go to her hips, voice sharp. If my life is on the line, it's important. Her voice is steady, but I hear the tremor beneath it. The fear she's trying like hell to hide. I don't want to watch her face when she hears the truth, but I know she won't drop it. She's not built like that. So I tell her. I tell her about Morozov's brother, about the night I put a bullet between his eyes on Alexander's orders, about how it was quick, necessary, and how Morozov has been waiting ever since to make me pay. It was years ago, I say, voice low. Morozov and his brother were running a trafficking rink out of Brighton Beach. Young women from Eastern Europe promised jobs and futures. Instead, they got a nightmare. I stir the risotto, focusing on the grains rather than the images in my mind. Alexander found out. The Bratva might be criminals, but we have codes, rules. And what they were doing crossed every line. So, he gave the order. Lightning flashes again, lighting up the kitchen with a strobe of white blue. I tracked Morozov's men to a warehouse by the docks. When I got there, I pause, the images slicing through my mind like razors. There were girls there, locked in cages like animals. Some of them couldn't have been more than 16. Sandy's breath catches, but she doesn't speak. I can feel her staring at me, absorbing every word. I called for backup to get the girls out. We took out the men, but Sergei, Morozov's brother, wasn't there. Alexander gave the order to execute him. He was the spine of their operation. Cut him out, and everything collapses. I turn and place the plate in front of her. Her expression is unreadable. Sandy's gaze locks with mine. Her hands are tight in her lap. So you did what you were told? I shake my head. I did what needed to be done. Those women. I swallow hard. We're being used and discarded. Even in the Bratva, there are lines you don't cross. For a moment, understanding flashes in her eyes. Quiet, but unmistakable. If I had to do it again to stop that, I add, I wouldn't hesitate. She doesn't recoil, doesn't flinch, just nods, her voice soft. Thank you for telling me. The relief that rushes through me is unexpected. She doesn't see a monster. Not yet. And selfish as it is, I'm not ready to give her a reason to. We eat in silence. The food is warm and filling, but neither of us taste it. Too much sits between us, unspoken, but thick in the air. So what happens now? She questions, setting her fork down. We just hide out until Morozov gives up? I laugh once, dry and bitter. Morozov doesn't give up. That's not how this works. Then what's the plan? She leans forward, her eyes burning into mine. Because I'm not spending the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for some Russian psychopath to put a bullet in my head just because I happen to be near you. Her words cut deeper than I expected, but I don't flinch. I deserve that. Alexander is working on it. He has leverage and connections. If anyone can make Morozov back off, it's him. And if he can't? I don't answer. I don't need to. The silence says enough. Sandy pushes her plate away and paces the length of the kitchen. The storm outside is picking up again, the wind howling like a warning. This is insane, she mutters. A week ago, I was just a bartender. Now I'm some backwoods bunker with a hitman hiding from a vengeful Bratva lord. I'm not a hitman, I say, my voice sharp. And I never wanted you involved in this. Then why am I? She snaps, turning on me. Why drag me into your safe house, your war? Because I can't stand the thought of something happening to you. Because Morozov won't stop until he uses you to get to me. Because I've tried to stay away, and I can't. But I don't say any of that. Instead, I step closer, just short of touching her. Because Morozov knows, I say quietly. He knows you're my weakness. Her breath hitches, her eyes widen. The air between us is electric. Come on, I murmur, gesturing toward the living room. Let's get you upstairs. As we move through the house, I keep myself between her and the windows. Every instinct is screaming to protect her. Every nerve is lit up. At the bottom of the stairs, she pauses. Do you really think we're safe here? I meet her eyes. The fear she's trying to hide is still hidden behind the defiance. I won't let anything happen to you, I say. It's not a direct answer, but it's my only promise. She studies me for a beat, then nods. I trust you, she says softly. And just like that, those 3 words feel like a loaded gun in my hands. Dangerous and far too easy to mess up. I watch her climb the stairs. She pauses at the top and looks back. Good night, Dmitri. Good night, Malishka, I reply. When I heard the soft click of the bedroom door locking, I finally let out a breath. I returned to the couch, gun beside me, eyes trained on the darkness outside the windows. The storm outside rages on, but inside, a different kind of tempest is brewing. One I'm not sure we will survive.
10. Sandy. Sleep is impossible. I toss and turn, sheets twisting around me like restraints. The harder I try to calm my thoughts, the louder they get. Dmitri. He carries his past and dark edges like a second skin. And worse is the pull I feel toward him. It makes no sense. I know what men like him are capable of, yet my stomach flips whenever I think about how he looks at me. The way he tells me about Morozov without flinching, without hiding. There's no apology, no excuses. Just the truth. The fireplace downstairs crackles softly, its light slipping under the door, shadows dancing across the wooden floor. I kick off the covers and pace the room, trying to shake him from my thoughts. But it's pointless. His voice, his stare, the guarded tenderness he tries so hard to hide, they're all stuck beneath my skin. My entire life I've been cautious, taking measured steps through a world that showed me its cruelty early. And here I am, caught in the orbit of possibly the most dangerous man I've ever met. A man with blood on his hands who somehow still makes me feel safe. The irony doesn't escape me. I tug at the ends of my hair, staring out the sliver of moon hanging low over the pine trees surrounding the cabin. This place is so remote, so silent compared to the constant hum of the city. Maybe that's part of the problem. Too much quiet leaves too much room for thoughts I can't afford. Get it together, I mutter, pressing my forehead against the cool glass of the window. Finally, I give up. Quietly, I open the door and creep down the stairs, careful not to make a sound. The couch is empty. My chest tightens until I hear the soft clink of glass from the kitchen. Dmitri stands at the counter, shirtless and wearing dark blue sweatpants, nursing a glass of whiskey. The dim light from the stove's hood traces the hard lines of his face and the sculpted muscles of his bare chest, making him look like something carved from stone. A collection of scars marks him as a roadmap of violence survived. A jagged line across his abdomen, a starburst pattern on his back that could only be a bullet wound. Each one tells a story I'm not sure I want to hear. He doesn't seem surprised to see me. His gaze lifts, slow and deliberate. Can't sleep? I shake my head, hugging my arms across my chest. Not with all this silence. I'm used to falling asleep to the sound of sirens. He gestures to the bottle on the counter. Join me? I hesitate, then cross the room. He pours a glass, sliding it toward me without a word. The whiskey burns, but the warmth is welcome. We stand in that quiet space, the heat from the fire behind me and him in front of me. The silence isn't uncomfortable, but it pulses between us.
You shouldn't be afraid to sleep, he says after a moment. You're safe here.
I stare into my glass. It's not the house I'm worried about. The corner of his mouth twitches in the faintest hint of a smile.
Me?
I don't answer, but my silence is answer enough. He leans back against the counter, crossing his muscular arms, and his eyes pin me in place, as if the rest of the world has ceased to exist.
I'm not your enemy, Malishka.
You're hardly a white knight, I murmur. He gives a rough chuckle.
No, I'm not.
I shift, my fingers toying with the rim of the glass. The heat is getting to me. Whether it's from the fire, the whiskey, or the man standing across from me, I don't know. What is that word you keep calling me? I ask, trying to redirect my thoughts. His expression softens almost imperceptibly.
Malishka. It means baby or little one.
I'm not little, I counter.
No,
he agrees, eyes traveling the length of me in a way that makes my skin flush.
you're not.
I take another sip of whiskey, letting it burn away my nervousness. Tell me something true, Dmitri. Something you haven't told anyone else. His eyes narrow slightly, assessing me. I think he might refuse, might retreat behind that wall he keeps so carefully constructed.
Before all of this,
he replies, voice low and deliberate.
I wanted to be a doctor.
That surprises me. I can't hide it from my expression.
Hard to imagine?
No, I say honestly. You have the hands for it. My eyes drop to his fingers wrapped around the glass. They are strong, steady, and capable. Something shifts in his gaze.
Why are you here, Sandy? In this kitchen, in the middle of the night?
The question hits me like a punch to the gut. Why am I here? Because I can't sleep? Because my thoughts are driving me mad? Or because some part of me has been drawn to him from the moment he stormed into my life, even knowing what he is? He pushes off the counter slowly, closing the distance between us. I should move. I should step away. But I don't. The space between us vanishes, and my pulse kicks into overdrive. Why are you here? I whisper, breath catching. His coffee-colored eyes turn stormy in an instant.
To keep you alive.
His hand reaches up, fingers brushing a stray lock of hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear like it's the most natural thing in the world.
And maybe,
he adds, voice rougher, tighter, like he's barely holding himself back.
Because I can't seem to stay away.
The tension snaps tight between us, pulling me closer without moving. I stand there, caught between fear and want, unsure which scares me more. His thumb traces the curve of my lips, lingering until my gaze locks onto his, and then his mouth crashes down on mine, hard and unforgiving. The kiss is ravenous. Our tongues tangle, our heartbeats pound, and his fingers twist in the hair at the nape of my neck. By the time I pull away from him, I'm panting and breathless. I take 2 steps back to put distance between us. Is this happening? Do I want this to happen? I look into his blazing eyes and my pulse surges wildly, completely out of control. I'm not thinking about what happens after. There is no after. There's only now. Only him. Don't stop, I whisper, reaching for him. His control snaps, and he crosses the space between us in one fluid motion.
You have no idea what you do to me.
He growls against my neck, the vibration of his voice sending shivers down my spine. Show me, I challenge, meeting his gaze without flinching. His eyes darken with desire.
Are you sure?
I've never been more certain of anything. Yes, that single word unleashes something primal in him. His hands frame my face as he kisses me deeply, thoroughly, leaving no doubt about his intentions. My fingers trace the hard planes of his chest, memorizing each scar, each ridge of muscle. Without hesitation, I hook my fingers into the hem of my gray t-shirt, pulling it over my head and letting it fall to the floor. My sweatpants follow, pooling at my feet, until I stand before him in nothing but black panties. His gaze drags over me, slow, hungry, and possessive. My breath hitches.
Panties, off,
he orders, low and commanding. For a heartbeat, I freeze, caught between instinct and desire. Then, without breaking eye contact, I slide the panties down my legs, stepping out of them and leaving nothing between us. He grabs me, lifting me off the ground and devouring my mouth like he's been holding back for years. My legs wrap around his waist, and I meet him with equal force, kissing him like nothing else has ever mattered. The cold marble counter bites into my skin as he sets me down, and I gasp into his mouth, overwhelmed. His fingers slide into my hair, pulling gently until I tilt my head. His lips follow, soft and reverent at first, trailing down my throat before pressing to my breast, leaving me trembling. Dmitri spreads my thighs and slides his finger through my slick heat.
Fuck,
he growls against my breast. He slides his hands down my legs, gripping my ankles and hooking them over his shoulders like he owns every inch of me. His gaze lingers between my thighs, slow and unapologetic, before his tongue flicks over my clit with a deliberate, slow glide. Yes, I moan, my back arching with need. He spreads me wider, pushing his tongue in as his grip tightens on my thighs. I curl my fingers in his thick, wavy hair, grinding against his mouth, desperate for more. He pulls back just long enough to press possessive kisses against my pussy before thrusting a thick finger deep inside me. My eyes squeeze shut.
Eyes on me, Kiska,
he growls, licking his lips. His finger thrusts rough and relentless, pulling gasps from me as pressure builds fast. My legs tremble, but he doesn't slow. He pulls his finger free, only to replace it with his mouth, dragging me to the edge with a brutal grip. His tongue drives into me, wicked and commanding. And then, without warning, his finger presses into my ass, stretching me. I cry out as he circles my clit with his tongue and seals his mouth around it, pulling hard, relentlessly. His finger drives into my ass at a pace that makes me tremble. I cry out as the orgasm slams into me, wave after wave crashing through me harder than anything I've ever felt. He rises, kissing me gently up my torso to my mouth. Fuck me, Dmitri, I moan, breathless. I need to feel all of you. Every inch. He scoops me into his arms like I weigh nothing, carrying me up the stairs like he's done it 1,000 times. He lowers me onto the bed slowly and deliberately. My gaze locks on him as he pushes his sweatpants down, revealing every chiseled inch. His cock is long, thick, and hard. More than I ever dreamed. His warm brown eyes are glazed with desire.
Spread your legs,
he orders. Heat floods through me. I feel wild and unhinged, like I'm losing control, and I don't care. I part my legs, needing him more than I need my next breath.
11. Dmitri. Sandy looks like sin incarnate, stretching out on the bed, her pupils blown wide with lust. I slide the head of my cock into her glistening pussy, just enough to tease her. She flexes her hips, trying to pull me in deeper. My name falls from her lips in a soft moan. Dimitri. My control snaps. I thrust into her, hard and fast. She gasps at the sudden fullness, her back arching slightly. Lifting her hips, she wraps her legs tightly around my waist, her eyes fluttering closed. Fuck. I groan. She's perfect. As if her body was made just for me. You're mine. I growl, the words slipping out before I can stop them. I don't give her time to adjust. I fuck her fast and hard, pinching her pebbled pink nipple as she moans from pleasure. Eyes on me, I order, wrapping my hand around her throat as I keep thrusting relentlessly. Her eyes pop open, and I don't release her throat until she locks her gaze on mine. My balls are aching, ready to burst, but I hold back, focusing on her instead. I grip her hips, hammering into her, hypnotized by the way her breasts bounce with every thrust. She starts to whimper, sobbing my name in broken syllables, but I don't stop. I don't go easy. I fuck her like I'm possessed. Her nails sink into my shoulders, and she clings to me as her eyes roll back. She stammers. Sweat drips off my skin onto her as I hold her in place. Oh, my God, I'm coming, she cries out. That's it, Kiska, I growl. Come for me. Come on my cock. Her back arches, lashes fluttering as her pussy convulses around me. She shivers, and I lean down, licking the beads of sweat from her breasts. I don't give her a moment to recover. I pull out and lift her off the bed by the waist. Sitting on the edge, I impale her onto my cock. She gasps, her hands gripping my shoulders as she straddles me. Fisting her hair, I force her to look at me. She shivers as her lips part with a moan. Holding her still, I grind up into her, burying every inch of my cock until my balls are flush against her ass. Sandy whimpers, her hips rocking, chasing the friction she needs. No, I hiss, gripping her waist. You don't come until I tell you to. Please, she begs, her pussy fluttering around me. This pussy is mine, I growl, tightening my grip. Say it. Tell me this pussy belongs to me. Her lips quivers, and it takes everything I have not to crush my mouth on hers. Yes, she breathes, eyes blazing with need. My pussy belongs to you. I snap my hips, fucking her hard and deep until I hit her sweet spot. Her legs begin to shake. I thrust faster. That's it. Come for me, Kiska. Now. I feel my own climax building, but I'm not done with her. When her orgasm hits, her back bows, her thighs clamp around me, and she screams, breaking apart on top of me. I stand abruptly, flipping her onto all fours, leaning over her. I slide my hand around her throat, and my cock crashes into her pussy again. She locks her arms in place and pushes her ass back. My entire length slides inside her, filling her up. She cries out as a strangled moan escapes my lips. I've never had sex this intense before. I'm balls deep, and there's nothing on this green earth that will keep me from fucking the life out of her. The room echoes with our moans and grunts. Releasing her throat, I slap her ass hard, with each thrust until my handprint is tattooed on her cheeks. The moment I feel her pussy constrict around me, I grit my teeth and empty my balls inside her. I fill up her pretty pussy as one word escapes my lips. Mine. When I pull out of her, I watch my cum drip down her thighs. I pull her close, curling my body protectively around hers. Little by little, she relaxes against me, her breathing evening out. I stay like that, holding her until her soft, steady breaths fill the room. But I stay awake, staring at the ceiling, knowing what's coming. Morozov won't stop until he gets his revenge. For now, I allow myself to believe in possibilities. Believe in a future where I'm not defined by the blood on my hands. In a world where a man like me can love a woman like her without it ending in tragedy. I press my lips to her forehead, a silent promise. Sleep well, Malishka, I whisper to her sleeping form. Outside the wind picks up, rustling through the trees. Somewhere in the darkness, Our enemies are drawing closer. But for now, in this bed, in this cabin, with this woman in my arms, I am not Dmitri Popov, feared enforcer of the Popov Bratva. I'm a man holding a woman, pretending tomorrow will never come.
12. Sandy. The faint scent of coffee nudges me awake. It takes me a minute to remember where I am. My body aches in places I didn't know could ache, but it's not unpleasant. It's just a reminder of last night. I stretch slowly, the sheets tangling around my legs. The other side of the bed is empty, but his warm and masculine scent still lingers on the pillow. From downstairs, I hear the faint sounds of movement, a soft rhythm that pulls me fully into the waking world. Dmitri. The memory of last night comes in a rush. His mouth on my skin, his body moving against mine, the way he held me after, like he didn't want to let go. My heart thuds in my chest. It had been raw and overwhelming. Too much. And maybe not enough. I don't know what it means, which terrifies me. I trace my fingers over the tender spot on my neck where his lips had lingered the longest. The sensation is still vivid. His stubble grazed my skin, and his breath hitched when I whispered his name. My body remembers every touch, kiss, and whispered word. I move quietly through the room, pulling on a soft white hoodie as a cool morning air kisses my skin. Each step toward the door feels like walking into something I'm not ready to face. I ease it open and creep down the stairs, the rich scent of coffee growing stronger with every step. The kitchen comes into view, and so does he. Dmitri stands barefoot by the stove, his broad frame relaxed, but his shoulders rigid with tension. He's wearing a black t-shirt and gray joggers hanging low on his hips. The soft, golden light of morning spills across the floor and walls, but it can't touch the storm that clings to him. He moves efficiently, spatula in hand, and his muscled forearm flexes with each motion. A man like him should look out of place in such a domestic setting, but somehow he doesn't. This is another side of him that I imagine few people get to see. He glances over his shoulder. "You're up." His voice is deeper in the morning, rougher around the edges. "I smelled coffee." His eyes travel over me, lingering on my face. Something possessive and hungry flashes in his gaze before he turns back to the stove. "Sleep okay?" he asks, his tone casual, though nothing between us feels casual anymore. "Yes," I reply, shifting my weight from one foot to another. "The bed is comfortable." The corner of his mouth twitches in what looks like the beginning of a smile. He grabs a mug, fills it with coffee, and sets it on the table. "Sit. Eggs will be ready soon." I take the seat slowly, watching him from across the room. Last night's fire still lingers under my skin, and judging by the occasional glance he throws my way, I'm not the only one feeling it. He brings 2 plates overfilled with eggs, bacon, and toast. I blink down at it, my stomach growling. I didn't realize how hungry I was. "Thank you," I murmur, picking up my fork. He nods once, settling into the chair across from me. His movements are controlled and deliberate, as if he's trying hard to appear normal. I wonder if he feels as off balance as I do. We eat in silence for a minute or two. The only sound is a soft clink of cutlery. Then he speaks. "You've told me about how you met Talia, but not much about what came before that. What was it like growing up in the system?" My fork pauses halfway to my mouth. I set it down and wrap my hands around the warm coffee mug. The question is unexpected. It's not what I anticipated him bringing up after what happened between us. I clear my throat and take a long sip of coffee before answering. My parents weren't exactly parent material. They were your typical addicts. But the foster system? It's survival of the fittest. I was in more homes than I care to remember. Some were decent, just people doing their best. Others were nightmares. Places where kids disappeared and nobody asked why. I stare at a non-existent spot on the table, slowly lifting the coffee mug to my lips. The bitter liquid burns down my throat, grounding me in the present. I learned early on how to fight, how to disappear when I needed to, and how to blend in and not be noticed. It was the only way to survive.
You were just a kid,
he murmurs, his voice rough with something dangerously close to compassion. Yeah, I say softly. But no one else seemed to care. By the time I met Talia, I'd stopped believing in people. And then one day she showed up. My mind drifts back to that rainy afternoon when I'd found her huddled in the corner of the group home rec room, clutching a tattered backpack to her chest, eyes wide with fear and defiance. She was so small, but with the same fire I recognized in myself. The older girls were already circling her like sharks. I continue, surprising myself with how easily the words come. They always went after the new ones, took whatever they had worth taking. I stepped in, broke a girl's nose when she tried to hurt Talia. Dmitri doesn't say anything for a moment, just stares into his coffee like he wants to shatter the mug with his bare hands.
I can see why you looked after,
he replies. She was the first constant I'd ever had. I protected her because she reminded me there was something worth protecting. I stare at my fingers wrapped around the mug, distant memories hovering in the back of my mind. Sometimes I wonder if that's all I'm good at, protecting other people. Dmitri slowly places his mug on the table.
And who protected you?
I swallow the lump in my throat. No one. I protected myself. His gaze burns into me.
You're not alone anymore.
The words cut deep. I don't answer.
You deserved better,
he growls softly. Didn't we all? I force a smile, pulling the hoodie's sleeves past my fingertips. After a moment, I shift the conversation. I know your father died in a car accident, but what was your life like before that? Dmitri leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Talking about himself doesn't come naturally. That much was obvious. But the way he looks at me suggests he's willing to try.
We lived outside of Kazan. I was a baby. I don't remember him. Just stories. My mother said he was quiet and hardworking. A good man. She met Atiets not too long after my father died. She needed stability. Atiets gave her that.
He stands and pours each of us another cup of coffee.
They were married by the time I turned 1. Alexander was born a year after that. A few years later, Atiets moved us to America.
But he wasn't exactly Father of the Year material, was he?
No. He was powerful, dangerous and cold. But he loved my mother, at least in his way. And he raised Alexander like a prince. I was tolerated.
My heart aches at that. You were just a kid. He shrugs a gesture that carries decades of carefully managed hurt.
Kids grow up, and in his world, love was earned. I figured out how to make myself useful, how to be loyal and follow orders without question.
And Alexander? A shadow passes over Dimitri's face.
He always looked out for me, when no one else would.
A glimmer of emotion crosses his face. Gratitude, maybe, or pain.
We learned how to survive in that house together. When Atyets died, Alexander took everything, and I never once questioned following him.
And now?
Now I question everything,
he admits. I truly see him then. The man who held me so gently last night, like I might shatter, and kissed me with the desperation of someone famished, now offers me breakfast as if it's normal and we are a couple. But we aren't. Not really. We are fire and scars and a war that hasn't ended yet. Last night, I begin, stumbling over my words, trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. It meant something. I chew on my bottom lip. But I don't know if I'm ready for what that means. His eyes track the movement of my teeth on my lip before rising to meet my gaze again. Something softens in his expression.
You don't have to be.
His voice is calm and steady, but restrained.
I just need you to know I meant it. All of it.
I nod slowly, my heart twisting. The memory of his words whispered against my skin flooded back. Beautiful, dangerous promises I'm not sure he can keep. Morozov's still out there, I whisper, still coming for me. And we both know why.
Because he knows you matter to me.
Dimitri responds without hesitation. That simple truth fractures the walls I built around my heart. I'm not used to mattering, I mutter.
You do.
He leans forward, his eyes locking onto mine.
You do, Malishka, and I swear I'll protect you no matter what it takes.
The Russian endearment sends a shiver through me. I want to believe him, but belief means trust, and trust means vulnerability, which always comes with a price. As I stare into his warm brown eyes, last night's fire still burning low in my veins, I realize the truth I've been trying to avoid. I'm falling for him, and it scares the hell out of me.
13. Dimitri. She sits across from me in the morning light, her hoodie sleeves pulled over her hands, cradling her coffee mug like it's the only thing anchoring her to the moment. Her red hair spills in loose waves over her shoulders, tinged with sunlight as it seeps gently through the cabin windows. Strands of copper shimmer like embers in the sun. Her skin is pale, almost porcelain. Dusted with freckles, a constellation across her cheeks, and the bridge of her nose. Her lips are soft and pink, and her eyes are deep blue like the ocean at night. I watch her, trying not to let my eyes linger too long, but it's impossible. Every feature of her feels branded into me now. Last night hadn't been planned. It wasn't strategy or weakness, it was need. Her need and mine. It had been explosive and consuming. But we are left with something more dangerous than passion in the aftermath. Connection. She hasn't spoke again after I promised to protect her. But the look in her eyes says enough. She doesn't trust it yet. She doesn't trust me. And I don't blame her. Her story haunted me. Foster homes, violence, a childhood stolen by addiction and neglect. I know the shape of those wounds. Mine looked different, but they bled the same. I grew up surrounded by power and ruthlessness, perpetually defending my worth to Atyets, who only saw value in control and obedience. And yet, I'd had more than she did. She had no one except Talia. And now maybe, me, if I don't get her killed first. She stands to rinse her plate, brushing past me with a whispered, "Thanks for breakfast." I almost reach out, almost stop her, but the words I want to say won't come. Instead, I watch her go, every cell in my body aware of how much I want her to stay. When she disappears into the hallway, I drop my head into my hands, tugging the ends of my hair. The strain of everything closes in, solid and unrelenting, like concrete. Morozov, the danger to the family, and the tightening circle of threats. And her. I'd had women before. Lovers, allies, distractions. But Sandy isn't like them. She isn't easy. She isn't soft. She's fire, grit, and willpower forged in survival. She clawed out of the dark and still looked at me like I was worth something. But I'm not. I'm a man shaped by violence. A son of the Bratva, born into blood and legacy. I'd done things, bad things, and somehow she makes me want to believe I'm not just the monster they made me into. She sees parts of me no one else ever had. And that sends a chill straight through me. I stare at my hands calloused and scarred. Hands that had broken bones, pulled triggers, and drove knives into flesh. Hands that had, just hours ago, traced the contours of her body with a gentleness I didn't know I possessed. The contradiction tears at me. I'm two people now. The enforcer my father had molded, and the man Sandy is somehow uncovering beneath the rubble. The coffee is cold in my mug. I drink it anyway, bitter and stale, a fitting punishment for the confusion clouding my judgment. I'm compromised, vulnerable. In our world, vulnerability is weakness, and weakness gets you killed. I glance at my phone. No messages from Alexander. No new intelligence on Morozov's movements. The silence feels like the quiet before an ambush. Outside, a blue jay calls sharply, breaking the stillness. The clock on the wall ticks steadily, measuring time that feels endless and too short. The safe house is secure for now, but I know better than to trust it. In my experience, safety is an illusion, a temporary state that can shatter at any moment. She returns to the room slowly, arms wrapped around herself like armor. I'm going to go for a walk. Just around the perimeter. I stand immediately. I'll go with you. She hesitates, then gives me a tight nod. We step outside into the type of morning that tricks you. It feels cold, but the sun warms your skin just enough to be comforting. The breeze carries the scent of pine and damp earth, and far off, the low hum of bees busy in the brush. The trees stand tall and thick around the cabin, their branches layered with golden and green leaves that flutter softly. A carpet of pine needles, still damp from yesterday's rain, softens our steps as we walk. The woods are alive with a quiet kind of music. Birds call, the rustle of squirrels in the canopy, and the soft whisper of wind moving through the branches. We don't speak at first. Our footsteps are the only sound between us, crunching on the soft pine needles until we cross into the forest path. I watch her from the corner of my eye. She moves with careful grace, her steps measured and quiet. Always aware, always alert. The instinct is someone who has learned early to watch for danger. Her gaze sweeps the tree line regularly, unconsciously, mapping escape routes. I recognize the behavior because it's mine too. We are both survivors, shaped by different crucibles but forged with the same instinct. Stay alive, whatever it takes. The morning sun catches in her hair again, turning it into a living flame. I remember how it had felt tangled in my fingers last night, soft and wild. Sandy finally breaks the silence. Last night, I keep trying to convince myself it was a mistake. My chest tightens. I turn toward her, searching her expression. And? She glances at me, her deep blue eyes unreadable. I can't, because it wasn't. I nod once, slowly. It wasn't a mistake for me either. She looks away, stuffing her hands into her pockets. I don't know what to do with that, she says softly. I know, I murmur. I get it. I want to say more, need to, but my throat feels like it's made of stone. Still, something in me cracks open, if only slightly. Bliat, I grumble. I'd never felt this way, not once. And I don't know what the hell to do with it. She says nothing, but she doesn't turn away either. I'm not good at this, I admit. Letting people in, letting anything in. I'm better at shutting it all out. It's safer that way, for me and the people around me. She finally looks up at me, her bottom lip caught gently between her teeth. So you're saying this, whatever this is, it's too dangerous? No, I say immediately. I'm saying I'm dangerous, and I don't want you getting hurt. I don't add because I'm falling for you. I don't say because I'm already too far gone, but it's there in my voice, and the truth behind the words. She stares at me for a long moment, and then nods, and lets the silence stretch between us again. We walk further into the woods, following a narrow path curved around a small stream. The water trickles over moss-covered rocks, clear and cold, a reminder of how things can be, pure, untouched by the darkness that follows us both. I had a dream last night, she says, suddenly her voice soft. About my mother. I tense slightly, knowing what little she had shared before. The addiction, the abandonment. The police officer who had found an 11-year-old Sandy in a foster home and delivered the news that her mother was found dead in an alley, with a needle still in her arm. Do you want to talk about it? I ask, careful not to push. She shakes her head, then hesitates. It was different this time. Usually I dream about that day. The police coming, telling me she was gone. The social worker with that rehearsed sympathetic face. Her voice hardens, as if I didn't already know she was as good as dead years before they found her body. I remain silent, giving her space to continue if she wants. But last night, she looks up at me, her eyes haunted but somehow clearer. Last night I dreamed she was clean, healthy. That she came back for me. A bitter smile touches her lips. Stupid, right? Even in my dreams, I can't let go of that little girl fantasy. It's not stupid, I state. We all carry the regret of what should have been. She kicks at the pine cone on the path. She chose the high over me. Every single time. Addiction isn't a choice, I say carefully. Maybe not. But getting help is. Sandy's voice is flat. She never even tried. I want to reach for her, to ease the rigid tension in her shoulders, but I know better. Some wounds aren't meant to be touched. The system failed you both, I say simply. She glances at me, an unreadable expression crossing her face. That's a diplomatic way of putting it. I'm not known for diplomacy, I reply, but I know what it's like to be trapped, to see no way out. Is that what this is for you? She asks suddenly. A trap? This life with the Bratva? I consider her question, the truth sitting heavily in my mind. It was all I knew. Until recently. And now? I meet her gaze steadily. Now I'm beginning to see other possibilities. She doesn't ask what has changed. She doesn't need to. She knows. She takes a slow breath, and for a moment, I think she might step closer, might bridge the distance between us. But the moment passes, and we continue walking, side by side, but not touching, both aware of the invisible current running between us. When we circle back to the cabin, her body sags with exhaustion, emotional and mental, all of it weighing her down. I think I'm going to lie down for a bit, she murmurs. Duh. I say gently. You should. She turns to go, then pauses, looking back at me with those ocean-deep eyes. Dimitri, thank you for listening. For not. She struggles for words. For not making me feel broken. Something twists in my chest, painful and sweet. You're not broken, just bent. There's a difference. A ghost of a smile touches her lips before she disappears into the bedroom without saying another word. Once the door clicks shut, I pull on my jacket and step back outside. This time, I walk the perimeter slowly, my eyes sharp. Something in the air feels off, like a warning I can't hear but still feel deep in my bones. Then I see it. A snapped branch. Low to the ground, fresh. Boot prints embedded in the soft soil are wider than mine and heavier. And the ferns nearby are flattened in a way that doesn't look natural. Someone has crouched here, watched and waited. My pulse spikes. Morozov's men. I stare into the trees, my heart thundering. The silence around me is now thick with threat. I crouch low, brushing my fingertips across the disturbed ground, still moist and fresh. I follow the trail with my eyes, noting the broken undergrowth and the subtle signs of passage. Professional, but not perfect. They'd been careful, but they'd been here. And not long ago. My mind races through possibilities, calculations, and exit strategies. Based on the varying depths of the footprints, I know there were at least 2 men, possibly a third. They hadn't approached the cabin directly. They were surveilling and gathering intelligence. That meant they weren't ready to strike yet, but they will soon. I cursed under my breath, the Russian profanity sharp on my tongue. How had they found us? Who had talked? The safe house is known only to Alexander and our most trusted enforcers. A betrayal within the inner circle is almost unthinkable. But what other explanation is there? Back on the porch, I take out my phone and punch in the secure line. It rings twice. Alexander answers. Brat. They've been here, I say, my voice low and steady. Boot prints, broken brush. I'd say no more than 2, maybe 3 men. Recent and close. A heartbeat of silence. Then Alexander speaks calm and controlled. I'll get the second safe house ready. Somewhere farther out. You'll get coordinates soon. Understood. Derzy yeyo rayadam, Dmitri. Keep her close. I look toward the window, where the curtains are drawn tight. I can picture her curled body in bed, face pressed to the pillow, finally resting. She is unaware that her sanctuary has been compromised, and that danger is closing in around us. I will. I vow. My hand tightens around the phone, knuckles white. In the distance, a crow calls harshly. Soon, we will need to run again. Soon, I will need to fight. But for now, she is safe, sleeping behind locked doors, and I will stand guard until the last possible moment, letting her rest in the false peace I had promised her. Because deep down, I know the truth that terrifies me more than Morozov or his men. I will die before I let anyone hurt her. Not because it is my duty, but because somehow, without warning or permission, she has become essential to me, necessary, vital. And in our world, that kind of feeling is the most dangerous weapon of all. 14. Dmitri. The storm outside rages. Rain pelts the cabin windows in steady sheets, and the wind howls through the trees, making the walls creak as if the whole forest is leaning in. Sandy sits on the worn leather couch across from me, her knees tucked beneath her as she flips through a book she isn't reading. Her hair is pulled up in a messy bun, a few rebellious strands curling at her temples. She's wearing the soft white hoodie, now paired with my joggers. The hoodie hangs slightly off her shoulders, and the loose fit of the pants make her look more effortlessly beautiful. I look away before she catches me watching, but she already did. Her eyes lift from the pages, locking with mine. She says nothing, and raises a brow in a silent challenge before returning to her book. My jaw tenses. It's been hours since Morozov's men got too close, too bold, and now we're stuck here, just the 2 of us, inside this cabin tucked deep into the woods, waiting for Alexander's new safe house coordinates. And the worst part? I don't trust myself around her. Not because she's not safe with me. I'll die before I let anyone touch a hair on her head. No, the problem is internal. It's how she walks around like she doesn't realize the effect she has on me. Her laughter, rare as it is these days, ignites a fire deep in me that I can't put out. I can't tear my gaze away when I think she isn't looking. I used to be good at keeping things locked down. Emotion, need, lust. But Sandy, she unravels me with a single glance. And worse, she doesn't even try. The fire crackles low in the hearth. 2 hours ago, the storm had taken out the power, plunging the cabin into restless shadows. I'd lit candles and stirred the embers into a living flame, but it didn't chase away the tension that pulsed between us like a heartbeat. Outside, another crack of thunder shakes the foundation, and Sandy flinches, closing her book. I pretend not to notice how her fingers tremble slightly. She isn't supposed to be part of this. She isn't supposed to be hunted like an animal. She is collateral damage in a war she never asked to join. I stand abruptly, my chair scraping against the wooden floor. Sandy's eyes follow me as I move to the kitchen counter, pouring myself a generous measure of vodka. I don't offer her any. She already had enough wine to make her cheeks flush that delicate shade of pink that makes my throat dry. I down the shot in one harsh swallow and pour another. Sandy walks toward the window, peering out into the dark forest. "You think they're still out there?" she asks quietly. I follow her gaze. All I can see is the reflection of her silhouette against the glass. "Duh," I answer truthfully. But even they'd be fools to try reaching the cabin in this kind of storm. She crosses her arms, rubbing her hands up and down her sleeves. And if they do? I move behind her, close enough to feel the warmth of her body, but careful not to touch. My voice drops low. Then they die. She turns slightly, her eyes searching mine. You say that like it's easy. It is, I reply, my tone hardening. When it comes to protecting you? Yes. Her breath hitches, just enough for me to notice. Is that what I am now? A responsibility? Her voice carries a challenge, but beneath it, I hear the question she is really asking. What am I to you? I don't answer. I can't. Putting words to what thrums between us make it real. And real things can be lost, destroyed. I've seen too many people I care about end up in shallow graves. Sandy isn't going to be one of them. That's not what I said, I mutter, returning to my drink. You didn't have to. She moves away from the window, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor. I've seen how you look at me when you think I don't notice. Like I'm a problem you can't solve. My laugh is bitter. Trust me, I understand the problem perfectly. And what problem is that? She takes a defiant step closer. Lightning flashes, illuminating the stubborn set of her chin. God, she's beautiful when she's angry. Beautiful and dangerous to herself, to me, to everything I'd built. The problem, I say, my voice rougher than it should be, is that you don't belong here, in this life, with me. She looks away first, moving back to the couch and plopping down with an exaggerated casualness. Well, since we're trapped here and can't kill anyone yet, maybe we should play something. You know, to pass the time. I recognize the deflection. She's changing the subject, pulling back from the edge we've been dancing along. Part of me is relieved. The other part wants to push her, to see how far we can fall together. I give her a skeptical glance. Like what? She leans over and pulls a battered checkerboard from the lower shelf of the coffee table. You any good at losing gracefully? I snort quietly, settling opposite her as she sets up the game. You assume I'll lose. Sandy smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. You look like the type who takes his wins seriously. I look like a lot of things, I mutter. She doesn't ask what I mean. Maybe she already knows. The wooden checkers clack softly against the board as she arranges them neatly. Her fingers move with delicate efficiency. I can't stop thinking about how they clung to my shoulders last night, desperate, trembling, pulling me closer. Hands like that have no business touching someone like me, soaked in violence and regret. We play silently at first. I keep my eyes on the board, trying like hell to pretend I don't want to taste her soft lips, don't want to pull her into my lap and bury my hands in her hair. She catches me watching her again when she reaches for her wine. You stare a lot, she says without looking at me. Do I? Yes, she replies matter-of-factly. I shrug. Maybe you're just always in my line of sight. Her expression lifts with amusement, a smirk tugging at her lips. You could sit somewhere else. I lean forward, my elbows resting on my knees. But then I'd miss the view. Sandy blinks, and for a second I see it. That flicker of heat. The desire she tries so hard to hide. But it disappears as quickly as it comes. She moves her piece and takes mine. King me. Bliat, I mutter. You're more dangerous than half the men I've interrogated. She sips her wine, and the glass presses delicately to her lips. That's because I don't need to use fists to get what I want. I watch her throat work as she swallows. My blood roars in my ears. She's too close. The cabin is too quiet. The storm outside rages, but inside, the tension is worse. I need space. Instead, I reach for the bottle and refill our glasses, taking a long sip to cool the fire licking at my insides. I stand, pacing toward the window, needing distance. Behind me, the checkerboard clatters as Sandy suddenly, frustratedly, sweeps the pieces off. I turn to find her standing, arms crossed, eyes blazing. I'm tired of this, she says, her voice low but steady. Tired of pretending I don't notice how you look at me when you think I'm not paying attention. Like we're just two strangers thrown together by circumstance. She takes a step forward, and I fight the urge to retreat. You've been protecting me since the day I met you, she continues. But you won't talk to me, won't let me understand what's happening. Understanding won't make it safer, I snap. It'll only make it harder when it ends. When what ends? This, I gesture between us, when you're safe and far away from me. I don't know what you want from me, she whispers. Nothing. I lie. Everything. The firelight dances along the curve of her jaw. I don't know what I want either. I cross the room slowly until I stand in front of her. You look at me like you're afraid of me one second, and then like you need me the next. She doesn't move away when I brush a loose strand of hair from her face, doesn't stop me when I cup her jaw with both hands. I can't be what you need, I murmur. Her gaze lingers on mine, guarded but unwavering. Then why does it feel like you already are, even if I don't want you to be? And just like that, I snap. My mouth crashes into hers, all the restraint I've been clinging to unraveling in an instant. She tastes like wine and fire. Like danger I saw coming and walked straight into without flinching. She doesn't resist, not at first. Her hands grip my shirt, pulling me closer, and a low sound escapes her throat, half growl, half plea. I press her back against the cabin wall, my body caging hers, and for a moment, I let myself pretend she is mine, that the world outside doesn't exist, that we aren't caught in the middle of a war. My hands slide down her waist, fingers digging into the soft fabric of her sweatpants that hang low on her hips. She gasps against my mouth, and I swallow the sound, deepening the kiss until we are both breathless, until I can feel her heart pounding in time with mine. Dimitri, she breathes, and my name on her lips is both salvation and damnation. I trail kisses down the column of her throat and feel her pulse racing under my lips. Her head falls back, giving me better access, and her fingers thread through my hair, holding me against her as if she's afraid I'll pull away. She doesn't know that nothing short of death can tear me away from her in this moment. But then she pushes me away. She is breathless and shaken. She starts, but her voice breaks. I step back, my chest rising and falling like I just ran a marathon. I'm sorry. No, don't, she swallows. Don't apologize. I wanted it too. I wait, but wanting you. She shakes her head. It scares me. Being in your world scares me. I look at her, really look at her. Not the armor, not the sass or the sarcasm she wields like a shield, but the woman beneath it, vulnerable and brave. Sandy. I reach for her, but she steps back, shaking her head. I need time, she whispers. I need to think. She turns away without a word, disappearing up the stairs and into the bedroom, the door clicking shut behind her. I don't stop her, don't say a damn thing. But as I stand there, staring at the empty space she leaves behind, one thought keeps echoing. She doesn't belong in my world. I don't want her in it either. It's too dangerous, too dark. And no matter how much I want her, dragging her into this life will destroy her. I pour another vodka, letting the burn chase away her taste. By morning, I will have my walls firmly back in place. I'll be her protector again, nothing more. It is the only way she'll survive. At least, that's what I want to believe. 15. Dimitri. The storm had passed. The rain and wind are nothing more than a memory now. The faint scent of the cool night air filters through the cracks in the old cabin. I stand in the living room, leaning against the wooden window frame, my eyes straining to pierce the darkness beyond. I can't see much, but the moonlight slips through the branches, creeping between the trees like something waiting to strike. Then I see it, movement just beyond the tree line. A shadow, quick, subtle, followed by another. My jaw tightens as my fingers move silently to the light switch. The entire cabin goes dark except for a single lamp in the corner of the room. Enough light to lure them in, not enough to see me. I feel the familiar cold settle over me, that calculating detachment that has kept me alive all these years. Time seems to slow as my senses heighten. The slight creak of footsteps on the porch, the whisper of movement outside the windows, the metallic click of a weapon being readied. I move like a ghost, melting into the darkness. My steps carry me into the kitchen, where the back door looms like a mouth poised to open. I twist the silencer onto my gun, sliding it into the waistband of my joggers. Then I draw a knife from the block, its blade catching a glint of moonlight, and I wait. My thoughts drift to Sandy, asleep upstairs. A year ago, she'd meant nothing to me. Just Dahlia's sister pulled into my world after her brother Mikhail's murder. Now, she is everything. The reason my heart beats, the reason I'm prepared to kill tonight. The first enforcer comes in slowly, easing the door open. He's dressed in all black, from boots to gloves. His steps are practiced. He's quiet. He thinks he's the predator. I'm already behind him. I wrap my arm around his throat, dragging him backward into the darkness before he has time to breathe. The blade in my other hand slides clean across his neck. He gurgles once, then nothing, dead before he hits the floor. I catch his body and ease it down. No noise, no struggle. His blood pools beneath him, thick and dark, against the wooden floorboards. And then I hear the second enforcer. The front door creaks open. I turn, slipping through the hallway like a shadow. My breathing is steady and controlled. I've been trained since I was a teenager to kill without hesitation, to protect what is mine, and now, Sandy is mine to protect. He is halfway up the stairs when he realizes I'm behind him. He turns and our eyes meet. His are wide with surprise, mine are cold as ice. He raises his gun, but it's too late. I tackle him, unwilling to risk a shot that might draw Sandy from the bedroom, or worse, put her in the line of fire. The weapon skids down the stairs as we crash into the walls. Fists fly, the thudding sound of bone against bone echoing in the narrow hallway. He is strong and trained, but I am faster, meaner. He reaches for a second weapon. I grab his wrist, twist it, and slam it against the railing. He doesn't drop the gun. I drive my fist into his face. Once, twice, bones crack, blood sprays. He kicks out, catching my ribs, but they don't stop. I grab his gun, turn it toward him, and pull the trigger. His skull snaps back and blood splatters the wall. He drops, dead weight, on the bottom stair. I step over him and take a breath. My ribs throw where he landed his kick, but adrenaline dulled the pain. Then I run. Sandy. I bound up the stairs 2 at a time, every sense on fire. The bedroom door is cracked open. I push it wide. Sandy, I call out, low. The room is empty, and the sheets are a tangled mess. The air still carries her scent of vanilla and warmth, but she is gone. My heart kicks harder. I pull the gun from my waistband. I turn toward the bathroom, just as something moves. The closet door swings open. There is a blur of motion, and I barely dodge the lamp as it crashes down, missing my head by inches. The glass shatters across the floor. Bliat! I curse in Russian. Sandy freezes, eyes wide, chest heaving. Her hair is wild. Her eyes are full of panic and fury. She stands in pajama bottoms and a thin tank top, her bare feet on scattered tiny pieces of glass. I can see her chest rise and fall rapidly in the pale moonlight, sweat beading her hairline. "Oh my God," she gasps. "I thought you were one of them." I step closer, carefully avoiding the glass, grabbing her by the shoulders. "Are you okay?" She nods, still catching her breath. "I heard a commotion downstairs. I didn't know if it was you. I was about to call out, but then I heard grunts and fighting, and I hid. Get dressed," I interrupt, scanning her for injuries. "We have to move." She blinks in confusion. "What happened?" "Morozov's men. They're dead, but more could be coming." I release her shoulders, moving to the window to check the perimeter. No movement outside yet, but that doesn't mean we were safe. She stares at me. "You killed them?" "Yes," I growl. "We don't have time." Sandy doesn't ask another question. She slips into her jeans, tugs on a sweater, and stuffs her things into her duffel bag. Her movements are quick and methodical. As we descend the stairs, I see her pause at the landing. Her eyes lock onto the body, the one slumped on the bottom stair, blood streaked across the wood. She gasps, her hands gripping the railing tighter. She doesn't speak, but her lips part slightly, her skin pale under the soft lamplight. "Malishka," I say quietly, watching her. She looks at me, swallowing hard. I've never seen." "You're safe." I made sure of that. I move to her side, my hand hovering near the small of her back. I don't touch her. I'm not sure she'll welcome it after what she saw me do. She nods slowly as if she's grounding herself in the words. One foot moves forward, then the other. When she reaches the bottom, she exhales a shaky breath and straightens. There's a fear in her eyes, but there's also strength. She steps over the body and turns toward me suddenly, pressing a hand to my chest. "Are you hurt?" "No, just a bruise or two. Her eyes search mine, scanning my face and arms as if needing proof. She touches the side of my jaw where blood is splattered. That's not yours? No. I gently touch her cheek, letting my thumb brush across her skin. She leans into it slightly. She closes her eyes for a moment, and when she opens them again, she's focused. Let's get out of here, she insists. I pull out my phone and call Alexander. He answers quickly. Talk to me, he says. I hear noise in the background, voices and movement. Whatever is happening tonight isn't isolated to our cabin. They found us. 2 of Morozov's men just broke in. I killed them both. You okay? He growls. I'm fine. Sandy's fine. There's a pause. Then his voice drops. The safe house we were prepping has been compromised. We think Morozov's been using intermediaries, enemies from other syndicates, manipulating them to come after us and our assets. I move to the window, checking the tree line again, still clear. He's playing chess while we're throwing punches. I hear the exhaustion in his voice, the burden of being pecan. I look out to the window and my jaw clenches. Where do we go? North. I'll send you coordinates in 5. It's deep in the mountains, secluded. Good. I exhale. Stay safe. Alexander ends the call. Sandy slings her bag over her shoulder and looks at me. I notice she slipped a small knife into her boot. I'm ready, she states. I nod, grab my duffel bags, and spare one last glance at the bodies. Burning it all down crosses my mind, but time isn't on our side. We step into the cool night air. The forest surrounding the cabin is quiet. No cicadas, no nightbirds. Nature sensed death and kept its distance. I scan the trees again before leading Sandy to the jeep parked 50 yards away. I open the passenger door, and she slides in, clutching her arms around herself before leaning back against the headrest. I circle around, gun still in hand, before sliding into the driver's seat. The engine roars to life. I back out quickly, gravel crunching under the tires. Somewhere behind us, the cabin stands silently, 2 bodies cooling on its floors. As I drive, the road snakes through the hills, headlights cutting through mist and shadow. Sandy sits quietly, staring out the window, but I can feel her gaze on me every few minutes. She finally speaks. You've killed someone before? She mutters. Too many times. I keep my eyes on the road, but my fingers tighten on the steering wheel. She turns towards me. Does it ever get easier? I think about that. Think about the first time. He was a rival enforcer when I was 17. How I'd vomited afterward. How Alexander had held my shoulder and told me it was necessary. I think about all the times since. Each face is still clear in my memory. No, but you learn how to bear it. I answer. Her hands find mine across the console. Thank you, Dmitri, for saving me. Her eyes are soft and full of things unsaid. I'll always come for you, Malishka. Always. She holds my gaze, her fingers lacing with mine. I'm scared, but I feel safe with you. That's strange, isn't it? With everything that's happening, all this blood and danger, I feel safer now than I ever did before. The GPS chimes. I receive coordinates and punch them in. It's another 2 hours on these mountain roads. We're not out of this yet, I mutter. The woods around us seem to press closer, shadows moving in the periphery of the headlights. Sandy leans back in her seat, but her fingers never leave mine. I know, but I trust you, she sighs. And that matters more than I can ever say. It's a gift I never expected to receive, especially not from a woman like her, innocent and untouched by the darkness that defines my existence. I squeeze her hand gently as we drive deeper into the night, leaving death behind us, for now.
16. Sandy. The mountain road stretches endlessly ahead, winding through thick forests enveloped in the early morning mist. A pale blue hue spills through the trees, lighting patches of dew and setting the branches aglow with a delicate silver sheen. I pull my legs onto the seat and wrap my arms around them, watching the dense pine trees blur past my window. I should be exhausted, but adrenaline still hums beneath my skin, as persistent and irritating as a mosquito that refuses to be swatted. I should be terrified, too. After all, only a handful of hours ago, 2 men tried to kill me. Men who probably knew my name, knew where I'd been hiding, who I was hiding with. But instead of fear, I feel something far more dangerous. Comfort. I glance sideways at Dmitri. One hand rests casually on the wheel, the other drapes across the gear shift, but nothing is relaxed about him. Not in the way his jaw clenches every time we turn a corner, not in the flick of his eyes to the rear-view mirror. He is on edge, yet he makes me feel like I can breathe easily. How stupid is that? I know better than to fall for the bodyguard trope, the brooding protector with a haunted past, the emotionally tattered man who wields a gun like an extension of himself and has a body built to make anyone forget common sense. I've seen this movie 100 times. And yet here I am, curled up in his car, watching him drive me deeper into the mountains like my own dark guardian, steering me towards safety on roads only he can navigate. "We're close," he says, breaking the silence that has stretched between us for at least an hour. His voice is rough with fatigue, his Russian accent thicker now than it has been when this nightmare began 3 days ago. 3 days that feels like 3 lifetimes. "Do you know this place?" I ask. "Never been." He shrugs, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "But if we're lucky, it's stocked with enough vodka to survive the apocalypse." I can't help but smile at that, even as my gaze lingers on the purple bruise blooming across Dmitri's cheekbone. A vivid reminder of the Bratva war I've been dragged into. The sight makes my stomach clench. "You're thinking too loud," Dmitri murmurs, his eyes never leaving the road. I wonder how he does that. He reads my mind without looking at me. It's unsettling and comforting all at once, like so many things about him. "Hard not to think about men trying to kill me," I reply, aiming for nonchalant, but hitting somewhere closer to brittle. He nods once, acknowledging the truth of it. "Morozov's men are persistent but predictable. This place is off their radar. We'll be safe here until Alexander finds Morozov." When we finally round the last bend, I lean forward, eager to glimpse our sanctuary. The second cabin isn't what I expected. Smaller and simpler, but more charming. Like something out of an old storybook, tucked between the trees, with a narrow wooden porch wrapped in the quiet hush of early spring, where the last traces of frost clinging to the railing and new green buds peek through the forest floor. Dmitri shuts off the engine and is out of the car before I can speak. He scans the tree line first, then steps onto the porch with the fluid ease of a man who knows how to move through danger like it is stitched into his DNA. I stay in the car, watching him check the windows, inspect the door, and peer around corners. Every motion was precise, carried out with the intention that only comes from hard-earned experience. His vigilance should frighten me as a reminder of our danger, but instead, I find myself mesmerized by him. Finally, he looks back at me and gives a nod. "All clear." I stretch my aching legs and rub my arms against the chill. The mountain air is colder here, crisp and biting against my cheeks. My breath forms little clouds before me, disappearing as quickly as they come. I didn't pack for this kind of cold. I didn't pack at all, really. All I have is a small duffel bag with a framed photo of Tali and me and the few clothes I managed to stuff in before we fled. It's not exactly wilderness retreat attire. Dmitri holds the cabin door open, and I walk inside, my shoulder brushing against his chest as I pass. Even that fleeting contact sends an electric current through me that I try desperately to ignore. Warmth embraces me like a wool blanket. It smells like cedarwood, pine needles, and something vaguely sweet. Cinnamon, maybe. The interior is rustic but inviting. Wood-paneled walls give the cabin a rustic charm, while a compact kitchen sits neatly to the side, copper pots hanging above the stove like a well-used display. A round table with 2 mismatched chairs in the corner adds a touch of lived-in warmth, and the modest living area features a faded couch facing a fireplace nestled into a rugged stone wall. Not bad, I note, stepping into the space and turning slowly in a circle. Cozy. He follows me inside, closing the door behind us, and walks straight to the fireplace, where a neatly stacked pile of wood sits beside a note. He picks it up and reads it aloud. Cabin has been prepped. The fridge is stocked for a week. If you need anything, call the number and ask for David. Alexander really knows how to roll out the red carpet, I chuckle. However, the idea that someone has been here, preparing for our arrival, sends an uncomfortable prickle down my spine. Dmitri huffs a quiet laugh, and my eyes are drawn to him. The cool mountain air has tousled his wavy blonde hair, a few damp strands curling slightly at the edges from the lingering morning mist. His dark sweater clings to him in all the right places, and the quiet way he moves, the tension coiled in his shoulders, it's like he carries the weight of the world and has no intention of letting it fall. When he turns, I quickly avert my gaze, not wanting him to catch me staring. But when I look back, there is something in his eyes, a knowing that makes heat crawl up my neck. I'm going to check the perimeter, he says abruptly, moving toward the back door. The moment it closes behind him, I exhale, unaware I was holding my breath. Being alone with him in this small space is more intimate than I anticipated. I took a moment to explore the cabin. A narrow hallway leads to a small bathroom with a clawfoot tub that looks ancient but is well maintained. Besides it is a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed covered in a patchwork quilt. My heart skips at the sight of it. 1 bed, 2 of us. I push the thought aside and continue exploring. At the back of the cabin is a small study with dusty bookshelves lining the walls. I trail my fingers along the spines. Russian classics, hunting manuals, and wilderness survival guides. The perfect hideaway library. I snag Dimitri's phone from the counter when I return to the main room. He left it behind by accident or as a sign of trust. Either way, I'm not going to waste the opportunity. The moment I hear Talia's voice, everything in me unclenches. Sis? She says, breathless. Oh my God, are you okay? Where are you? I'm safe, I promise, sinking onto the couch and trying to keep my voice steady. We're at the second cabin, somewhere deep in the mountains. It's peaceful, actually. Is Dmitri there now? Her voice holds a note of concern that surprises me. He's outside, making sure no one is lurking in the trees. I let out a quiet laugh. The man saved my life. I expected a joke or a comment about how overprotective he is. Talia goes quiet, the line filled only with the faint sound of her breathing. You trust him, she says softly, not a question. I let out a slow breath, sinking onto the arm of the couch. Do I trust him? I barely know him. I shouldn't, I admit. But I do. And not just with my safety, with all of it. Then trust that instinct. Alexander wouldn't have sent him if he didn't believe in him. He's a good man, sis. I believe in him too. Do you know how long I'm going to have to be here? With him? I try to make the question casual, but I can hear my voice's underlying need. Alexander's working fast. Once Morozov's location is confirmed, it won't be long. A few days, hopefully. I swallow hard. Okay, Hang in there, okay? And be careful, not only with your safety, but with your heart, too. The warning in her voice is gentle but unmistakable. I promise her I will, but we both know I'm lying. After I hang up, I stare at the phone in my hands. I'm already in trouble, falling into something I can't control. And I'm not sure I want to stop it. When Dmitri returns, brushing leaves from his sweater, I look up and blurt, "You hungry?" He raises a brow. "Always." "Then sit. I'm making breakfast." His eyes sparkle with amusement. "You cook?" "Hey, I'm not completely helpless," I huff, pushing past him toward the kitchen. "I'll have you know I make excellent pancakes." "Is that so?" He leans against the doorframe, watching me like I'm a puzzle he doesn't quite know how to solve. "Also, excellent coffee and passable eggs. The full breakfast experience," I remark, pulling open utensil drawers. His lips quirk in what seems to be a genuine smile. It transforms his face, softening the hard edges and making him look younger, almost boyish. "I'll believe it when I see it." I set to work, determined to prove myself. But the unfamiliar kitchen and the intensity of his gaze make me clumsy. 10 minutes later, I burn the eggs and spill the coffee. Dmitri plucks the spatula from my hand, stifling a laugh. "I see your talents lie elsewhere," he teases, his voice warm in a way I hadn't heard before. "Shut up," I pout, folding my arms. He takes over, cooking eggs with herbs and butter, and the result is far better than it has any right to be. I watch him move around the kitchen with unexpected grace, adding touches of seasoning I wouldn't have thought of. For a moment, it is possible to forget why we are here. To pretend this is just a mountain getaway with a handsome man who happens to cook breakfast for me. But then he pauses to look out the window, scanning the tree line, and reality crashes back in. We eat side by side at the little table as if we'd done it 100 times before. It feels natural. Too natural. That is the problem. The warmth, the quiet, the way his presence settles next to mine like it belongs there. It all feels like something I can get used to, and that scares the hell out of me. I'm not built for comfort like this. I've spent so long relying on only myself that the ease makes me want to pull away, though part of me aches to stay. Later, I read near the fireplace while Dmitri cleans his gun. The scent of oil and metal mingles with wood smoke, and the soft click of his movements is oddly soothing. We don't speak much, but I feel every second like its own kind of conversation. The rhythm of his hands as they work, the rise and fall of his chest as he breathes, the occasional glance he'll send my way when he thinks I'm not looking. It all speaks volumes in a language I'm just beginning to understand. At one point, I catch him watching me. "What?" I ask. "You're different than I expected." I dog-ear the page I'm reading and set the book aside. "Better or worse?" "More dangerous," he states matter-of-factly. I blink in surprise. "Me?" He nods. "You're smart and observant. You see people." "Most people don't consider that dangerous." "They should," he says, sucking on his front teeth. "Seeing people, really seeing them, means you see their weaknesses, their fears, the things they hide." "And what do I see in you?" I ask, my heart hammering in my chest. His eyes hold mine, intense and unyielding. "Everything I've tried to forget." I don't know what to say to that. I don't know how to navigate the current, which seems to be pulling us inevitably closer. As night falls, the fire glows brighter. Dmitri tosses another log into the hearth and sits on the floor, one knee bent, forearm resting casually across it. The light flickers over his face, softening the harsh lines and highlighting the scar that curves beneath his jawline. I find myself wondering how he got it, wondering about all the stories written on his skin and scars.
"You keep looking at me like you want to say something," he murmurs.
I hesitate, then decide the truth is all I have to offer. "You scare me, in a way I can't explain," I whispered.
"Good,"
he says quietly.
"I scare myself sometimes too."
I stand slowly, my hands shaking just a little, and cross to where he sits. The fire crackles, but the heat in the room has very little to do with it. "I don't know what this is," I breathe.
"It doesn't have to be anything."
His voice is a low rumble that I feel in my chest. "But it already is." I cup his face, my fingers brushing the stubble along his jaw, and kiss him deeply. His hands hover at my waist, but don't pull me closer like he knows I need to be in control. The kiss is everything I need and nothing like I expected. It is soft yet demanding, hesitant yet confident. I can taste the faint bitterness of vodka on his lips and feel the restraint in how he touches me. When I pull away, my heart races and my breath comes in short, sharp gasps. Dimitri's eyes are darker than I've ever seen, pupils blown wide with need. "I'm tired," I murmur, the words an excuse more than anything. "I'm going to bed." He nods once, understanding what I wasn't saying. That I need space, to breathe, to process the storm of emotions raging inside me. Because staying means falling, and falling for him is dangerous. But I don't know how to stop. Walking toward the bedroom, I can feel his eyes on me, steady, waiting. And I know, with a certainty that terrifies me, that whatever happens in this cabin will change everything. For better or worse, I'm already caught in his orbit, spinning toward an inevitable collision. And God help me, I want it. I want him, even knowing it can destroy us both.
17. Dmitri. The dream has its claws in me before I even realize I'm dreaming. Shendy is screaming. Her voice slices through the darkness, raw with terror. I'm running, and branches claw at my arms, the ground slick with mud and blood. The forest is endless. The trees bend inward, suffocating me with shadows. My heart pounds like a war drum, and every step feels like I'm sinking deeper into a nightmare I can't escape. I see her for a split second. Hands bound, knees scraped, blood smeared down her temple. She is struggling, calling my name. "Dmitri!" And then, he was there. Morozov. Cold eyes, calm smile, a knife in his hand. He drags her back into the darkness, and I chase them. But no matter how fast I run, they are always out of reach. I scream her name until my throat tears. She looks back one last time. "You said you'd protect me." Then, the force swallows her whole. Morozov turns, blood dripping from his fingers, and holds out her necklace, a delicate silver chain with a tiny star pendant. It gleams red and wet in the moonlight. "You always fail the ones who matter," he sneers. "It's who you are." The accusation hits like a bullet to the chest. Images flash before me. My brother Mikhail's lifeless body. His children's tears at the funeral. Alexander's anger as they lowered the casket. Always too late. Always one step behind the danger. I lunge at Morozov, knife in hand, fury in every swing. But the blade passes through him like smoke. He laughs, the sound cold and final, echoing through the endless trees. "Too late. You always are. His voice echoes, "Death follows you like a shadow." I jolt upright on the couch, heart racing, shirt damp with sweat. My breath comes hard, too loud in the stillness of the cabin. The fire in the stone hearth has gone out, leaving only embers that glow faintly red. Outside, the wind howls through the pines, a sound too similar to the screams in my nightmare. I sit in the dark, trying to slow my breathing, but the dream clings to me like a second skin. The image of Sandy's terrified eyes, her voice breaking, it is carved into me now. My hands won't stop shaking, and the taste of copper fills my mouth where I'd bitten my cheek. I stand and move into the kitchen, grounding myself in the motion. Fill the kettle, light the stove. Don't think, don't feel. This is the old routine I learned in the trenches of the Bratva, where showing weakness meant becoming prey. My father's voice echoes in my head. An Avilov shows no fear. We are the ones others fear. But even the click of the lighter and the hiss of the flame can't drown out the echo of Sandy's screams. I press my palms against the counter, head bowed, forcing air into lungs that feel too tight. The second safe house is more remote than the first. A weathered cabin between mountains, surrounded by dense forest and frost-covered trails. It is smaller and older, with creaking floorboards that announce every movement. There is one bedroom, one couch, and no escape from each other. The isolation that makes it secure also makes it a trap of a different kind. And that is the problem. She is close, too close. I can hear her soft breathing from the bedroom and catch the scent of her skin, vanilla and something uniquely her, lingering in the air. And every instinct I have is screaming at me to push her away before she ends up bleeding in my arms. I've seen what happens to the people who get close to me. The trail of graves that follows me isn't just business. It's personal. Every person I ever cared about has paid the price. I pour coffee with unsteady hands, forcing my mind to latch on to anything else. The fog curling through the trees, the frost webbing the windows, the distant hush of the forest. Anything but her. Anything but the growing ache in my chest whenever she looks at me with those soft, trusting eyes. I hear the floorboards creaking behind me a few minutes later. She's awake. I knew she would be. She sleeps lightly, as I do these days, jumping at shadows, eyes scanning every room before entering. Being on the run would do that to anyone. "You okay?" Her voice is soft, still rasped with sleep, but with an edge of concern that cuts through me. I don't look back. I can't. Not when the nightmare's still so vivid. Not when I could still hear her screams echoing in my head. "Didn't mean to wake you." "You didn't," she murmurs, padding into the kitchen barefoot. She wraps the flannel blanket tighter around her frame, the thick wool swallowing her slender figure. Her hair is tousled, falling in soft waves around her face, and the shadows under her eyes match my own. I didn't sleep well. I hand her the second mug I poured, the routine we've fallen into without discussion. Me either. She takes it, our fingers brushing, and the contact sends a bolt of heat straight through me. I pull back as if burned, but she doesn't notice. She lifts the mug to her lips and inhales the steam with a small sigh. "It's this place," she says after a long sip. "Too quiet." I grunt in agreement and step past her to check my phone, pretending to focus on the messages. There is no movement on Morozov's end, and there are no sightings near our previous location. The trail has gone cold, which would be reassuring, but only sets me on edge. Morozov isn't the type to give up easily. But my eyes keep drifting back to her, leaning against the counter, face soft with sleep, lips parted slightly from the warmth of the mug. The blanket slipped, revealing the curve of her shoulder and the delicate line of her collarbone. She's wearing a faded rock band t-shirt, the fabric swimming on her small frame. Something primal twists in my gut at the sight. I remember how those lips tasted. Soft, hesitant at first, then hungry. I remember the way she arched into me, her hands finding their way under my shirt, tracing the scars that marked my skin. I remember the sound she made when I pulled away, a small disappointed sigh that nearly broke my resolve, and it takes everything in me to look away. "Dmitri?" I turn. She isn't looking at me. Her eyes are fixed on the steam rising from her mug, her expression distant, lost in memories I can't touch. "Do you ever feel like the past just claws at you? Like it won't let you breathe?" "Duh," I reply. "All the time." My parents were both addicts. I used to wonder if they even remembered me, or if the drugs had wiped me clean from their minds. I grip the edge of the counter, hard enough to feel the wood bite into my palms. I know what it is to be forgotten, to be secondary to an addiction. My father's love affair with Bauer left similar scars, invisible but deep. She swallows, the sound audible in the quiet kitchen. When I turned 18, I tried to find my dad. Not because I wanted a relationship. I just needed to know. Closure, maybe? Turns out he died when I was 14. Liver failure. He'd been released from prison 2 years before. She looks at me then, eyes unreadable, a combination of defiance and vulnerability that hits me square in the chest. Guess I don't come from the best stock. I step closer before I can stop myself. Don't say that. Why not? It's true. Her laugh is brittle and defensive. Because you're not your parent, Malishka. You survive them. That takes strength that most people don't understand. She looks away, blinking fast, and I know she's fighting back tears. My hands itch to reach for her, to pull her against me and shield her from the memories that haunt her. I clench my fist, holding myself together by sheer force of will, but inside, I'm coming apart. All I want is to pull her into my arms and swear she'll never have to feel that kind of pain again, to give her the safety I never believed in for myself. But she doesn't need someone like me. She needs someone steady, someone who doesn't wake up from dreams of her being taken, ready to burn the world down to get her back. Someone whose enemies aren't hunting them. We should patrol the perimeter again today, I say gruffly, putting distance between us. Okay. She nods slowly. The moment stretches, full of everything we aren't saying. The air between us is charged electric, with possibility and danger in equal measure. Dmitri, about last night. Her voice breaks on the last word, and it shatters me more than anything else has. Before I can stop myself, I close the space between us, my hand rising to cradle her cheek, my thumb tracing the delicate line of her jaw. She leans into the touch, unthinking and instinctive, and her eyes flutter closed. We stay like that, suspended in the moment, the quiet heat between us undeniable. Her pulse flutters under my palm, and my heart matches its rhythm. I can kiss her. I want to. It would be so easy to lower my head those few inches, to taste her again, to lose myself in her warmth and forget, for a little while, about Morozov and the Bratva and the price on both of our heads. But easy doesn't mean right, and I know where this road leads. Attachment means vulnerability. Vulnerability means leverage, and Morozov will use any leverage he can find. So I step back again and let the cold seep in, because that's what's best for her, even if it feels like carving out my own heart. Get dressed, I say, turning toward the window, where the first pale light of dawn is breaking over the mountains. I want to check the north side when the sun rises. I don't look back. If I do, I won't be able to let her leave. And if I don't leave, I won't be able to stop myself from pulling her into my arms and never letting go. We leave the cabin as the morning stretches across the mountains. The air is crisp, nipping at our exposed skin, but the promise of spring lingers in the soil. A light breeze stirs the fresh green leaves above, and pale purple wildflowers dot the trail along the ridge. The snow is mostly melted at this elevation, leaving only patches in the shadowed places beneath the densest trees. Water drips steadily in the distance, runoff from the thaw winding into a stream that slices through the trees like a silver ribbon. It's peaceful, although my nerves are still raw from the nightmare. Over there, I say, pointing toward the slope near the tree line, where the brush grew thick. Animal tricks, probably deer. Could be a blind spot if someone gets creative. Sandy stays close, her boots crunching over fallen branches. She's been quiet since we left the cabin, lost in her thoughts. Occasionally, I catch her watching me, her expression guarded, as if trying to solve a puzzle. Birds chirp overhead, a cheerful counterpoint to our tension. The air smells like moss and new growth, the earth coming alive after winter's long sleep. In another life, it might have been a pleasant morning hike. We had just rounded the bend near the stream's edge when the underbrush rustled hard behind us. At first, I think maybe it's a fox or a buck that has stumbled close, but then comes the guttural huff, low, deep, and territorial. My body tensed, instincts sharpening to a knife's edge. Stop, I say sharply, extending an arm in front of her to hold her back. A young black bear emerges from the trees, not fully grown but still damn big. Its glossy fur bristles as it moves cautiously, snout lifted to catch our scent. It isn't charging yet, but it isn't backing down. Its dark eyes track our movements, assessing. Sandy steps back and slips on wet moss, tumbling over a fallen log with a soft cry. The sudden sound snaps the bear's attention to her. It rises to its hind legs, towering nearly 6 feet, ears flicking forward. It grunts and takes a few steps forward, curiosity turning into challenge. I could see its muscles bunching, prepared to charge. I step between them instinctively, raising my arms wide, making myself a bigger threat. Hey, back off! Go on! The bear hesitates, ears twitching at my voice. I grab a large branch from the forest floor and bang it hard against the nearest tree. The crack echoes through the woods like a gunshot, startling a flock of birds from the canopy. The bear freezes, uncertain now. I roar, loud and fierce, slamming the branch again and stomping forward, making myself look as large and aggressive as possible. Every instinct screams to pull my weapon, but I know better. A wounded bear is far more dangerous than a scared one, and a gunshot in these mountains will echo for miles, possibly alerting anyone searching for us. Not to mention that killing wildlife unnecessarily goes against everything my uncle, a hunter who respected nature, had taught me in the forest of my childhood. After a long second, the bear huffs, dropping to all fours and backs off slowly into the brush, disappearing with one last grunt. Only when it is gone do I lower the branch, my heart hammering in my chest. Sandy? She's sitting behind the log, breathing hard, cheeks pale. Her hands are scratched and muddy, and blood trickles from a scrape along her forearm. Her eyes are wide, her pupils dilated with fear. I'm okay, she says quickly, but her voice trembles, belying her words. I crouch beside her and help her up slowly, scanning for injuries beyond the visible scrapes. Let me see. She winces as I brush dirt and bark from her arms, inspecting the superficial wounds. Her hands shake, and I feel tremors running through her body. The close call rattled her. You scared the hell out of me, I mutter, more to myself than her. She gives me a breathless, humorous laugh. The bear scared me more. I pull her into my chest before I can stop myself, arms wrapping around her with a fierce kind of need. She fits against me perfectly, small but strong, her heart beating wildly against mine. You're okay. I breathe into her silky hair. I've got you. Her fingers clutch the front of my sweater. She doesn't speak, but she doesn't pull away either. And for a moment, with the morning sun peeking through the trees and the warmth in my arms, I let myself believe that I could protect her. That we can survive this.
18. Sandy. Thankfully, the bear is gone now, but the tension it left behind stays coiled in my chest. The creature had appeared without warning, emerging from between the pines with deadly silence that defied its size. I'd stumbled backward, tripping over a log and twisting my ankle. A sharp pain sliced up my leg, causing my teeth to grind together. Before I can fully assess the damage, Dmitri is there beside me. His touch is firm yet careful as he slips an arm around my waist, helping me to my feet. I clutch the front of his sweater, hating how good it feels to lean on him. I hate how warm his strength feels and how easy it is to trust him with my weight, my pain, everything. I'm fine, I lie. His eyebrows snap together. You're not. The muscle in his jaw ticks that telltale sign of frustration I've come to recognize. Still, he doesn't lecture me. He just shifts his grip and pulls me closer, his body shielding me from the stillness of the forest like the danger hasn't already passed. We walk slowly, more like hobble. Every step sends a dull throb up my leg, but I grit my teeth and don't complain. The truth is, the pain distracts me from the thoughts crowding my head. Like the way Dmitri moved without hesitation when the bear came through the trees. How he'd stepped in front of me like it was instinct. How he would have died to protect me. And for what? I'm not his wife. I'm not even his girlfriend. I'm a complication. But when he looks at me and touches me, I don't feel like one. That terrifies me more than any bear can. We're still a mile out, he states, glancing at the darkening sky. The path gets steeper ahead. Rain begins to fall, at first as a fine mist. It's barely perceptible, except for how it catches in Dimitri's hair, clinging to the waves like tiny diamonds. But within minutes, it strengthens, soaking through the shoulder of my jacket, making the forest floor slick and treacherous. We barely take 2 more steps before Dimitri sweeps me into his arms. I open my mouth to protest, but his eyes silence me. It isn't pity. I would have hated that. It's something else. Something that makes my heart stutter against my ribs.
Don't fight me on this,
he insists, already moving forward.
Not now.
He carries me the rest of the way, his body warm and solid against mine. Water droplets cling to his eyelashes, and a muscle works in his throat each time I shift in his arms. I'm dizzy when the cabin appears, but not from the pain. From him. From the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the quiet strength in his arms, the way the world seems to narrow to just us. The cabin stands like a sanctuary in the growing storm. Dimitri climbs the 3 steps to the porch. He shoulders open the door, carefully maneuvering us inside without jostling my ankle. He eases me down on the couch with a gentleness that has no business coming from a man like him. Then he disappears, returning a minute later with a bowl of warm water and a first aid kit. He kneels before me and begins unlacing my boot. His fingers brush against my skin, and my core tightens. Those hands. I can't stop looking at them. Strong, scarred, precise. They'd held guns, broken bones, taken lives. But they'd also held me. They'd tangled in my hair, traced fire down my spine, and anchored me while I unraveled beneath him. His jaw clenches as he inspects the angry scrape along my forearm.
I'll clean it,
he mutters, dipping a cloth into the warm water.
It's not deep.
I flinch when the cloth touches my skin.
Sorry,
he whispers, even though he doesn't stop.
You landed hard.
I was distracted. His hand stills, his eyes lifting to mine. Heat surges between us. For a moment, I think he'll lean in. But then his phone rings, and just like that, the moment shatters. Dimitri stands, wiping his hands on a towel.
Liev,
he answers. His entire posture shifts, shoulders squared, voice clipped.
What is it?
The rain intensifies outside, drumming against the roof. Through the window, I watch the forest disappear behind a curtain of water. I suddenly feel cold, though the cabin is warm. I watch him pace in front of the fireplace. He doesn't speak again for a long time. He just listens. His free hand curls into a fist.
Are you sure?
He asks, voice low.
How many of us?
Silence. Then,
understood. Keep them close. Don't make any moves without checking in first. And Liev, watch your back.
He ends the call and tosses the phone onto the counter with a clatter. What is it? I ask, tension curling in my chest.
Morozov's doubled his efforts,
he replies, staring at nothing.
He's turning factions inside the Bratva. Men we thought were loyal.
You think there's a mole?
No, I think there's a traitor. A weak link in a chain that keeps not just us, but everyone we care about safe.
He slowly drags a hand through his hair. His expression is unreadable when he looks at me, but his eyes betray him. Anger simmers there, sharp and focused, but beneath it is unease. Low and heavy, reserved only for the people you can't afford to lose. It is the first time I've seen him like this, cracking but refusing to break.
This isn't just about us anymore,
he states.
It's about Alexander, Talia, the kids, everyone.
I nod, my throat tight. I thought about little Angelina, her pink party dress, the way she clung to Dmitri, her favorite uncle. The idea of Morozov hurting her, hurting anyone in our family, makes my stomach turn. Dmitri grabs his phone again. I watch him dial and walk to the far side of the room, voice low but urgent as he talks to Alexander. I catch pieces.
Too risky. Not yet. Wait until we have eyes on him.
When he finally returns, he looks like someone who's aged 5 years in 5 minutes.
I told Alexander we should go back,
he says, sitting beside me.
He said no. Until we know Morozov's location, it's too dangerous. He doesn't want us walking into a trap.
The storm rages outside, mirroring the turmoil I feel inside. We've been sent to this cabin temporarily as a way to stay off the grid while Alexander deals with Morozov. Now it feels like exile. What about Talia and the children? I question, worrying about their safety.
They've been moved to the lake house. Alexander has doubled the guards.
I don't argue. I don't say the 100 things I was thinking. Instead, I reach for his hand. He doesn't pull away. We spend the rest of the day in the cabin. Dmitri barely leaves the window, always watching, always listening. Each crack of thunder makes him tense, like he is expecting it to be something else. Something worse. Around sunset, the storm finally breaks, the rain slowing to a gentle patter. Dmitri steps into the kitchen and starts dinner. He cooks in silence, and I sit at the table like a guest in someone else's life. The meal is simple: steak, potatoes, and steamed greens that I barely touch. The news from Niev has stolen my appetite, replacing it with a gnawing anxiety that no amount of food can fill. Afterward, I pour myself a glass of wine and curl by the fire. My ankle throbs dully, but the pain has subsided to a manageable level. Dmitri joins me, stretching his legs with his back against the couch. We don't speak for a long time. The only sounds are the crackle of the fire and the soft patter of rain. In the distance, an owl calls, its haunting cry echoing through the forest. I used to think I was good at being alone, I say, watching the flames.
You're not alone,
he breathes. I stare at him. His face is half in shadow, the firelight dancing across his features, turning his eyes to liquid amber. He looks younger, somehow. Less the hardened enforcer, and more the man I've glimpsed in rare, unguarded moments.
I'm not good for you, he remarks.
A sad smile tugs at my lips. Then we're perfectly matched. His gaze drops to my mouth, and I feel it like a spark across my skin. Hot, electric, impossible to ignore. I set the wine glass down, heart hammering. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the other night, I admit. His hand reaches out, fingertips brushing my cheek.
Me either.
The fire crackles, and my breath catches. When he kisses me, it isn't gentle. It's raw and full of everything we tried to bury under fear, duty, and danger. He pulls me onto his lap, my legs straddling his hips, and I sink into him like I've been holding my breath for days. His hands move over my body with aching familiarity, like he is relearning me, one touch at a time.
You drive me crazy,
he growls against my throat. Good. Lifting my shirt, his mouth follows the path of skin he had covered. His teeth graze my ribs. I gasp, then moan and cling to him. Clothes come off in heated, desperate motions. The rug beneath us was soft, and the fire beside us was hot, but nothing compares to the heat between us. He lies back on the rug, pulling me on top of him. His kisses are deep and sensual as he cups my ass and teases my pussy with his fingers. My heart is pounding, and so is my pussy. It's practically screaming for his cock, but I've suddenly become overwhelmed with the thought of tasting him on my tongue. Pushing off of him, I lean back on my knees. Cupping his balls in my left hand, my right hand strokes his massive cock, guiding it into my mouth. Dmitri hisses as he scoops up my hair with both hands. Fuck, Kiska. I suck on the head, and drops of spit run down the shaft until they make his balls slick. He slides one hand down to squeeze and pinch my breast, which makes me moan and open my mouth even more. He sinks his cock past my lips a few inches at a time until it hits the back of my throat. That's a good girl, he says. Take it all. I swirl his balls in my fingertips and continue sucking on his cock until I feel it throbbing in my mouth. My tongue twists and slides over the shaft, and I keep sucking and slurping until I hear him groan. Look at me, Kiska, Dmitri demands, holding my hair with both hands again. I want to see your eyes when you swallow all my cum. He holds my head still and feverishly fucks my mouth. Holding on to his thighs, I keep my head steady as his cum shoots down my throat. Dmitri cries out and keeps pumping his cock until every drop is released. His cock is still throbbing when he pulls it out of my mouth, lifts me up by my waist, and sits me on top of it. It's pressed between my legs, nestled against my drenched pussy. Even after his release, he's still as hard as rock. I moan softly, desperate for him to fuck me. Is this what you want? He asks, teasing me with a head. Yes, I beg. I need you in me. Parting my lips with his fingers, he opens my pussy, and his entire cock pushes inside me in one swift motion. I gasp at the slight burn, and my head falls back in ecstasy. Dmitri pumps his cock slowly at first, and I dig my nails into his chest as a sweet friction sends me into a sexual frenzy. More, I whimper, grinding my pussy on his cock. Faster, please. I want him to fill me up until I can't think of anything else but his cock inside me. I'm writhing on top of him, trying to force him to pick up the pace. But instead, he pulls out completely, leaving me shocked and empty. Who does this pussy belong to? He hisses, fire and desire burning in his eyes. Tell me. You, I purr, leaning forward and pressing my lips to his. My pussy belongs to you. That's right, he rasps, sliding his tongue around my earlobe. And don't ever forget it. He lifts me up and slams me down onto his cock. I grit my teeth as my body spasms from the fullness. Sliding his arm around my waist, he pins me in place and fucks me hard, slamming his hips up so violently that the sound echoes in the cabin. My eyes roll back inside my head from the pleasure, and I cry out, Yes, oh God, Dmitri. He fucks me even harder, wringing an orgasm from me so strong that my body goes limp on top of him. Rolling me over, he slides his cock between my breasts, squeezing them together as he fucks them rapidly. With a low grunt, he pumps his cock one last time before covering my breasts with ribbons of hot, sticky cum. After, we stay on the rug, limbs knotted, the fire crackling beside us. My head rests on his chest, rising and falling with each slow breath he takes. For a moment, I let myself believe this is enough, that this moment is safe, that we can stay like this forever. But I know better. Dmitri belongs to a world built on blood and secrets. His hands, which now trace lazy patterns on my bare back, have carried out orders that would haunt lesser men. His scars, the small one in his eyebrow, the long one running from his shoulder blade to his hip, and the one just below his jawline, tell stories he rarely shares. And I feel things will only get worse before they get better. Outside, the night has grown still. The storm has passed, leaving a pristine silence that feels almost fragile. Tomorrow will bring new dangers and new decisions. We'll have to face Morozov, deal with a potential mole within the Bratva, and figure out how to protect the people we love. But for now, none of that exists. Still, I don't move. Not yet. Because right now, he's mine. And I'm not ready to let go.
19. Dmitri. I wake to Sandy's gentle weight curled against mine, her breath warm against my chest. For a moment, I allow myself to simply exist in this peace, her softness pressed to my hardness, her gentle curves fitting perfectly against my angles. The wooden walls of the cabin creak softly as the morning wind sweeps through the surrounding forest. I inhale deeply, drawing in the sweet scent of her hair. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her bare shoulder, where my mind wanders to dangerous places, places where Sandy and I exist beyond this moment, beyond this hiding place, where I can wake her every morning without the shadow of death hanging over us. Sandy murmurs something unintelligible in her sleep and nestles closer. Even unconscious, she sought me out. The trust in that simple movement tightened something in my chest. This was not supposed to happen. She was not supposed to happen. When I first met Sandy, she'd stumbled into my world under the worst of circumstances. I was assigned to protect her, keeping her out of the hands of the piece of shit Piscopat that killed my brother Mikhail. What had begun as a duty had evolved into something far more complicated. I hadn't expected her quick wit, fearless curiosity, or how her eyes seemed to see through the facade I'd spent a lifetime constructing. I certainly hadn't anticipated that our paths would remain intertwined, especially after Dahlia and Alexander had fallen in love and married, binding our families together in ways I never imagined. And I definitely hadn't expected that I would be lying here now, her body entwined with mine, after a night where I lost myself in her so completely that, for hours, I forgot the danger hunting us. The icy fingers of reality grip my shoulders. Morozov won't stop. His pride won't allow it, and in our world, wounded pride and revenge can only be healed with blood. I carefully extract myself from Sandy's embrace, moving silently. She stirs slightly, but doesn't wake. Instead, she curls around the pillow I slide in my place. The sight of her face peaceful in sleep, hair spread across the pillow like liquid fire, makes something primal in me want to crawl back into that bed and shield her from the world with my body. I pull on jeans and a thermal shirt. The cabin's wooden floor is cold beneath my bare feet as I move to the small kitchen. Coffee will help clear my head and bring back the focus I need. The rational part of me, who has survived for 35 years, knows what needs to be done. Sandy needs to disappear from my world completely. New identity, new continent, somewhere Morozov's long reach can't extend. The coffee grounds hiss as hot water pours over them. The rich aroma fills the small cabin, momentarily masking the scent of wood smoke and pine. I lean against the counter, hands wrapped around the mug, and stare out the window at the forest surrounding our temporary sanctuary. I drink black coffee, welcoming the bitter burn. It is still too early for the sun to breach the tall pines, but the deep gray of night is fading to the blue of dawn. It's time for a perimeter check. I strap on my shoulder holster and slide the gun into place. It is a harsh reminder of who I am. Not the man who'd spent the night losing himself in Sandy's body, but Dmitri Popov, the man who carved this place and the Avilov family with blood and loyalty. The man with enemies who won't hesitate to kill her. The crisp morning air stings my skin as I step outside, carrying the invigorating scent of pine and frost. My breath clouds as I move silently around the cabin, checking the security measures I've put in place. Tripwires, carefully arranged branches that would snap underfoot and alert me to an intruder, and the nearly invisible fishing line strung between trees at ankle height. Everything is undisturbed. I expand my circle, moving deeper into the woods and checking the approaches. The occasional birdsong echoes through the trees. More frequently now, as nesting season approaches, and the wind carries the scent of wet soil and new growth. A light morning frost still crunches beneath my boots. Still, it will melt away by midday. Another reminder that winter is loosening its grip on these mountains. By the time I completed my circuit, the sun had cleared the tree line. When I re-enter the cabin, I find her awake, wrapped in one of my shirts that hangs to mid-thigh. She stands by the window, coffee cup in hand, her red hair tumbling in sleep-tangled waves down her back. She turns at the sound of the door. Her smile spreads across her face like the sun breaking through clouds, warm, radiant, and entirely undeserved. I want to cross the room, pull her into my arms, and bury my face in her neck. I want to carry her back to bed and spend the day learning every curve of her body again. I want to pretend we are just a man and a woman in a cabin in the woods with nothing more pressing than deciding what to have for breakfast. Instead, I close the door, hang up my jacket, and keep my distance. I made more coffee, she says, her voice still husky from sleep. Everything okay out there? All clear, I answer, moving to pour myself another cup, careful not to brush against her as I pass. You slept well? A faint blush colors her cheeks. Very well, though I missed you when I woke up. The simple admission stabs at something tender within me. I've never been missed before. I've been feared, respected, and perhaps even desired, but never simply missed. I need to send some messages and check in with Alexander. I state coldly. Sandy takes a step toward me, and I see the moment my coldness registers. The light in her eyes dims slightly, but she nods, understanding washing over her features. This is the dance we've been doing since that first night together. Moments of overwhelming intimacy followed by my deliberate distance. Dimitri? She begins, and I could hear the determination in her voice. This is the conversation I've been avoiding. The one where we will have to acknowledge what is growing between us and why it can't continue. But fate intervenes as my cell phone rings. The sudden noise is jarring in the cabin's quiet. I pull it from my pocket and answer with a terse, "Duh." Alexander's voice is tight and controlled, immediately setting my nerves on edge. They found Edward, Petrov, and Sonia. My blood turns to ice. Edward and Petrov were soldiers, men who had chosen this life and its risks. But Sonia was Petrov's wife, a civilian, someone who should have been protected. How? I ask, turning away from Sandy's concerned gaze. Broad daylight, the marketplace in Brighton Beach. They left the bodies on display. Alexander growls, "A message for us. For you." I close my eyes, fighting the wave of nausea that threatens to overwhelm me. Who did it? Morozov's new lieutenant, the one they call the Butcher. The implication was clear. The deaths had been slow and painful, a warning of what awaited us, awaited Sandy, if Morozov found us. There's more, Alexander says, his voice taut. He's put out word. If you surrender, Sandy will be spared. I feel Sandy move behind me, close enough that I can sense the shift in the air between us. She doesn't say a word, doesn't reach for me, but I know she is watching, reading the tension in my stance like a second language. She's learned to pick up on the small cues, the way my shoulders lock or my jaw tightens. She knows when to step back and when to stand close without pressing. I exhale slowly, the decision already forming in my gut. We can't keep playing defense, Brat, I mutter, my tone low but resolute. The longer we sit still, the more people you'll hurt trying to drag us out. I'm not surrendering, but I'm done hiding. It's time I take the fight to him. End this once and for all. You want to come back to the city? Alexander's voice sharpens, disbelief bleeding through. With Sandy? Bliat! Hiding out here isn't a long-term plan, I say. He'll find us eventually, or someone else will. At least in the Mansion, we have numbers, firepower, surveillance. Out here, it's just luck and isolation. There is a long pause. I can hear Alexander's breathing on the other end, and can almost feel the pressure of his thoughts bearing down on me. Then came the reply, measured, resigned. You're right. But we do this smart. I'll send Liev with the team. North Road, 3 hours. I give a firm nod, even though he can't see it. We'll be there. I end the call and turn to find Sandy watching me, her arms wrapped around herself, my shirt hanging loose on her frame. The sight of her makes me want to tear the world apart to keep her safe. "What happened?" she asks quietly. Morozov made his move. I seethe, not bothering to soften the blow. Sandy had earned the truth. He's killed people close to us, left them as a warning. Her face pales, but she doesn't flinch. "Who?" "Two of our men, Edward and Petrov Petrov's wife." I watch her process it and see the moment she understands the implications. Morozov won't stop at those who had chosen this life. He will target anyone connected to us. "What do we do?" she asks, and I marvel again at her resilience. "We're leaving," I state, moving past her to gather our belongings. Alexander is sending a team to meet us. "We're going back to the estate." "Back to the city?" Her voice rises in disbelief. "Exactly," I reply, stuffing her clothes into the duffel bag. "They're turning the entire eastern seaboard upside down looking for us. Every day we hide, more people die. It's time to stop running." "That's insane, Dmitri." Sandy moves to block my path, her hands on her hips, fire in her eyes. "We'll be walking straight into his hands." I gently move her aside, continuing the preparations. No one expects us to return to the city. It's the last thing Morozov will expect. For good reason. "He won't stop," I say firmly, facing her. "He can't stop. Not until he exacts his revenge." Her face is now flushed with anger. "The longer we hide, the more desperate he becomes," I continue. "The more people he'll hurt trying to find us. We need to end this." "By offering ourselves up like sacrificial lambs?" She shakes her head vehemently. "There has to be another way. What about the FBI? Witness protection?" "That's not how the Bratva operates," I say, my voice even. "We follow a different code. Cops, FBI, they won't stop a man like him. He won't back down. He'll keep coming until one of us is dead." Sandy's shoulders slump slightly, but her eyes remain defiant. "So we just march back into the city and hope for the best?" "No," I answer, approaching her slowly. "We go back on our terms, with our allies and a plan. The mansion is a fortress, Alexander's territory. We'll have protection while we figure out our next move." "Our next move being what? Taking down Morozov and his criminal empire?" I can't help the small smile that curves my lips. "Something like that." She studies my face for a long time. Whatever she finds makes her sigh in resignation. "You've already decided?" "Yes." "And nothing I say will change your mind?" "This isn't just about us anymore," I say softly. "Innocent people are dying. I can't have that on my conscience." "I know," she whispers, touching my chest. "But I'm scared, Dmitri. Not just for me, but for you." I cover her hand with mine, then gently pull it away. "We have to pack and clear this place," I state, stepping back. Sandy nods, visibly collecting herself. "Okay, I'll be ready." As she turns to gather her things, I allow myself one more moment of weakness. I watch her walk away, committing to memory the way the morning light catches in her hair and the determined set of her shoulders. If things go wrong in the coming days, I want to remember her like this, fierce and alive, not broken by the violence of my world. The gravity of my decision pulls at me, but I know it's right. We can't hide forever. Sooner or later, everyone stops running and turns to face their pursuers. For us, that time is now.
20. Sandy. I press myself against the wall, my heart hammering so loudly I'm certain they can hear it through the heavy oak door. Alexander's office has always intimidated me, all dark wood and old-world opulence. But tonight, it feels like the anteroom to hell itself. Men's voices rumble from within, speaking Russian and English, washing over me angrily. I shouldn't be here. Every instinct screams for me to run, pretend I've never heard of the Popov Bratva, and go back to my ordinary life where the worst danger is an unruly customer or a bad date. But that life is gone, and the man whose voice now rises above the others, commanding, confident, and deadly, is why. Dmitri.
3 of our people are dead in Brighton Beach, he says, his accent thicker than usual, the way it gets when emotion takes hold. The warehouse on Neptune Avenue burned to the ground. The butcher is making his mark, proving himself to Morozov. Let him play with matches, Alexander replies, his voice colder and more controlled than his brother's. As Pakyun of the Popov Bratva, Alexander's word is law, and even through the door I can feel the force of his authority. While he sets fires, we will cut off his hands. The butcher is dangerous, another voice counters. 2 months as Morozov's second in command, and already our territories are bleeding. Your father would never have allowed. My father is not here. Alexander cuts in, his tone leaving no room for debate. I am the Pakyun, and I say we remove the butcher before his reputation gains any more momentum. I inch closer to the door, my t-shirt clinging to my sweat-damp back. I can see them through the narrow opening. 4 men sit around the mahogany desk, with Alexander and Dmitri facing them. They resemble board members at an exclusive corporation, wearing expensive suits, carefully groomed with watches that cost more than my yearly salary. Our intel says the butcher will be in Red Hook tomorrow night, Dmitri continues, tracing his finger along a map spread before them. Overseeing a shipment personally. We take him out. We destabilize Morozov's entire operation. Show everyone that his new attack dog isn't as fearsome as he believes. His security there is impenetrable, says a balding man I don't recognize. We lost 2 men just gathering intel. Nothing is impenetrable, Dmitri counters, and something in his voice sends a chill through me. We have something they don't. And what is that? The bald man sneers. Dmitri's smile is cold and predatory. We have an inside man. The room erupts in Russian curses and questions, but I'm drawn to Alexander. While the others react, he watches Dmitri with a calculating look I can't decipher. Was it pride? Concern? Assessment? Tomorrow, Dmitri says, silencing them with a raised hand. We move tomorrow night. Tomas, you'll coordinate with the street crews. Alexei, I need your connections at the Port Authority. Footsteps approach the door, and I barely have time to slip into the shadows of the adjacent hallway before it swings open. The men file out, their conversation muted now, nodding to one another as they disperse. I press myself into an alcove, hardly daring to breathe. Last to emerge are Dmitri and Alexander, heads bent close in quiet conversation. She complicates things, Alexander murmurs. She's not a complication, Dmitri replies, his tone brooking no argument. She's mine to protect. They move away, their words fading, but Dmitri's declaration echoes in my mind. She's mine to protect. I wait until the hallway empties before slipping away, my mind reeling. I need to get back to Talia before someone notices I'm gone. You did what? Talia shrieks, dropping the fashion magazine she's been flipping through. I flop onto the massive bed in the guest suite. I just happened to overhear. You spied on their meeting? Her eyes are nearly popping out of her head. Are you actually insane? I roll my eyes, though her panic isn't entirely misplaced. They didn't even know I was there. Talia sits beside me, her expression serious. These men, they live by different rules than the rest of us. Alexander may be more refined than his predecessors, but he's still the Pakyun. He will do whatever he has for the Bratva. Don't ever let him find out you were eavesdropping.
I know that, I say quietly. And I do. I've seen enough since becoming part of the Avilov family to understand that their world operates on principles foreign to my own. Loyalty, honor, violence, an eye for an eye. But don't you want to know what's really going on? No, Talia says firmly. I want to stay alive, and so should you. She glances toward the door, lowering her voice. Besides, it's not just about us. We have to consider the children. They've been targeted before, and I refuse to let any more harm come to them. You're right, but I was dragged into this mess, and I need to know. My phone buzzes, startling us both. Unknown number. Don't answer it, Talia warns. I ignore her, swiping to accept the call. Hello? Sandy? It's Nick. My stomach drops. Nick, my ex-boyfriend. What do you want? I demand. His voice is tight with anxiety. Listen, I don't have much time. I have information about you and the Russian you're mixed up with. I sit up straighter, my pulse quickening. What are you talking about? Not over the phone, he hisses. They could be listening. Who's they? Morozov's people. Look, you're in danger, Sandy. More danger than you realize. Talia is watching me intently, mouthing, Who is it? I hold up a finger in response, and she presses her lips into a tight, silent line, the question still burning in her eyes. Nick, you're not making any sense. How would you know anything about... Because I work for them. He cuts in, his voice barely above a whisper. For Morozov and the butcher. I've heard things about you. Ice floods my veins. You work for Morozov? I have to go. Meet me tomorrow at noon at the coffee shop on Bedford Ave. Come alone. Nick, wait! But he's gone. I lower the phone slowly, meeting Talia's worried gaze. That was Nick, I say unnecessarily. I gathered. What did he want? I relay the conversation, watching her expression shift from skepticism to alarm. It's a trap, she declares when I finish. Obviously. He's working for Morozov now and trying to lure you out. Or, I counter, he genuinely wants to help. Maybe he's in over his head and trying to get out. Help! Talia arches a perfectly shaped eyebrow. He just admitted he works for Morozov, the same man who wants you dead. Which means he might have critical information. I stand, pacing the plush carpet. Information that could help Dmitri understand what he's up against. Information about the butcher. Then tell Dmitri. Let him handle it. And just sit here doing nothing, waiting to be saved or sacrificed? I stop pacing, my mind made up. No thanks. I'm already involved, Tal. I need to know what Nick knows. You can't seriously be considering meeting him. I am, I say firmly. Tomorrow at noon. Talia shoots to her feet. Absolutely not! Alexander just ordered the mansion locked down. No one in or out, remember? Which is why I'm not asking permission. I mutter, a plan already forming in my mind. I heard them. They'll all be occupied with this Red Hook operation tomorrow night. During the day, security will be preparing, distracted. Sandy! Talia grabs my hands, her eyes pleading. This is madness. Even if Nick is telling the truth, meeting him puts you both in danger. And if it's a trap... I squeeze her hands. I need answers. I need to know how to end this. If there's even a chance Nick knows something important. She sighs, shoulders slumping in defeat. I can't go with you. I have to stay with the children. I hug her tightly. I just need you to cover for me. 2 hours, that's it. She pulls back, her expression torn between loyalty and fear. 2 hours. Then I'm telling Dmitri, promise or no promise. I'll be back before then, I assure her. If anyone asks, tell them I'm not feeling well and taking a nap. Sis. She catches my arm as I turn away. Be careful. Please. Her genuine fear makes me pause, but only for a moment. I have to do this. I have to know what information Nick has. If there is a chance it can give Dmitri and Alexander the upper hand and end this war, then I have to go. Later, as we get the children ready for dinner, Talia gives me one last chance to reconsider. You know I'll have to tell Dmitri if you're not back on time, she says quietly. I know, I respond, helping Sasha into her favorite pink dress. But I'll be back before anyone notices. I believe it, but I had no idea how wrong I would be. The next day dawns bright and clear, a perfect New York spring morning that belies the storm brewing within the Avilov household. From my window, I watch as men come and go, their movements tense and purposeful. Weapons are being cleaned in the security office. Maps are consulted. Conversations are hushed. War preparations. Amid it all, Alexander gives orders with quiet authority, and Dmitri executes them with deadly efficiency. I saw Dmitri only briefly at breakfast. He kissed my forehead and murmured that he'd be busy today, but would find me before he left for the evening. It made what I was planning even more reckless, but also more feasible. At 11 o'clock, I change into jeans and a t-shirt, clothes that won't draw attention in Brooklyn, and tuck my hair under a baseball cap. This is your last chance to be sensible, Talia says from the doorway, chewing on her bottom lip. I've never been sensible a day in my life, I reply with a forced lightness. Why start now? She doesn't smile. 2 hours. Then I'm calling Dmitri, promise or no promise. I'll be back before then. I give her a tight hug. Sis. She tugs my hand as I move past her. Be careful. The genuine fear in her eyes is unsettling, but I have to do this. Sneaking out of the mansion proves easier than expected. The guards are focused elsewhere, and the service entrance near the pool house is momentarily unattended. Within minutes, I'm slipping through the gate and hurrying down the wooded slope to the road below, where I call rideshare with shaking hands. The coffee shop on Bedford Avenue hasn't changed. It has the same mismatched furniture, the same pretentious chalkboard menu, and the same baristas with their carefully cultivated indifference. Nick and I had spent countless Sunday mornings here during our time together, sharing lattes and planning a future that would never come. I spot him immediately, hunched in a corner booth, a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He looks terrible. He was thinner than I remembered, with dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. He flinches when I slide into the seat across from him. You came, he says, his voice hoarse. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't, I reply coolly. You have 5 minutes to tell me what was so important I had to risk my neck coming here. He glances nervously around the shop. Not here. Too exposed. Then where? My apartment. It's just a few blocks. Absolutely not. I interrupted. We talk here or nowhere. Nick runs a trembling hand over his face.
You don't understand. They have eyes everywhere. This whole area.
He leans forward, lowering his voice.
They killed Yoni last night.
Who's Yoni?
Another guy like me. In too deep with a butcher. He was skimming a little off the collections and thought no one would notice.
His eyes dart around again.
Found him this morning behind the dumpsters. Made to look like an overdose, but we all know.
A chill runs through me. Nick, you're scaring me. What exactly do you know?
That Morozov wants you dead. That Dmitri Popov killed his brother and you're meant to be his revenge.
He swallows hard.
He's going to use you as leverage to weaken Dmitri, and then target the Popov Bratva.
It's strange to hear my situation summarized so clinically by someone who once knew every detail of my life. Someone who now feels like a stranger working for the very people who want me dead. How did you get mixed up with Morozov in the first place? I question.
After we broke up, I was in a bad place. I started gambling, just for fun at first. But I ran up debts I couldn't pay.
He rubs his nose, a nervous habit I remember from our time together.
Turns out the guy who owned the card games was the butcher himself. He gave me a choice. Work for Morozov or take a swim in the East River wearing concrete shoes.
And what exactly do you do for him?
Whatever he tells me to. Run errands, deliver messages, keep my ears open at the restaurant.
Nick's eyes meet mine, filled with shame and fear.
I never wanted this life, Sandy. I'm trying to find a way out.
So why risk contacting me?
Because I heard them talking about you yesterday. The butcher and his guys. They know about the Red Hook operation. They're setting a trap for Dmitri.
He reaches across the table, gripping my hand.
And while he's occupied there, the butcher is planning to grab you.
I pull my hand away, mind racing. If what Nick says is true, Dmitri is walking into an ambush. And I'm sitting here unprotected instead of warning him. I have to go, I said, standing abruptly. I have to tell Dmitri and Alexander.
Sandy, wait.
Nick stands too, his expression desperate.
There's more. The guy Alexander and Dmitri think is on their side.
The window near our table explodes. Time seems to slow as shards of glass rain down around us. Nick's eyes widen, a red stain blossoming on his left shoulder. He reaches for me, his mouth forming words I can't hear over the screaming that has erupted in the coffee shop. Then he crumples, and I drop to my knees beside him, instinctively pressing my hands against the wound. Blood seeps through my fingers, hot and sticky. Nick! Nick, stay with me! His eyes find mine, glazed with pain and fear.
Run,
he whispers. His eyes close, his body going limp beneath my hands. More shouting, people fleeing. I should run. If Morozov's men have found Nick, they can already be inside. But I can't move or tear my eyes from Nick's pale face. Seconds drag into minutes, and before I know what is happening, paramedics swarm around us, pushing me aside.
Miss, are you hurt?
One asks while the others work on Nick, cutting away his shirt, attaching monitors, calling out medical terms I don't understand. No, I stammer. Is he?
We're doing everything we can,
the paramedic says, which wasn't an answer. They load Nick onto a stretcher, an oxygen mask over his face. As they wheel him out, I follow in a daze, my clothes and hands stained crimson. Strong hands seize me from behind as I reach the doorway. I struggle instinctively until a familiar voice growls in my ear.
Stop fighting.
Dmitri. I turn in his grip, shock and relief warring within me. His face is carved from stone, and his eyes are flat and cold as they scan the chaos around us. Behind him are two of his men, weapons visible beneath their jackets.
How?
I begin.
Later.
He cuts me off, already moving us toward the back exit, his body shielding mine.
We need to go. Now.
Outside, a black SUV idles in the alley, engine running. Dmitri all but throws me into the back seat, sliding in beside me as his men take the front. The vehicle lurches into motion before the doors fully close. Only then does Dmitri turn to me, his expression darkening as he takes in the blood covering my hands and clothes.
Are you hurt?
He demands, hands already moving over me, checking for injuries.
No,
I stammer.
It's Nick's blood. He was shot right in front of me. The ambulance just took him.
I know. His jaw tightens.
And they would have shot you too if we hadn't arrived when we did.
Reality crashes over me like a wave.
How did you find me?
Talia. His voice is dangerously soft.
She called me the moment you left the mansion. Said you were meeting your ex-boyfriend who claimed to have information about Morozov and the butcher.
But that was barely an hour ago. I told her she had 2 hours before.
Before what? Before she could warn me that the woman I care about had decided to make herself a target?
Anger flashes in his eyes with a hint of fear.
Do you have any idea what could have happened to you?
He growls. I do. I just saw it happen to Nick. And the knowledge that might die with him.
Dmitri, Nick works for Morozov.
I blurred, the words tumbling out before I could second-guess them.
He said the Red Hook operation is a trap. The butcher knows. It's an ambush. He's waiting for you.
His expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes, sharp and calculating.
Did he say how they found out?
No, he was just about to tell me when... My throat tightens.
When he was shot. We need to get to the hospital. He might know who the mole is in your organization.
Without hesitation, Dmitri pulls out his phone and dials.
Alexander,
he says flatly, then launches into a rapid stream of Russian. I can't make out most of it, only fragments. Red Hook. Butcher. When he ends the call, he gives a clipped nod to the driver.
Brooklyn Memorial. Fast.
The SUV veers sharply, tires humming against the pavement as we change direction. Dmitri turns to me, gaze sharp.
After I'm dropped off at the hospital, you're going back to the mansion.
No, Dmitri, I have to go with you. Nick will talk to me. He'll... A low, guttural growl rumbles from his chest. I freeze, the sound cutting through my words like a blade.
You will go back to the mansion,
he says, each word tight and low, his jaw clenching so hard I can see the muscle ticking in his cheek. His face is a mask of ice, but his eyes burn with fury just beneath the surface. I know that look. Know better than to push him when he was like this. The quiet that follows clings to us all the way there.
21. Dmitri. The sterile smell of disinfectant assaults my senses as I push through the hospital sliding doors. My polished leather shoes click against the linoleum floors, drawing glances from the few people in the waiting area. I ignore them, let them stare. I have more pressing concerns than the fear I instill in strangers. A weary-looking nurse with graying hair glances up from the station, her eyes narrowing with caution as they sweep over my 6'3" frame and the tattoos peeking out beneath my shirt cuffs. I'm looking for Nick Barisi, I say, forcing myself to soften my naturally harsh tone. He was brought in with a gunshot wound to the shoulder. The nurse taps at her keyboard, her eyes flicking nervously to mine. Are you family? Yes, I'm his brother. The lie slips from my tongue, effortlessly. In truth, Nick and I have no connection. No shared past, no blood between us, except for Sandy. They met at a restaurant where he worked and dated until she ended their relationship a few months ago. But he isn't over her, not even close. He still carries the torch bright enough to blind him to danger and put his life on the line just to warn her about Morozov. Mr. Parisi is still in surgery, she informs. The doctor is removing the bullet. You can wait over there. She gestures toward a seating area. I nod stiffly. How long? Shouldn't be much longer. They needed to extract the bullet carefully to avoid nerve damage. I settle into a chair in the corner, positioning myself to see all entrances and exits. Old habits. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Alexander. Any news? I type back quickly. Still in surgery. We'll update. Alexander is worried. Not for Nick's sake, but for what this means for our operation. As the Bakan, he needs to know everything, and as his second-in-command, it is my job to obtain that information. Time crawls. I refuse the coffee a nurse offers, instead watching the door to the surgical wing while mentally replaying the scene at the coffee shop. I'd arrived just after the shot was fired. Nick is on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Morozov's men aim to finish the job, and Sandy freezes in horror, directly in their line of fire. My men and I had intervened just in time. The doctor emerges through the swinging doors an hour later. Family of Nick Parisi? I rise, crossing the room in long strides. The surgery went well, he states. We've removed the bullet and repaired the damaged tissue. He's lost blood, but should make a full recovery with physical therapy. When can I see him? He's being moved to room 412. Give the nurses about 20 minutes to get him settled, then you can go up. I curtly thank him and return to my vigil, standing by the elevator. Exactly 20 minutes later, I step inside and press the button to the 4th floor. Room 412 is at the end of a quiet hallway. I pause outside, schooling my features into a mask of calm, concealing the rage simmering beneath. Nick may have been trying to warn Sandy, but he had put her in danger. I push open the door without knocking. Nick lay propped against pillows, his left shoulder heavily bandaged, an IV dripping fluid into his arm. His face, already pale from blood loss, drained of what little color remains when he sees me. Dmitri, he stammers, his good hand clutching the edge of his blanket. I wasn't... I close the door behind me with a soft click that sounds more threatening than if I'd slammed it. Nick. My voice is low and controlled, the calm before the storm. You're looking well for a man who nearly got himself killed. He swallows hard. How did you find me? I followed the ambulance. I move closer, standing at the foot of its bed. But I think the better question is why you thought it was wise to meet with Sandy behind my back. Nick's eyes dart to the call button near his hand. I reach over and unplug it from the wall. We won't be disturbed, I say quietly. Now talk. It was Morozov's men, he blurts out. They're the ones who shot me. I don't react, my face remaining as impassive as carved stone, though inside fury burned white hot. Not at the confirmation. I already knew the butcher's thugs were responsible, but with Nick's carelessness. You're lucky I got there when I did, I say. When we saw Morozov's thugs approaching the coffee shop, we intervened. Another minute and you'd be in the morgue instead of this hospital bed. Nick's breathing quickens. I didn't mean for it to go down like that. No? A silent warning burns in my eyes, and Nick shrinks back against his pillows. Let me be clear, Nick. If Sandy had gotten hurt because you lured her to that coffee shop, saying you had information about Morozov, I would have killed you myself, slowly. I was trying to warn her, he protests, to warn both of you. Speak. The single word carries the finality of a death sentence if it fails to convince me. Nick licks his dry lips. The guy you and Alexander think is your inside man in Morozov's operation. He's actually working for the butcher. The news hits me like a blow to the gut, but nothing changes in my expression. If true, this means our intelligence network has been compromised. Explain. He's been feeding you false information. The Red Hook operation. It's a trap. Nick's voice drops to a whisper. The butcher knows you're coming. He's planning to lure you there based on the intel from your inside man, and while you're occupied, he's going to grab Sandy. My fingers gripped the metal railing of the hospital bed. And you know this how? I overheard them at the restaurant. I was closing up late and then came in after hours. Didn't realize I was still there. Nick's voice breaks. The butcher said he was going to kill her slowly and send you the video. He wants you to suffer before he takes you out. Cold fury settles in my chest, crystallizing into something deadly. I pull out my phone and dial Alexander. Brat? His voice is steady, even with the day's chaos and the stench of betrayal hanging over the Bratva. The Red Hook operation is compromised. Our inside man is a mole. I speak in rapid Russian, summarizing what Nick has told me. Alexander curses. Call off Red Hook. Get everyone back to base. We need a new approach. Done. I end the call and turn back to Nick, who was watching me with desperate eyes. Dmitri, please. You have to help me. Help you? I raised an eyebrow. After you endangered Sandy? The butcher will kill me when he finds out, I warned you. Nick's voice rises in panic. I can never pay off my gambling debts to him. He doesn't want money anymore. He wants me to keep being his eyes and ears, feeding him information about people who come to the restaurant doing jobs for him. I don't want to work for Morozov anymore. I want out. I study him silently, measuring his value against his mistake. Nick's gambling has been his downfall, but he has proven useful tonight. If what you've told me is accurate, I finally say, and if you help us find a way to get to the butcher, I'll consider arranging a new identity for you, somewhere far from New York. Hope flickers in his eyes. I'll do anything. Good. Because first, we need to move you. Morozov will have people looking for you to finish the job. I pull out my phone again and call Liev. I need a private room arranged under a different name, 4th floor of Brooklyn Methodist. And I need 2 men stationed outside the door, around the clock. I hang up and fix Nick with a hard stare. You have one chance, Nick. Don't waste it. I won't. I swear. I nod once. Rest. I'll send someone to coordinate your transfer within the hour. Dmitri? Nick calls out as I turn to leave. I pause, looking over my shoulder. Take care of Sandy. She deserves better than all this. The mud dog's obvious feelings for Sandy irritate me, but I give him a curt nod before leaving. He isn't wrong. When I return, the mansion is silent except for the soft footfalls pacing the marble floor of the grand entrance hall. Sandy's slender figure comes into view as I shut the heavy oak door behind me. Her head snaps up, relief flooding her features before hardening into defiance. Where have you been? She demands, closing the distance between us. Her hair is loose around her shoulders, and she's wearing an oversized t-shirt over her leggings. Handling the mess you helped create, I reply, coldly, shrugging off my jacket and handing it to Abram, who has materialized silently at my side. That's not fair. Sandy follows me as I stride toward Alexander's office. I went to get information that could help us against Morozov, and I was right. I stop abruptly and turn to face her. She nearly collides with my chest, looking up with those fierce blue eyes that have captivated me from the first moment I saw her. You disobeyed my direct order. I grumble, my voice dropping dangerously. You slipped past security. You met with your ex-boyfriend who you knew was connected to my enemies. Do you have any idea what could have happened? But it didn't happen, she counters. And the information Nick gave me saved you from walking into a trap. I push open the door to Alexander's office. I stalk inside, pouring 2 fingers of vodka from the crystal decanter on the sideboard. I down it in one swallow, welcoming the burn. Dmitri. Sandy's voice softens as she closes the door. I'm sorry I went behind your back, but I'm not sorry I got the information. I turn to face her. The fierce determination in her eyes and the slight tremble in her hands that she tries to hide show me she is afraid, but she is standing her ground anyway. You could have been killed, I whisper, if Morozov's men had gotten to you, but they didn't. She steps close enough that I can smell the sweet scent of her skin. And now we know about the trap at Red Hook. We know about them all. That's not the point. I set down the glass with more force than necessary. The point is that you are my responsibility. I cut myself off, struggling to find the right word. You're what, Dmitri? Her eyes challenge me. Your prisoner? Your guest? Your lover? What am I to you exactly? The question lingers between us. What is she to me? The woman I've taken in for protection has become something else entirely. Something I can't define or won't. You are mine to protect, I finally say, the words coming out rough. Mine to care for. And I cannot, will not, allow anything happen to you. Sandy's expression softens momentarily before her brow furrows. I'm not a possession, Dimitri. That's not what I meant. I run a hand through my hair in frustration, tugging at the ends. In my world, the people I care about become targets, vulnerabilities that my enemies can exploit. And you. I stop, the admission catching in my throat. What about me? She steps closer, her hand reaching up to touch my face. I catch her wrist, but don't push her away. She already knows. She just needs to hear it. You matter more than you should, I admit. And that makes you the most dangerous weakness I have. Something shimmers in her eyes, understanding of the seriousness of my admission. In the Bratva, an admission like this isn't just honesty. It's the type of truth that speaks volumes without needing to be spelled out. I'm falling for you, she whispers, and it terrifies me. This world you live in, the Bratva, the violence, the constant danger. I didn't ask for any of it. No, you didn't. I release her wrist, allowing her hand to settle against my cheek. Her touch is warm and gentle, everything my life is not. And you deserve better than what I can offer. Let me decide what I deserve, she says fiercely. I'm not afraid of you, Dimitri. I'm afraid of what I feel for you. I cover her hand with mine, allowing myself a rare moment of vulnerability. You should be afraid. Everyone I've ever cared about has paid a price for it. Maybe I'm willing to pay it. Her eyes search mine for something I'm not sure I can give her. You don't know what you're saying. I step back, breaking the contact between us. I'm hunting a man who has killed dozens without remorse. A man who would torture you to death just to hurt me. That is my reality. That is the world of the Bratva. And what if I told you I don't want to live in that world? She challenges. What if there could be something else, something beyond all of this? For a moment, I allow myself to imagine it. A life beyond the violence and power struggles. Beyond the code of the Bratva that has defined me since I was a child. But then reality comes slamming back in. Morozov is still out there, and the threat to Sandy remains. And I am still Dmitri Popov, second in command to my brother, the Pakan of the Avilov Bratva. First we deal with Morozov, I state. Then we talk about the possibilities. Sandy nods, understanding in her eyes. Promise me one thing, Dmitri. What? Promise me you won't shut me out. Her gaze is steady, unwavering. Whatever happens, we face it together. I study her face, memorizing every detail as if it might be the last time I see her. Then, I make a decision that goes against every instinct I've honed over years of survival. Together, I agree softly. But you follow my lead when it comes to Morozov. No more secret meetings. No more risks. Deal. A small smile curves her lips. What's our next move? Now, I say, pulling her gently against me, allowing myself this moment of comfort before the coming storm. We find Morozov.
22. Sandy. The morning light streams through the curtains of the guest bedroom at Alexander's estate, washing everything in a soft spring glow that should be comforting. Instead, I find myself hunched over the toilet for the third morning in a row, my stomach heaving until there is nothing left to expel. When the nausea finally subsides, I slump against the cool bathroom tiles, exhausted. This isn't food poisoning, I mutter, pushing my tangled hair from my sweaty forehead. I've been trying to ignore the signs for days now. The fatigue, tenderness, and missed period, which is a week late. Each symptom can be explained away by stress, and I know I've had plenty of that lately. But together, they point to something I'm afraid to face. I hear a soft knock at the bathroom door. Sandy? Are you okay in there? Talia's concerned voice drifts through.
Just peachy,
I croak, then immediately regret the sarcasm. My sister has been nothing but supportive since Nick and I broke up, and through the chaos that has become my life. The door cracks open, and Talia's face appears. Her hazel eyes widen as she takes in my pale complexion and how I'm practically hugging the toilet. "This is the third morning," she states. "You need to see a doctor." I shake my head.
It's nothing. Probably just a stomach bug.
Talia enters the bathroom fully now, kneeling beside me. "I've seen you throw up at almost the same time 3 mornings in a row. You've been exhausted and cranky." She pauses, her voice softening.
I wasn't going to ask you this, but when was your last period?
I close my eyes, not wanting to admit what I already suspect.
I don't want to see the Bratva doctor,
I whisper.
"Is that because you think you might be pregnant?"
she asks gently. The word settles between us, loaded with meaning. Pregnant. I haven't even allowed myself to think it, let alone say it. If I am, I swallow hard. If I am, I need time to process before Dmitri knows. Talia nods, understanding immediately. "I'll talk to Alexander. We'll go see a doctor in the city, somewhere discreet."
"Morozov's still out there,"
I remind her. "Alexander won't let us leave the estate, not after what happened to Nick." 2 weeks ago, Nick was released from the hospital after barely surviving the shooting at the coffee shop. If it wasn't for Dmitri, I would have been shot that day too. Nick is now recovering in a safe house with round-the-clock security, helping Alexander and Dmitri plan their counterattack using his inside knowledge of Morozov's operations. And Dmitri? God, Dmitri has been like a man possessed since the attack. Focused, dangerous, and consumed with bringing down Morozov and his notorious second-in-command, the man they call the Butcher. The thought of adding a pregnancy to the mix makes my stomach churn all over again. "Let me handle Alexander," Talia says with quiet confidence. "Just get dressed. I'll come get you when it's time to go." An hour later, I sit on the edge of my bed, dressed in jeans and a loose sweater, with my damp hair pulled back in a simple ponytail. My stomach is still doing somersaults, though I'm not sure whether it's from morning sickness or anxiety. A soft knock precedes Talia's entrance. She wears a satisfied smile. "It's arranged. Alexander is sending 2 men with us. They'll stay in the waiting room." "How did you convince him?" "I told him it was a women's health issue, and you aren't comfortable seeing the Bratva doctor." She sits beside me, draping her arm over my shoulders. "He may be the Pakyun, but even Alexander Avilov knows better than to argue with his wife about her sister's reproductive health." Despite everything, I find myself smiling. Especially when that wife is you. Talia squeezes my hand. "Whatever the test says, you're not alone in this." Growing up in foster care together, we had learned early that depending on others was a fast track to disappointment. But now Talia has built a family with Alexander. They adopted his brother Mikhail's children, Sasha and Maxim, after his murder, and gave birth to their daughter Angelina just over a year ago. She's found her place in this dangerous world. "What if—" I start, then force myself to continue. "What if I don't want to keep it? If there even is an it?" The question has been haunting me since the possibility first arose. I've never seen myself as mother material. How could I? Our childhood had been a series of temporary homes and indifferent caretakers. I had no model for motherhood and no idea how to nurture a child. And then there is Dmitri. He is powerful, passionate, protective, and quite possibly the father of the child I might be carrying. How will he react if I tell him I'm not ready, that I don't want his baby? That's your decision, Talia says firmly. No one else, not even Dimitri's. I nod my throat tight with emotion. Let's go find out if there's even anything to decide. The drive into the city passes in tense silence. Spring is in full bloom in New York, with cherry blossoms and tulips adding splashes of color to the urban landscape. Under different circumstances, I might have enjoyed the beauty of the season. Today, I barely notice it. Yuri drives while Pavel rides shotgun, both men alert and scanning for any sign of Morozov's people. In the back seat, Talia holds my hand, occasionally giving it a reassuring squeeze. The clinic is tucked inside a plain, unremarkable building. Wait here, Talia tells the men as we step inside. They take their positions in the lobby, eyes sharp, tracking everyone who passes. We won't be long, she adds over her shoulder. The waiting room is mercifully quiet. A few other women are flipping through magazines or scrolling on their phones. I fill out the paperwork with trembling hands, filling in Talia's information in the emergency contact section. When my name is called, Talia asks, "Do you want me to come with you?" I hesitate, then nod. Yes, definitely. The examination is quick and clinical. They test my blood pressure and weight and ask a few questions about my symptoms. Finally, the moment of truth is a urine and blood test. We'll have the results in just a few minutes, the nurse says with a practiced smile before leaving us alone in the exam room. I sit on the paper-covered table, the crinkling sound impossibly loud in the quiet room. What do I do if it's positive? I whisper. First, you breathe, Talia says matter-of-factly. Then you take some time to think about what you want. Not what Dmitri wants, not what anyone else would want for you. What you want. Neither of us ever had a real mother, I say, the words spilling out now that I've started. How am I supposed to know how to be one? How do you do it? Sis, and the timing couldn't be worse, I ramble. Morozov is still out there, wanting me dead. Nick is in a safe house. Dmitri and Alexander are planning a war against Morozov. I'm spiraling now, all my fears tumbling out. And even if none of that were happening, we're talking about the Bratva. I don't know if I can live that kind of life. Talia moves to stand in front of me, taking both my hands in hers. Listen to me. Growing up without a mother doesn't mean you can't be one. And yes, the Bratva life is complicated, but look at what Alexander and I have built. Sasha and Maxim are thriving despite everything they've been through, and Angelina is the most loved baby in all of New York. You were meant for this, I point out. You've always had that nurturing instinct, even when we were kids. Me? I'm still figuring out how to exist in this world. And you're doing remarkably well, she counters. Besides, you've always taken care of me, and I think I turned out pretty great. She chuckles. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. But don't make that decision out of fear. A knock at the door interrupts our conversation. The doctor enters, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a direct manner. Miss Davis, she asks, consulting the chart. Your test is positive. Based on the date of your last period, you're approximately 5 weeks pregnant. Though I suspected it, hearing the confirmation makes the room spin. 5 weeks.
That would put conception right around. Your blood pressure is a bit elevated, the doctor continues, which is common in early pregnancy, but I'd like to monitor it. How are you feeling about this news? My voice fails me. How am I feeling? Terrified. Confused. And somewhere beneath all that, a tiny spark of something I'm ready to admit. She's processing, Talia supplies when I don't respond. It's unexpected news. The doctor nods understandingly. That's perfectly normal. I'll give you some information about your options and prenatal care should you decide to continue with the pregnancy. She hands me several pamphlets. Do you have any questions for me today? I shake my head mutely. All right. I'd like to see you back in 2 weeks if you decide to continue the pregnancy. In the meantime, start taking prenatal vitamins and try to eat small, frequent meals if you're experiencing morning sickness. After the doctor leaves, I stare at the pamphlets in my hands. One depicts a smiling woman cradling her pregnant belly. Another lists resources for prenatal care. A third outlines options for unplanned pregnancy. I can't do this, I whisper, the pamphlets blurring as tears fill my eyes. Sandy, look at me, Talia says firmly. When I raise my eyes to meet hers, she continues. You absolutely can do this, whatever this ends up being. But you don't have to decide everything right now. I take a shaky breath. Dimitri will want me to keep it. Probably, she agrees. But that doesn't mean you have to. If I don't, I swallow hard. And he finds out, he'll never forgive me. If he loves you, he'll respect your choice, even if it hurts him. I'm not so sure. The Bratva has strict codes of conduct regarding family and loyalty. A child, especially a son, will cement my place in Dimitri's world. To reject that will be to deny an honor many would kill for. But I'm not thinking about honor, the Bratva, or even Dimitri's feelings. I'm thinking about a little girl shuttled from one foster home to another, learning the hard way that love was conditional and temporary. I don't know if I can love a child the way it deserves, I admit, voicing my deepest fear. Talia's expression softens. The fact that you're worried about that tells me you already have more capacity for love than you realize. Remember how fiercely you used to protect me when we were kids? How you'd go hungry so I could eat? That's different. You're my sister. I sniffle. What about Angelina, Sasha, and Maxim? You'd protect them with your life, and you love them deeply. Talia gently runs her fingers through my hair and gives me a tissue. This would be your child, she says softly. And if you choose to keep it, I know you'd move heaven and earth for them. She reaches out and brushes away a stray tear with quiet tenderness. We leave the clinic silently, the reality of my situation spinning around in my mind. Yuri and Pavel are waiting exactly where we left them, alert and watchful. Neither asks questions as we slide into the back seat, though I catch Yuri's concerned glance in the rearview mirror. Back to the estate, Talia instructs, and Yuri nods, pulling smoothly into traffic. I stare out the window as the city passes in a blur, one hand unconsciously resting on my still flat stomach. Somewhere inside me, a new life is growing. A life that is half me and half Dimitri. This life will be born into a world of danger, power struggles, loyalty, and betrayal. Can I bring a child into this world? Should I? What are you thinking? Talia asks softly, her voice too low for the men in front to hear.
I'm thinking about when you told me you were pregnant with Angelina. I reply honestly. You were so scared getting caught up in all this Bratva business, but you still chose to embrace it. The pregnancy, the family, all of it. I did. Talia acknowledges. But my choice doesn't have to be your choice. We're different people with different hearts. How did you know it was the right choice? I didn't. She says simply. I just knew I loved Alexander, and despite all the complications and dangers of his world, I wanted his child. It wasn't rational, it was visceral. As we approach the Avilov estate, my anxiety begins to mount again. The gates swing open, revealing the sprawling property that has become my home over the past weeks. Talia, I say as the car comes to a stop. I need you not to tell Alexander. Not yet. She studies my face before nodding. I won't lie to him if he asks directly, but I won't volunteer the information. Fair enough. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I need a few days to think. Take all the time you need, she says. But sis, secrets have a way of coming out in this family, especially life-changing ones. I know she is right. In the Bratva, information is currency, and it is only a matter of time before Dmitri learns about my clinic visit. As we walk toward the main house, I see Alexander standing on the terrace, his powerful frame silhouetted against the afternoon sun. Even from a distance, I can feel his penetrating gaze assessing us, checking for any signs of trouble. His eyes soften visibly when they land on Talia, and the transformation is still remarkable to witness. Talia gives my hand one final squeeze before releasing it. Go rest. I'll handle Alexander's questions. Grateful for the reprieve, I enter the house and go straight to the guest bedroom. A baby, I whisper, testing how the reality feels when spoken aloud. Dimitri's baby. The words sound strange on my tongue, neither wholly terrifying nor wholly welcome. Just real. Undeniably real. I think of Dmitri as I'd last seen him, fierce and determined as he pored over maps and security reports with Alexander, planning Morozov's downfall. I think of the tenderness he only shows me, the vulnerability beneath his hardened exterior. Will he be a good father? I have no doubt. Despite his dangerous profession, Dmitri has a protective nature and a strong sense of family. But am I ready to be a mother? To tie myself to the Avilov Bratva permanently through the most unbreakable of bonds? To raise a child in a world where violence is currency and power is measured in blood? A soft knock at the door interrupts my spiraling thoughts. It's me, Talia's voice calls softly. I wipe away tears I didn't realize I was shedding and clear my throat. Come in. Talia enters, carrying a tray with tea and crackers. I thought you might need something gentle for your stomach. Thanks, I manage. She sets the tray down and sits beside me on the bed. Alexander knows something's up, but I told him it was a personal female matter, and you'll share when you are ready. And he accepted that? A small smile touches Talia's lips. He won't push when I use that tone. Despite everything, I find myself returning her smile. The perks of being the Pakyun's wife. Indeed. Her expression grows serious again. How are you feeling? Really? Honestly, I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, and no matter which way I move, I'm going to fall. Talia nods, understanding in her eyes. When I found out I was pregnant with Angelina, I felt the same way. I loved Alexander, but I also knew exactly what marrying the Pachun would mean for my life, for our child's life. I look at her in surprise. You considered not keeping her? For about 5 minutes, she admits, her cheeks reddening slightly. Then I realized that whatever challenges came with bringing a child into this world, I wanted to face them. But that was my choice. You have to make yours. How did you know you'd be a good mother? I ask the question that has been haunting me. Especially to Sasha and Maxim, who weren't even yours biologically. Talia laughs softly. I didn't. I still don't know most days. But I love them fiercely, and I do my best, and somehow that seems to be enough. She takes my hand. We had a difficult childhood. That doesn't mean you're destined to repeat it with your own child. But what if... No what-ifs, she interrupts gently. Do you want this baby? Not for Dimitri's sake, not for the Bratvas' sake, but for your own. The question stings like a slap. Do I want this baby? The tiny spark of life growing inside me, part me and part the man I've come to love against all odds. I don't know, I whisper honestly. Part of me is terrified at the idea of being responsible for another human being. But another part... I place my hand on my stomach. Another part wonders what they'll look like, if they'll have Dimitri's eyes or my smile. Talia's expression softens. That's a start. Give yourself permission to feel whatever you're feeling. The fear, the uncertainty, maybe even a touch of wonder. And Dimitri? You'll have to tell him eventually, she replies. But you don't have to do it today. Take some time to sort through your own feelings first. I nod, suddenly exhausted by the emotional roller coaster of the day. Thank you. For everything. That's what sisters do, she says simply, rising from the bed. Try to rest. I'll check on you later. As the door closes behind her, I lie back against the pillows, one hand still resting protectively over my abdomen. Family. The word echoes in my mind. Maybe that is the crux of my fear. Aside from Talia, I've never truly had a family. I've been a perpetual outsider, witnessing what others take for granted. And now, unexpectedly, I have the chance to create one. Will I take that chance? I don't know yet. But for the first time since suspecting I'm pregnant, I allow myself to imagine what it might be like to hold my child in my arms. To have something that is truly, undeniably mine. It is a dangerous thought, but a hopeful one. As I drift off to sleep, hope, more than fear, follows me into my dreams.
23. Dmitri. The basement of the Avilov mansion is a relic from another era, crafted by men who knew that true power often thrived in the shadows. The walls are solid stone 3 feet thick. There are no windows, just a hidden staircase, which is the only way in or out. And at its core is the room no outsider has ever been told about. Ilya's muffled groans echo off the ancient stones as Yuri and Pavel drag him down the narrow staircase. Blood trickles from a gash above his eye where Alexander had struck him with his signet ring when he'd cornered him an hour earlier. His hands are bound behind his back, his feet barely supporting his weight as my men haul him toward his reckoning. I walk ahead, my footsteps measured and deliberate. The iron key feels heavy in my palm, but it has nothing to do with its physical mass. Behind me, Alexander follows silently, his fury a palpable force in the close confines of the passageway. Here, I say, stopping before a reinforced steel door set into the ancient stonework. I turn the key in the lock, and the door swings open on well-oiled hinges. The smell hits me first. Damp stone and old despair. We call it the dungeon, though it has been modernized with certain amenities that suit our purposes. Yuri and Pavel drag Ilya inside and secure him to the chair bolted to the center of the room. Overhead, a single bright light illuminates every detail on his face, the swelling beginning around his eye, the defiant curl of his lip, the sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill of the basement. "Leave us," Alexander orders. Yuri and Pavel nod, backing out of the room without a word. The heavy door closes behind them with finality. For a long moment, no one speaks. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, watching Ilya's face for any flicker of remorse. There is none. There is only calculation in those pale blue eyes that have watched my back for the past 4 years. Eyes I trusted to keep watch while I slept. Ilya Sokolov. Alexander finally breaks the silence, circling the chair like a predator. His voice is unnervingly calm, all the more terrifying for its softness. Our trusted Vor, the man who has dined at my table, who held my newborn daughter in his arms and swore to protect her with his life. Ilya says nothing, but his jaw tightens. The man, Alexander continues, who has been feeding information to Andrei Morozov while pretending to give us intelligence from inside his operation. "I don't know what you're talking about," Ilya replies, his voice steady despite his precarious position. Always the professional, even now. I push off from the wall, taking a step closer. "Save it, Ilya. We have confirmation from multiple sources." His eyes land on me briefly before returning to Alexander. "What sources?" "Nick Borissi, for one," I reply, watching his reaction. A flash of surprise crosses his features before he can mask it. Yes, he survived the hit at the coffee shop. He heard quite a bit about your arrangement with the butcher before Morozov's men tried to silence him. "That gambling addict?" Ilya scoffs. "He'd say anything to save his own skin." "Perhaps," Alexander concedes, standing directly behind Ilya, hands resting on the back of the chair. "But then there's the matter of the phone we found in your apartment. The one with only one contact. A number we've traced to Daniil Kozlov, Morozov's communications man." A muscle twitches in Ilya's cheek, the first real crack in his composure. "And finally," I add, "there's the fact that we fed you false information yesterday about the shipment coming through Port Newark. Information that, within hours, reached Morozov's ears." I lean in close, my voice dropping to a low growl. "He lost no men in the ambush, Ilya, but Morozov lost 6. Ilya's eyes meet mine, and what I see isn't fear or regret. It's pure and cold hatred.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
This man who has fought beside me, who has shared vodka and stories of our childhood, who saved my life in the shootout with the Italians last year, has been plotting my death all along. How long? I ask, the question grating from my throat. Ilya's lips turn into a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Long enough, Dmitri. Long enough to know all your weaknesses. Alexander's hand shoots out, gripping Ilya's hair and yanking his head back at a painful angle. You will address him as Mr. Popov, you piece of shit. You've lost the right to any familiarity. It doesn't matter what he calls me, I clarify, maintaining my composure despite the rage burning in my veins. What matters is what he's told Morozov about their operations, about their security, about Sandy. At the mention of her name, Ilya's smile widens fractionally. Cold dread pools in my stomach. Your American girl, he says softly. She's very beautiful, Dmitri. Morozov has noticed. The butcher especially. My control slips. Before I realize what I'm doing, my fist connects with his jaw in a blow that would have knocked him to the floor if he hadn't been secured to the chair. Blood sprays from his split lip. Dmitri, Alexander cautions, his hand on my shoulder. A reminder of who we are, of the reputation of the Popov Bratva. We don't lose control. We calculate, we plan, we execute. I step back, wiping Ilya's blood from my knuckles with a handkerchief. You're right, Brat. We have time. Ilya spits blood onto the concrete floor. Time? You think you have time? He laughs harshly, the sound echoing off the stone walls. Morozov already knows everything about your precious Sandy. Her apartment, her workplace, the little bakery she likes on 7th Avenue. The butcher has been keeping tabs since the moment she entered your life. I keep my face impassive, though inside, ice forms around my heart. Why would Morozov care about an American woman with no connection to our world? I ask coldly, though I already know the answer. Ilya's expression shifts to one of genuine amusement. Because she matters to you, Dmitri. And Morozov knows that destroying what you care about will hurt you more than a bullet ever could. Alexander steps forward, all pretense of patience gone. He pulls a knife from inside his jacket. It's our father's hunting knife, with its worn bone handle and 7-inch blade that he has taken countless lives. Enough games, he hisses, pressing the tip of the blade under Ilya's chin just hard enough to draw a bead of blood. You're going to tell us everything. What Morozov knows, what he plans. Or what? Ilya challenges. You'll kill me? We both know I'm a dead man either way. Death can be quick, I caution. Or it can last days. Your choice. Something shimmers in Ilya's eyes. Not fear, exactly, but calculation. The enforcer in him assesses the odds, looking for leverage or a way out. I want protection, he finally says. Not from you. I know better than to trust the word of an Avilov. I want extraction, a new identity, somewhere Morozov can't reach. Alexander laughs, the sound utterly devoid of humor. You think you're in a position to negotiate? After what you've done? I think I know things that can save your life, Ilya replies, looking directly at me. Things about Morozov's next move, about why he came to New York, about the shipment coming in next week that would change the balance of power in New York forever. I glance at Alexander. His face gives nothing away, but I know what he's thinking. Information is currency in our world, sometimes worth more than money or blood. Doc, I order. If what you tell us proves valuable, we'll consider your request. Ilya's eyes narrow. That's not good enough. It's all you're going to get, Alexander insists, wiping his blade clean on Ilya's shirt before stepping back. And you're running out of time to make it count. Ilya looks between us with calculation in his eyes. Finally, he nods once. Morozov's planning to hit you directly, Dmitri. Not the organization. You. That's hardly news, I scoff. Morozov and I have been circling each other for months. No, you don't understand. Ilya insists. This isn't business for him. It's personal. He came to New York for one reason only. To make you suffer for killing his brother. Sergei was scum, I say coldly. What happened was justice, not murder. Not to Andre, Ilya replies. To him, you took his younger brother, his blood. And now he wants payment in kind. What exactly is Morozov planning? Alexander demands. Ilya shrugs as much as his bindings will allow. I don't know the specifics. The butcher doesn't share details with underlings. I just know it's coming soon, and it will target you directly. That's not enough. Alexander hisses, the knife appearing in his hand again. Wait, Ilya says quickly. There's more. The shipment next week. It's not just weapons. Morozov's bringing in something that will give him leverage over every organization in New York. Something from his contacts in Moscow. What? I press. Information, Ilya replies. Files on everyone. Politicians, judges, police commissioners, banking information, offshore accounts, blackmail material. Enough to buy protection at every level or destroy anyone who stands in his way. Alexander and I exchange glances. If true, this will shift the balance of power dramatically. Morozov will be untouchable. When and where? Alexander asks. Monday night, Eastport Container Terminal. It's coming in on a Russian freighter, the Vladivostok Star, hidden in a shipment of industrial equipment. I study Ilya's face, looking for signs of deception. Why would Morozov tell you this? You're not high enough in his organization to need this information. A flicker of resentment crosses Ilya's features. I overheard them talking to the butcher. They've been meeting at my apartment, neutral ground, to keep their conversations private from the rest of Morozov's enforcers. Not everyone in his organization supports this vendetta against you. That, at least, rings true. Morozov's obsession with personal revenge would rankle the more business-minded members of his Bratva. And Sandy, I asked the question that has been burning in my mind. What exactly does he plan to do with her? Something changes in Ilya's expression, a cruel satisfaction. Kill her, of course, slowly. While you watch, the butcher has quite specific plans for her. A cold, unforgiving fury surges through me, sharper than anything I've ever felt. Sandy has nothing to do with this. She is innocent. The only reason she is in danger is because I care about her. And now, Morozov will make her pay the price for my sins. He'll never touch her. I growl, my voice so low it's barely audible. You can't protect her forever, Dmitri, Ilya taunts. Morozov is patient. He'll wait until your guard drops and you make a mistake. Before I can respond, the door to the dungeon bursts open. Yuri stands in the doorway, his expression grim. Bakan, he addresses Alexander. There's been an incident at the perimeter of the estate. 2 of our men are down. We have intruders. Alexander curses in Russian. Secure the grounds. Full lockdown protocol. Already in progress. Yuri confirms before disappearing back up the corridor. It seems our time is up, Ilya remarks, something like triumph in his voice. Morozov moves faster than I anticipated. I grab him by the throat, squeezing just enough to make his eyes widen. What exactly is his next move? Tell me now, or I swear by all that's holy. Ilya chokes out, struggling for breath. He's going to destroy everything you care about, starting with the girl. I tighten my grip until his eyes bulge, and then I release him. You're running out of time, Dmitri. Ilya gasps, rubbing at his throat. Tick-tock. A muffled explosion shakes dust from the ancient ceiling. The attack on the estate is escalating. We need to move, Alexander says urgently. Now! I nod, though my thoughts are still reeling. What about him? Alexander's eyes are as cold as winter in Moscow. He's told us what he knows. We had a deal. Ilya begins, panic finally breaking through his professional demeanor. I promised nothing. Alexander cuts him off. Dmitri said we would consider your request. I've considered it. The knife catches the harsh overhead light as it arcs through the air, then opens his throat in one clean stroke. The wet gurgle that followed is short-lived. In the Bratva, betrayal earned only one sentence. Death. Come, Alexander says a moment later, wiping our father's blade clean. We need to secure the mansion. We move swiftly up the narrow staircase and burst through the outer door, the sounds of chaos swelling around as we step outside. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Liev, mansion secure. Sandy is safe. Perimeter breach contained. 3 intruders neutralized. Appears to be a probing attack, not full assault. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by renewed determination. As we reach the servants' entrance of the mansion, I hold out the message for Alexander to see. They're testing our defenses, Alexander observes grimly. The real attack is yet to come. I'm not letting Sandy out of my sight, I say firmly. No safe houses, no separate security details. She stays with me. Alexander studies me for a moment, then gives me a sharp nod. I pull out my phone and type a message to Liev. Double the guard on Sandy. No one approaches her without my direct authorization. Whether she will hate me afterward remains to be seen, but at least she'll be alive to do so. That is all that matters now. As Alexander coordinates our men, organizing the response to the attack and reinforcing our security protocols, I allow myself one moment of doubt to question every decision that has led me to this impossible situation. The woman I am falling for is targeted because of my past. The traitor I had trusted with my life, the vendetta born from actions I can't undo. Then, I bury those doubts deep where they belong. Doubt is a luxury I can't afford.
24. Sandy. The first scream rips through the mansion like a bullet. I freeze, the teacup suspended halfway to my lips as I sit in the sunroom overlooking the gardens of the Avilov estate. Sandy? Sandy, come quickly! Elena, one of the housekeepers, bursts into the room, her face ashen. Security breach at the gates. We need to move now. My heart plummets into my stomach. Before I can respond, the mansion erupts into chaos. Security personnel race through the hallways, barking commands into their radios. The staff scrambles to secure doors and windows, and all I can think about is Talia and the children. Where are the kids? I demand, already racing for the stairs. Where's Sasha and Maxim? And my sister? Mrs. Avilov has them, Elena assures me, grabbing my arm as she guides me through the mansion's winding corridors. She's taken them to the panic room. We need to join them. My brain scrambles to make sense of what is happening. Where's Dmitri? And Alexander? They are the only reason I'm still alive, the only barrier between me and Morozov's wrath. They're securing the perimeter, Elena replies curtly. Come, quickly. We race through the mansion's east wing, past priceless artwork and antique furniture that no longer seems important. All that matters is reaching safety. Reaching Talia and the children. A distant explosion rocks the mansion, and I nearly stumble. They've breached the outer gate, Elena whispers, her grip on my arm tightening. We reach a nondescript doorway that leads to a basement stairwell I've never seen before. Elena punches a code into a hidden keypad, and the door slides open, revealing a concrete passageway lit by harsh fluorescent lights. Down there, she instructs. Third door on the right. Mrs. Avilov is expecting you. Aren't you coming? I ask, suddenly terrified at the thought of going alone. Elena shakes her head. I have other duties. Go. You'll be safe there. I descend the stairs on trembling legs, the distant sounds of chaos muffled as I move deeper beneath the mansion. The corridor is cold and utilitarian. I count doors as I pass them. 1, 2, 3. I knock once, then twice more in quick succession. The steel door, which must be several inches thick, opens with surprising swiftness. Talia pulls me inside before sealing us in with mechanical thunks and hisses as locks engage. Sandy, thank God. Talia breathes, briefly pressing her forehead to mine in relief. Auntie Sandy! 2 small bodies collide with me as soon as I'm inside. My niece and nephew cling to me, their faces pale but composed. They are Avilov children, after all. They've been drilled on security protocols since they were old enough to walk. I'm here, I soothe, dropping to my knees to pull them into my arms. Everything's going to be fine. The lie tastes sour, but I force a smile for them. The panic room is surprisingly spacious. It's more of a bunker than a room. It contains a small living area, kitchenette, bathroom, and what appears to be sleeping quarters behind a partition. Monitors line one wall, displaying camera feeds from various locations around the estate. My eyes immediately dart to the screens, searching for signs of Dmitri or Alexander. We were worried about you, Talia says, her voice low as she moves to check something on a control panel. My sister has adapted well to life as the wife of the Avilov Pakyun. Her usually flowing, chocolate-brown hair is pulled back in a practical bun, and her posture is alert and ready for action. Angelina is in the crib if you want to check on her. I glance toward a corner where a portable crib has been set up. My niece is standing, clutching the rails, her face scrunched in confusion rather than fear. She bounces excitedly when she spots me, her chubby arms stretching upward, eager to be held. Sasha and Maxime, why don't you show me what toys you have in here? I suggest, trying to distract them while I move to scoop up the baby. Angelina nuzzles into my neck, and I breathe in her sweet baby scent, letting it calm my racing heart. That's right. Everything's okay, Princess, I whisper, swaying gently. Bad men are here, aren't they? Sasha asks, her 5-year-old face far too serious for her age. She stands near her brother, his arm draped protectively over her shoulders, just as I've seen Alexander do countless times. Your father and uncle are handling it, Talia answers before I can, her voice calm but firm. That's their job. Our job is to stay safe and keep calm. She gives Sasha a pointed look, and the girl nods gravely, understanding her role. I settle on the sofa, arranging Angelina on my lap while Sasha and Maxime huddle close. My eyes keep darting to the monitors, scanning for any sign of what is happening outside. Men in tactical gear are moving through the gardens. Gunshots flash on several screens. Is it Morozov? I ask Talia quietly, when I'm sure the children are distracted by video games. Talia's lips thin into a tight line. Most likely. We've had intelligence that he was planning something. Alexander hoped we'd have more time to prepare. My hand instinctively goes to my stomach. How can I bring another child into this violent world? How can I tell Dmitri that this baby is his? Everything will be okay, Talia assures. She reaches over to squeeze my hand. Our family has survived worse. I nod numbly, turning my attention to the children. They need me calm and reassured, not drowning in my own fears. Who wants to hear a story? I ask, forcing brightness into my voice. I know one about a brave princess who saves her kingdom from dragons. Dragons aren't real, Maxime points out skeptically. Well, this is a special story, I insist. And in this story, they are very real. I launch into a tale I'm making up on the spot, weaving in details I know would capture their attention. Halfway through, I notice Talia's posture change. She is staring intently at one of the monitors. What is it? I ask, pausing my story. Alexander and Dmitri, she says, pointing to a screen that shows a corridor not far from our location. They're coming. My heart leaps at the sight of them. Both have their weapons drawn as they move through the basement. Dimitri's face is set in the cold mask I know so well. The one that hides all emotion, all vulnerability. Beside him, Alexander moves with the measured confidence of a man accustomed to command. Even through the grainy footage, I can see the tension in Dimitri's shoulders and the urgency of his steps. Are they hurt? I scan both figures for signs of injury. They appear okay, Talia replies, already moving toward the door. The relief in her voice is palpable. The love she feels for her husband is evident even in this moment of crisis. She watches the monitor until they reach our door, then engages in a call-and-response code through the intercom system. Satisfied, she begins the process of unlocking the heavy door. When the door opens wide enough, Sasha and Maxime bolt toward their father and uncle. Alexander hugs the children with a relieved laugh that breaks the tension. "My brave ones," he murmurs, pressing kisses to their heads, while Talia embraces him from the side, careful not to crush the children between them. Meanwhile, Dimitri's eyes seek mine over their heads. The intensity of his gaze makes my breath catch. With Angelina still in my arms, I stand frozen, relief flooding through me at the sight of him unharmed. And then I was moving, crossing the room in quick strides to reach him. Dimitri meets me halfway, his strong arms encircling me and Angelina in a protective embrace that feels like coming home. "You're safe," he murmurs against my hair, his voice rough with emotion. "Everyone is safe." I allow myself to sink into his strength, to believe that there is a place for me in his embrace, in this world. Then reality reasserts itself, and I pull back slightly. "What happened?" I ask. "Who was it?" Dimitri's eyebrows snap together, and he exchanges a look with his brother. Alexander holds the children close with one arm. At the same time, his other remains firmly around Talia's waist, and he gives an almost imperceptible nod. "Let's get everyone settled somewhere more comfortable first," Dimitri says. "Then we'll talk." As we enter the guest bedroom, it feels familiar yet strange. It is beautiful and elegant, completely at odds with the violence that has just erupted outside its windows. Dimitri closes the door behind us, leaving Alexander and Talia to tend to the children. "You should sit," Dimitri encourages, gesturing to the edge of the bed. I shake my head. "Just tell me what happened. Was it Morozov's men?" Dimitri sighs, running a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration from a man who prides himself on control. "Yes and no." "What does that mean?" I demand, wrapping my arms around myself. "It was a test," he admits. "Morozov sent a small team to probe our defenses, to see how we would respond to a breach. They weren't here to kill you. Not today. They were gathering intelligence for a future attempt." The room seems to tilt beneath my feet. "A future attempt," I repeat hollowly. "So, this isn't over. He's still coming for me." "Sandy." Dimitri steps toward me, but I back away. "Don't!" My voice shakes. "Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Don't tell me you can protect me. We both know Morozov won't stop until I'm dead." "I can protect you," Dimitri insists, his deep voice resonating with a conviction that makes me want to believe him. "Today proved that. Our security works. We detected them quickly, neutralized the threat, and kept you and the children safe." "And what about tomorrow? Or next week? Or next month?" Panic claws at my throat, making my words come faster. "I can't live like this, Dimitri.
Jumping at shadows, hiding in panic rooms, putting my family in danger because of me? My hand automatically goes to my stomach again. I can't. I break off as a wave of dizziness washes over me. The stress, the fear, it's all too much. Dmitri is beside me instantly, guiding me to sit on the edge of the bed. Breathe, Malushka, he orders gently, crouching before me. His calloused hands take mine, his thumbs rubbing soothing circles against my wrists where my pulse races. You're safe inside these walls. I promise you that. I can't keep doing this to Talia, the kids, I whisper. To her family. Your family too, Dmitri corrects quietly. And mine. We are all Avilov, one way or another. Tears burn behind my eyes. That doesn't change the fact that I'm putting them in danger just by being here. The danger was always there, Dmitri says firmly. My brother's children were born into this life. The threats they face aren't because of you. They're because of us, because of the Avilov name. I shake my head, unconvinced. Morozov wouldn't be targeting their home if I wasn't here. Morozov and the Popov Bratva have been enemies for years. If it wasn't you, he would find another excuse. Dmitri's grip on my hands tightens slightly. Sandy, look at me. Reluctantly, I raise my eyes to his. You are under my protection, he stresses, each word deliberate. He pauses as if searching for the right words. As someone important to this family. To me. My heart stutters. While I can run from bullets, there is nowhere to hide from the feelings that Dmitri stirs in me. There's something I need to tell you, I whisper. It's now or never. The day's events have made it clear that life is too uncertain, too precarious to keep this secret any longer. Dmitri waits, his expression guarded but attentive. I take a deep breath and clear my throat. I'm pregnant, I blurt, the words tumbling out in a rush. It's yours. From that first night we were together, I wasn't sure how to tell you, or if I should, or what you would want me to... His broad shoulders are rigid beneath his black tactical shirt, and his hands are clenched at his sides. My heart sinks. Of course, he doesn't want this complication. Dmitri, I don't expect anything, I say quickly. I can leave, find somewhere. No. The word is sharp, absolute. He turns back to me, and the expression on his face makes the words die in my throat. There is no anger there, no frustration or resentment. Instead, I see something I never expected. Vulnerability, naked and raw, breaking through his carefully maintained facade. You're not going anywhere, he continues, his voice softer now, but no less firm. Not you, not my child. My breath catches. You're not angry? A flicker of confusion flashes in his eyes. Why would I be angry about a child? Our child? Because of the danger? The complication? Dmitri moves suddenly, crouching before me again and taking my face gently in his hands. A child is never a complication, Malishka. A child is a gift, a miracle. Warm tears spill down my cheeks, and he brushes them away with his thumbs. But Morozov will never touch you or our baby, he vows, a deadly promise in his eyes. I will end this war with him once and for all, before our child is born. You have my word.
I study his face, searching for any trace of hesitation or doubt. There is none. Only unwavering determination and a fire that sets my heart racing for reasons that have nothing to do with fear.
I never thought I would have this,
Dmitri confesses quietly, his hand resting lightly against my stomach.
I told myself I didn't deserve a family, that it was enough to be uncle to my brother's children.
I cover his hand with mine. And now?
Now I find myself dreaming of things I have no right to dream of.
He breathes, the barest hint of a smile touching his lips.
A future, a family of my own.
With me? I dare to ask.
With you,
he confirms, and the certainty in his voice makes something tight in my chest unravel.
You'll stay because you belong here, with me. You're mine, Sandy Davis, and I am never letting you go.
The possessive word should bother me. It would have before I met Dmitri and was thrown into his world. But I understood now that in his vocabulary, to be his means to be cherished, protected, and valued above all else. And you'll be mine? I counter, finding courage I didn't know I possessed. His eyes darken, and he leans forward until our foreheads touch.
I have been yours since the moment I saw you stand your ground against a room full of Bratva men, refusing to be intimidated, even when you were terrified.
I laugh softly at the memory. I thought you were going to have me disappeared.
I thought about it, he admits with a wry smile, for about 5 seconds. Then I looked into your blue eyes and knew I could never harm you.
His hands move to my waist, drawing me gently closer until I'm perched on the edge of the bed with him kneeling between my legs. It's intimate, but his touch remains respectful, almost reverent. His hand returns to my stomach, splaying protectively over where our child is growing.
How far along?
5 weeks, I tell him. It's still very early. He nods, a muscle working in his jaw.
You'll need to see a doctor. The Bratva doctor is discreet. We'll arrange it tomorrow.
I smile at his immediate shift to practical matters. It's typical of Dmitri to identify a need and immediately create a plan to address it. I already have a doctor, I say with a smile.
No,
he says, his voice cutting through the air. Then his expression softens.
This is our child, and it will only be cared for by the people I trust the most. This child changes everything.
How? I ask. Dmitri is quiet, considering his words carefully.
It gives me something I haven't had in a very long time.
He smiles. Hope. The vulnerability in that single word breaks something deep inside me. Maybe the last fragile piece of my resistance. Before I can think, I lean in and capture his lips with mine. He kisses me back, deep and consuming. When we break apart, his eyes are dark with emotion.
We will build something good from all this chaos, Malishka. I promise you.
For the first time in weeks, surrounded by danger and uncertainty, I believe a future is possible. Not just survival, but a life, a family, and love. I'm going to hold you to that promise, I whisper against his lips. His answering smile, rare and genuine, is like the spring sunshine breaking through after a long, dark winter.
I'm counting on it.
Outside these walls, Morozov is still plotting, and danger still lurks. But here, at this moment, with Dmitri's arms around me and the knowledge of our child growing inside me, I find a peace I didn't think possible in this violent world.
25. Dmitri. 3 a.m., and sleep evades me like a skilled opponent. I stare at the bedroom ceiling, mentally reviewing every detail of tomorrow's operation. Outside the window, the rain taps against the glass, a relentless whisper that matches the rhythm of my thoughts. The mansion is quiet, but I know better than most that silence can be deceptive. Danger rarely announces itself. With a sigh, I carefully extricate myself from Sandy's sleeping form beside me. She stirs slightly, her face peaceful in slumber, one arm draped across where my chest had been. The sight of her vulnerable and trusting strengthens my resolve. Tomorrow, I will put an end to the threat to her, once and for all. I move to the window, gazing out at the expansive grounds of the Avilov estate. Security lights illuminate the perimeter in measured intervals, and I can see the shadowy figures of our guards making their rounds. Good men, loyal men. Tomorrow, I'll be asking more of them than ever before. My phone vibrates on the nightstand. Only one person would message at this hour. Preparations complete. All teams in position by dawn. Victor, my most trusted enforcer. He's been by my side for 10 years and will understand the simple message I send back. Confirmed. I set the phone down and turn to the small table where the blueprints of the old distillery are spread out. We'd spent weeks crafting this plan. A deliberate leak of information suggests I will be meeting a potential ally at the abandoned facility on the city's outskirts. The type of information Morozov can't resist acting on. The kind of opportunity that would draw him out personally. The trap was set, and I am the bait. Behind me, the soft rustle of bedsheets catches my attention. Sandy is wakened, rising to a sitting position, her hair disheveled from sleep, eyes still heavy with dreams. Even in the dim light, I can see the worry etched across her features as she registers my absence from bed. You should be sleeping, I say, softly. She pushes the covers back, swinging her legs over the side of the bed, the thin fabric of her tank top clinging to her form as she stands. So should you. Something has shifted between us in the 3 weeks since she told me about the pregnancy. A fragile intimacy has begun to grow, emerging amidst the chaos of our lives. But I've seen the concern in her eyes as I've thrown myself into planning the operation, the hurt when I missed our appointment with the doctor because of an urgent meeting with the other enforcers. I needed to review some details. I explain, gesturing vaguely to the papers on the table. A half-truth. Sandy crosses the room to stand beside me, her eyes scanning the blueprints. This is it then? The place where you're setting your trap? I nod, studying her profile. The delicate slope of her nose, the fullness of her lower lip, the stubborn set of her jaw. When did she become so essential to me? When did her safety and happiness become as vital as breathing? You don't need to do this, she says quietly, not looking at me. There are other ways to handle Morozov. None is certain, I answer. None is final. She turns to me, her eyes searching mine. And what about us? What about the baby? My throat tightens. Us. The baby. Words that still feel foreign on my tongue, yet have settled into my heart with surprising ease. I place my hand gently on her stomach, a habit I've developed over the past few weeks. Everything I do is for you both, I reply, holding her gaze. To ensure you never have to look over your shoulder again. To give our child a future without Morozov's shadow hanging over it. Sandy places her hand over mine. I need you alive for that future, Dmitri. I have no intention of dying tomorrow, I assure her, allowing a small smile. I have far too much to live for now. She doesn't return that smile. Instead, she rises on her tiptoes and presses her lips to mine, a kiss both tender and desperate. I respond instinctively, my arms encircling her waist, drawing her against me. For a brief moment, I allow myself to forget what awaits me at dawn. When we separate, her eyes are bright with unshed tears. Promise me you'll come back. I promise. I say, knowing it's dangerous to make such vows in our world, yet unable to deny her anything in this moment. I can't lose the person I love, she whispers. The word hits me with unexpected force. Love. She hasn't said it directly before, and neither have I. We circled each other cautiously, acknowledging our connection without naming it. I cup her face in my hands. You won't lose me, Malishka. I swear it. She nods, but the fear remains in her eyes. I wish I could erase it. Wish I could be something other than what I am. A man whose life has been forged in violence, whose hands have taken more lives than they have saved. Come back to bed, she urges, softly, taking my hand. Just for a little while. I glance at the blueprints, waiting for the phone to buzz again, with last-minute adjustments to our plan. Please, she adds, and in that single word, I hear the echo of her worries and hopes. With a nod, I allow her to lead me to bed. We lay together in silence, her head resting on my chest, my arm around her shoulders. I don't expect to sleep, but there is comfort in her warmth and the steady rhythm of her breathing. Do you ever think about leaving? She asks suddenly, her voice low. About walking away from all this? Have I thought about it? Yes, more frequently since learning of her pregnancy. Fleeting fantasies of a normal life somewhere far from the Bratva, from the blood that stained my family name. But fantasies are dangerous for men like me. It's not as simple as packing our bags and disappearing. But if it were possible, she presses. It's not possible, I choke out. No matter where I go, the Bratva will follow. That's who I am. She sighs, burying her face in my chest. I will always protect you and our child, I vow. She looks into my eyes and nods. She lays her head back on my chest and we lapse into silence again. Eventually her breathing deepens and slows, her body growing heavier against mine as sleep claims her once more. I gaze down at her sleeping form, the depth of her trust in me almost overwhelming. One hand still rests protectively over her stomach, even in slumber. I continue to hold her, my fingers lightly tracing patterns on her shoulder as the moonlight streams in and shadows dance across her face. Sleep continues to elude me as the hours tick steadily toward dawn, but I remain still, unwilling to disturb her rest. In these quiet moments with Sandy sleeping in my arms, I find a strange peace, a reminder of exactly what I'm fighting for. 26. Dmitri. Dawn breaks with a dull gray light that seems fitting for what will come. I stand in front of the mirror, methodically checking each weapon before securing it to my person. The gun is in my shoulder holster, a backup piece strapped to my ankle, and a knife sheathed at the small of my back, a ritual I've performed countless times throughout my life in the Bratva. Only this time, it feels different. I glance back at the bed where Sandy is sleeping, her face peacefully in repose, one hand resting protectively over her stomach. The sight of her sends a surge of determination through me. Today, I will end the threat that hangs over her, over us, over the child growing within her. I approach the bed quietly, leaning down to kiss her forehead, gently. She stirs slightly, but doesn't wake. Better this way. No tearful goodbyes, no last-minute pleas that might weaken my resolve. I will come back to you. I whisper, the promise like a vow between us. Then I straighten, harden my expression, and leave the room. As I descend the grand staircase, the mansion stirs to life. Staff move with quiet efficiency, preparing for the day ahead. Careful not to disturb the family quarters. Alexander waits for me at the bottom of the stairs, his face grave. Everything is in place, he confirms without preamble. He opposed this plan initially. Too risky, he argued. But he knows as well as I do that Morozov will only take the bait if he believes I'll be there alone. Good, I reply, matching his tone. The teams? In position. Victor reports all approach routes are secured. Surveillance confirms movement in Morozov's compound. Vehicles are preparing to depart. I nod, feeling that familiar cold focus settle over me. And you? Alexander's jaw tightens. I will be at the command post as agreed. Though I still believe we've been through this, I interrupted. Morozov needs to believe I'm there to negotiate alone. Any hint of your presence will make him suspicious. Alexander studies me before clapping a hand on my shoulder. Be careful, Brat. That child needs a father. His eyes, so like Otet's, hold mine. And I need my brother. The rare display of emotion from Alexander catches me off guard. We grew up in a world where sentiment was weakness and brotherhood was expressed through loyalty rather than words. But this past year has changed him. Marriage to Thalia and the birth of his daughter has softened some of his harsher edges. I'll be careful, I assure, clasping his forearm briefly. Let's end this today. The drive to the abandoned distillery takes us through the awakening city. In spring, New York reveals its dual nature. Crumbling buildings stand in the shadow of historical landmarks, and staggering wealth exists just blocks from relentless poverty. This is a fitting backdrop for what our Bratva has become under the Avilov leadership. A force that maintains order and operates by code, rather than the unchecked brutality that organizations like Morozov's represented. The latest intel. I asked Pavel, my driver and one of my trusted enforcers. 3 vehicles spotted leaving Morozov's compound 20 minutes ago. He replies, eyes never leaving the road. Our spotters confirm 8 men, heavily armed. Morozov is with them. So he has taken the bait. Despite my confidence in our plan, part of me worried he might send his high-ranked enforcers rather than come himself. But I had calculated correctly. His pride and need for revenge had overridden caution. And the butcher, I ask, a man whose nickname has been earned through actions that turn even my stomach. Confirmed in the second vehicle. Good. Eliminating the butcher will always be as valuable as taking down Morozov himself. He was the architect in Morozov's expansion into New York, the man responsible for the deaths of 3 of our people last month. His brutality is legendary, even in our world. We arrive at our staging area, 2 blocks from the distillery, with 30 minutes to spare. The location is industrial and largely abandoned, perfect for our purposes. Minimal civilian presence, multiple approach routes and good sight lines for our snipers. Victor meets me as I exit the vehicle, his face set in its customary grim expression. All teams in position, he reports. Snipers have established sight lines to all entry points. Extraction teams ready. I nod, checking my watch. And Alexander? In the command vehicle as planned. He's linked into our communications. I take a moment to survey our forces. 6 men are visible, and another 8 are strategically positioned around the perimeter and inside the distillery. All loyal, all experienced. Many have been with the Avilov Bratva since before Otet's death. Remember, I told Victor as we prepare to move into position. Morozov is to be taken alive if possible. I want information before he dies. Victor's eyes harden. And if that's not an option? Then make sure he's dead. I reply coldly. But I prefer to look him in the eyes when he realizes he's lost everything. The distillery looms against the gray morning sky. A light mist has settled, reducing visibility and muffling sounds, ideal conditions for an ambush. I enter alone through the main doors, exactly as our leaked information indicated I would. The cavernous main hall stretches before me, rusted machinery looming like skeletons of ancient beasts. Streams of weak daylight filter through broken windows high above, projecting eerie patterns across the debris-strewn floor. I position myself in the center of the space, visible from the main entrance, but with clear sight lines to the positions where my men are concealed. Then I wait, counting seconds in my head, feeling my pulse slow as I settle into that space of absolute focus that has kept me alive all these years. The crunch of tires on the gravel outside announces their arrival. Then the car doors slam. Muttered commands. Footsteps approach the entrance. Multiple sets, moving with the measured caution of men anticipating trouble. They're entering the building. Comes a quiet update in my earpiece. 8 men visible, Morozov confirmed among them. The butcher on his left flank. I remain motionless as the heavy door at the far end of the hall scrapes open. Silhouettes appear in the doorway, backlit by the gray morning light. They advance cautiously into the hall, weapons drawn but lowered, confident in their superior numbers but not reckless. Then I see him, Andrei Morozov. Even in the dim light, I recognized his distinctive gait, the result of an old injury sustained years ago in a power struggle that decimated 3 rival families. Beside him stalked the butcher, a mountain of a man whose flat, emotionless eyes have witnessed atrocities beyond imagining. Popov, Morozov calls, his voice carrying across the space between us. I must admit I'm surprised. I didn't think you were foolish enough to come alone. Some matters require a personal touch, I answer, my voice deliberately casual. After your little test of our security last month, I thought it time we spoke directly. Morozov chuckles, a sound devoid of humor. A conversation long overdue. Though I'm disappointed your brother didn't join us. Alexander has more important matters to attend to, I state, watching his enforcers spread out in a loose semicircle. And what exactly do you wish to speak about? Morozov asks, stopping about 15 feet from me. Close enough for conversation, far enough to react if I make a sudden move. Terms, I say simply. This conflict between us has become wasteful. Morozov raises an eyebrow. Terms? After you and your brother destroyed my trafficking operation? After you personally put a bullet in my brother's head? His voice hardens. There are no terms, Dmitry Popov. There is only the inevitable correction of an imbalance. The butcher shifts slightly, his hand moving closer to his weapon. I note the movement while maintaining my focus on Morozov. Your business violated our code, I reply evenly. Trafficking young girls across Russia and then killing them was never part of our agreement with the other families. Your brother knew the consequences when he established those networks. The market demanded it. Morozov shrugs, unconcerned. Unlike your brother, I won't allow outdated principles to limit profitable opportunities. Those outdated principles are what separates us from common criminals, I reply, carefully watching the positions of his enforcers. The code exists for a reason. Without it, we're nothing but thugs with guns. The code, Morozov spits, is a relic. I follow only one code. Take what I want and exact revenge on those who cross me. His eyes glitter with malice. And your Sandy will pay the highest price. When I'm done with you, I'll find her, and I'll promise you, her death will be excruciatingly slow. Perhaps I'll make her beg before the end, make her wish she'd never met you. Something dark and primal rises within me at his words. But I keep my expression cold and controlled. That's not going to happen. Then we have nothing to discuss, Morozov says, raising his hand in a signal to his enforcers. Before they can act, I press the transmitter in my pocket. Now. The word barely leaves my lips when the world erupts into chaos. The crack of sniper fire from the upper levels of the distillery drops two of Morozov's enforcers instantly. Smoke grenades hiss from hidden positions, filling the space with thick, disorienting clouds. My enforcers emerge from their concealed locations, moving with efficiency. Morozov's face contorts with rage as he realizes the trap has been set. "Kill him!" he roars, drawing his own weapon as his remaining enforcers open fire. I was already moving, diving behind a massive rusted vat as bullets ping off metal around me. Drawing my gun, I return fire, catching one of Morozov's lieutenants in the shoulder and spinning him around. Through the chaos of gunfire and smoke, I catch glimpses of the battle unfolding around me. The butcher has taken up a defensive position behind a concrete pillar, his massive frame partly exposed as he fires methodically at my advancing enforcers. To my left, Victor and two others are engaged in a firefight with Morozov's rear guard. "East exit secured," crackles a voice in my earpiece. "No one gets out that way." Good. The trap is working. Morozov's men are caught in a crossfire, with limited options for retreat. I move from cover to cover, working toward where I'd last seen Morozov. A figure emerges suddenly from the smoke to my right. It's one of Morozov's enforcers. His weapon raised. I fire twice, center mass, and he drops. The air is thick with cordite and dust. Visibility is reduced to a few feet in any direction. Another burst of gunfire to my left, followed by a cry of pain. One of ours or theirs, I can't tell. "Status," I demand into my comm. "3 of Morozov's men confirmed down," comes Victor's terse reply. "2 injured on our side. Morozov and the butcher moving toward the northwest corner." I change direction, moving to intercept. The northwest corner houses an old stairwell that leads to a second-level catwalk. If Morozov reaches it, you'll have a superior position and clear fields of fire. As I round a piece of machinery, I come face to face with the butcher. For a split second, we both freeze, weapons leveled at each other. His eyes widen in recognition, then narrow in hatred. "Popov," he growls, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. "Butcher." I acknowledge, finger tensing on the trigger. He smiles, a grotesque parody of amusement. "The woman isn't worth all this trouble, though I admit I look forward to finding her when this is over." Rage flares white-hot at his implied threat to Sandy. But I maintain my focus. You won't get the chance. We fire simultaneously. I feel the wind of his bullet as it passes inches from my face. My shot struck true, catching him in the chest. The butcher staggers, but doesn't fall. Body armor. I curse internally and adjust my aim. Before either of us can fire again, a burst of automatic fire tears through the space between us. The butcher jerks violently as multiple rounds find gaps in this protection. Neck, lower abdomen, thigh. He collapses to one knee, blood already soaking through his clothing. Viktor appears from the smoke, his assault rifle trained on the fallen Russian. "Go!" he shouts to me. "Morozov is heading for the roof. I'll finish this one." I hesitate only briefly. The butcher is Viktor's to deal with. He has his personal reasons for wanting the butcher dead after what happened to his cousins, Petrov and Sonia. I nod once and sprint for the stairwell, leaving Viktor to administer justice. The metal stairs ring under my boots as I climb, taking them two at a time. A bullet sparks off the railing beside me. Someone below covers Morozov's retreat. I press myself against the wall and return fire blindly, more to force them to take cover than to hit them. "Morozov confirmed on the roof," comes an update in my ear. 2 men with him, be advised. They appear to have a contingency plan. Not good. I reach the top of the stairs and pause at the door leading to the roof, taking a moment to catch my breath. From below come the sounds of the battle winding down. Fewer gunshots and more shouted commands as my team secured the building. I eased the door open a crack, peering out onto the roof. The morning mist has thickened, limiting visibility. I can make out 3 figures by the far edge. Morozov and 2 guards, one of whom is clearly injured. They appear to be looking down at something over the edge of the building. Slipping through the door, I move forward in a crouch using the roof's HVAC equipment as cover. As I draw closer, I can hear Morozov speaking urgently on the phone. 2 minutes, not a second longer, he's saying. If you don't see us by then, leave. An extraction plan. Of course he'd have one. Morozov hasn't survived this long by being careless. I need to move now before whatever escape he's arranged materializes. Rising from cover, I call out, "It's over, Morozov!" 3 men whirl, weapons raised. I fired first, dropping the injured guard before he could aim properly. The second guard got off a shot that went wide before my second bullet found his throat. He collapses, clutching at the wound as his life pours between his fingers. Morozov, however, has used the distraction to dive behind the ventilation unit. "Is this what the great Popov Bratva has come to?" he taunts from behind cover. "Ambushes and deception instead of facing your enemies directly." "Rich coming from a Modak who sends assassins to my home," I reply, moving laterally to get a better angle. "Episcopat who targets women rather than facing those who can fight back." "Your actions have consequences, Popov," Morozov calls. I continue moving, tracking his voice. "Those consequences end today." A burst of automatic fire forces me back into cover. Morozov is more heavily armed than I'd anticipated. Not just a handgun, but a compact submachine gun. The rapid fire pins me down, bullets pinging off metal around me. "Your entire operation is finished," I shout over the gunfire. "Even if you escape today, the other families know what you've been doing. Breaking the code and gathering information on them means losing their protection. You'll be hunted by everyone. The other families will fall in line." Morozov snarls, his voice closer now. He is moving under the cover of his own suppressing fire. "Or they will be eliminated." I see a glimpse of movement and fire, but he's quick, diving to new cover before my bullet can find him. A new sound comes from the roof's edge, the distinctive whoop-whoop of helicopter blades. His extraction has arrived. "Helicopter approaching from the east," I bark into my comm. "Rooftop extraction. Do we have anti-air options?" "Negative," comes the reply. Cursing, I break from cover, sprinting to a new position that will give me a line of sight to the approaching helicopter. It is small and painted dark blue. It maneuvered to hover alongside the building, just below roof level, where my men on the ground would have difficulty targeting it. Clever. The helicopter won't land. Too vulnerable. Instead, Morozov will rappel down to it. I have seconds to prevent his escape. Morozov runs to the roof's edge. I fire, my bullet catching him in the leg. He stumbles but doesn't fall, returning fire wildly in my direction as he continues his desperate rush toward escape. I pursue, ignoring the bullets whizzing past me. 30 feet, 20, 10. Morozov reaches the edge, already unspooling a rope with a carabiner attached. The helicopter hovers just beyond, its doors open, a man inside gesturing frantically. 5 feet, I lunge, tackling Morozov before he can secure the rope. We go down hard, rolling dangerously close to the edge. His gun skitters across the roof. Mine is pinned between us, useless for the moment. We grapple desperately, seeking an advantage. Despite his wound, Morozov fights with the strength of a desperate man. His elbow catches me in the jaw, sending stars across my vision. I respond with a knee to his injured leg. Drawing a howl of pain, we roll again, and suddenly, there's nothing beneath my back but air. We were on the edge, teetering on the precipice. For a suspended moment, we stared at each other, my hand gripping his coat collar, his fingers digging into my arm. Mutual destruction is one wrong move away. In his eyes, I see naked fear for the first time. "It's over," I gasp. Something shifts in his expression, calculation replacing fear. "Perhaps another day, Popov." With surprising strength, he rips himself from my grasp, simultaneously shoving me back from the edge. As I scramble to maintain balance, he grabs his dropped rope, snapping the carabiner to his belt. Before I can reach him, he throws himself backward off the roof. I lurch to the edge in time to see him swinging toward the waiting helicopter, dangling from the rope like some grotesque pendulum. The pilot is already gaining altitude. Hauling Morozov away from the building, I raise my weapon, trying to lock onto either Morozov or the pilot, but they are moving too erratically, the distance increasing each second. "Bliat!" I slam my fist against the roof's edge. So close, we had him, and I let him slip away. The door to the roof bursts open as Viktor emerges, blood splattering his shirt, but none of it his own. "The building is secure," he reports. 3 of Morozov's men dead, including the butcher. 3 captured, all wounded. "And our men?" I ask, already dreading the answer. "1 dead. David." Took a burst to the throat early in the engagement. 3 others injured, none critically. David, a good man, with a wife and infant daughter. Another debt to be repaid to Morozov. I close my eyes briefly, centering myself. "And the prisoners?" "Secured for transport. Mostly lower-level enforcers. But they might have useful information." "Make sure they understand the benefits of their cooperation," I instruct. Viktor gives a curt nod, knowing that their cooperation is the only difference between death coming slowly and painfully or fast. I glance again in the direction the helicopter has disappeared, frustration burning like acid in my gut. We dealt Morozov a significant blow today, eliminated his second-in-command, killed or captured several of his men, and gained potential intelligence on his operations. With any objective measure, the ambush has been a success. But the man himself, the threat to Sandy and our unborn child, remained at large. I promised her an end to this danger, and I have failed to fulfill my promise. "We should move," Viktor urges, eyeing me with concern. "Police response will be here soon." He's right. Despite the isolated location and our arrangement with local law enforcement, an engagement of this scale won't go unnoticed for long. And it is better not to test those relationships unnecessarily. As we descend to the ground floor, the aftermath of the battle lies before us. Bodies are being moved, shell casings collected, and evidence for our presence systematically erased. The familiar routine of violence and its cleanup is a dance I have participated in countless times throughout my life. Outside, Alexander waits by the command vehicle, his expression thunderous. "He escaped." It isn't a question, but I nod anyway. "Helicopter extraction." He had it standing by. "A contingency we should have anticipated," Alexander growls, anger directed at himself as much as me. "The butcher is dead." Alexander's expression softens marginally. "Not an insignificant victory. His death weakens Morozov considerably." He clasps my shoulder. As we prepare to depart, I find myself dreading returning to the estate, where I will have to face Sandy with the news that, despite all of our planning and resources, Morozov still remains a threat, that the promise I made to end this once and for all remains unfulfilled. The thought burdens me more heavily than the physical exhaustion of battle. In the weeks since I learned of her pregnancy, something fundamental has shifted within me. The child she carries isn't just an obligation or responsibility. It's hope made flesh, a future I never imagined possible. Sandy has become essential to me in ways I'm only beginning to understand. Her courage, compassion, and stubborn determination have worked their way beneath my defenses, transforming me in the process. As we drive through the morning, the adrenaline of the battle slowly fading, I find myself dwelling on Sandy's question from the night before about leaving this life behind. For the first time, the prospect doesn't seem like a fantasy, but a necessity. If we can eliminate Morozov quickly, Perhaps there is another way to ensure Sandy's safety and our child's future. A way that will require sacrifices I never imagined making, leaving behind everything I have ever known. But looking toward the future that awaits me at home, Sandy, our child, a life beyond the boundaries of violence and retribution that has defined my existence, I know with sudden clarity that no sacrifice will be too great.
27. Sandy. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the library has become my personal tormentor. Each click of its mechanism seems to stretch the seconds into minutes, the minutes into hours. I try reading and even sketching, but nothing holds my focus. All I can think about is Dmitri, out there putting himself in danger. For me, for our child. Now cold and untouched, I set down my third cup of tea and moved to the window overlooking the estate's south gardens. Guards patrol in their regular patterns, the morning mist giving their movements an otherworldly quality. "You'll wear a path in the carpet if you keep pacing." Talia's gentle voice, tinged with knowing humor, flows from the doorway. I see my sister leaning against the doorframe, her long, chocolate-brown hair pulled back loosely. Unlike me, Talia projects calm, but I can see the tension in her shoulders and the slight tightness around her eyes. She's worried, too. "I'm not sure how you do it," I admit as she crosses the room to join me at the window. This waiting, knowing they're out there in the face of danger. Talia sighs, her gaze following mine to the grounds beyond the glass. "Practice," she says simply, "and necessity. The first time Alexander went into a situation like this after we were married, I made myself sick with worry. I literally spent the entire day throwing up. It helped nothing and made me useless when he returned." I manage a small smile. "And you're determined never to be useless." "Precisely." She tucks an errant strand of hair behind my ear. "They are who they are. We knew that when we chose them." Did I choose this? The question surfaces unbidden. Fate and circumstance have thrown me into Dimitri's path. But everything since then, trusting him, opening up to him, gradually allowing myself to feel something for this complex, dangerous man, those have been my choices. "They should have been back by now," I murmur, glancing at the clock for perhaps the 100th time. "These types of operations rarely adhere to a timetable," Talia informs, though I note her checking her watch. I nod, knowing she's right, but finding little comfort in it. My hand drifts unconsciously to my abdomen, a gesture that has become a habit since discovering my pregnancy. The knowledge that I carry Dimitri's child has been shocking, terrifying, and somehow right all at once. It has shifted something fundamental between us, transforming physical attraction and grudging respect into something deeper with roots. Talia notices the gesture and smiles softly. "How are you feeling?" "Better, actually. The morning sickness seems to be easing." "Good. You'll need your strength for what comes next." She squeezes my hand. Before I can respond, the sharp trill of her phone cuts through the room's quiet. Talia snatches it, her composure cracking slightly as she answers. "Alexander?" A pause. "Thank God. Any casualties?" Another pause, during which her face betrays nothing. "I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, see you soon." She ends the call and turns to me, her expression carefully neutral. "They're on their way back. ETA 20 minutes. "Aunt?" I press, my heart hammering against my ribs. "What happened? Is Dmitri—" "Dmitri is unharmed. she assures me quickly. One of their men was killed, 3 others injured. Relief floods through me so powerfully that my knees feel weak. And Morozov? Something darkens in Talia's eyes. Alexander will brief us when they arrive. Which means the operation hasn't gone entirely as planned. I swallow hard, trying to interpret what her careful non-answer might mean. I should freshen up before they get here, I say, suddenly needing to be alone and compose myself. Talia nods in understanding. 20 minutes, she reminds me gently. I'll be in the main hall. In the privacy of my bedroom, or rather the guest bedroom that has somehow become mine and Dimitri's, I splash cold water on my face. I stare at my reflection in the mirror. The woman who looks back at me seems different from the one who fled for her life 2 months ago. My face is the same, but something in my expression has changed. I looked harder. I quickly change from the loose lounge pants and t-shirt I was wearing into leggings and a simple cotton shirt, brushing through my hair and applying lip balm. When I descend to the main hall, I can hear the rumble of vehicles approaching along the estate's main drive. Talia stands at the grand entrance, her posture perfect, her face composed, the very image of the Pakyun's wife, ready to receive her husband with appropriate dignity. I don't know exactly where I fit. I'm not Dimitri's wife, but I'm more than just his lover. I'm the mother of his child. Yet in a world where tradition clashes with its own contradictions, where roles are both sharply defined and strangely blurred, I find myself a step behind Talia, doing my best to mirror the quiet confidence she carries so effortlessly. The heavy doors swing open, and they enter. Alexander first, followed closely by Dimitri. Both move with the contained energy of men coming down from a surge of adrenaline, their expressions grim but controlled. Behind them are Victor and Lev, along with several other men I recognize from Dimitri's security team. My eyes immediately seek out Dimitri, scanning him for injuries. No visible wounds, no blood on his clothes. Just tension in his shoulders, and a darkness in his eyes that tell me more clearly than words that something has gone wrong. Alexander goes directly to Talia, taking her hands in his and pressing a brief kiss to her forehead. "It's done," he says simply. "David?" she asks, her voice soft. "Arrangements will be made for his wife and daughter," Alexander replies, and I feel a pang of sorrow for a man I only met once, but who had been kind to me. "The others will recover." Dimitri's eyes find mine, and the intensity of his gaze makes my breath hitch. Without a word, he crosses to me, his hand coming up to brush my cheek tenderly, making my heart ache. "You're back," I whisper, the simple fact of his presence before me more important at that moment than any operational details. "I promised I would be," he answers, his voice rough with emotion and fatigue. Alexander clears his throat, drawing our attention. "We should discuss the outcome," he says, looking between the 4 of us. "In my office." We follow him through the mansion's grand hallways to his office. Once the door closes behind us, formality falls away. Alexander pours vodka into 3 crystal glasses from a decanter on his desk and club soda into the 4th. "The butcher is dead," he announces without preamble, handing glasses to Dimitri and Talia. "He won't be threatening anyone ever again." Talia lets out a small breath. "Good." 3 of Morozov's enforcers are also dead," Alexander continues, offering me the 4th glass. "We captured another 3, and they are currently enjoying our hospitality in a secure location." I accept the club soda, but don't drink it. My nerves are too raw. And Morozov? I question, though I already know the answer from Dmitri's frustration. Alexander's back teeth clench.
He escaped. Helicopter extraction we hadn't anticipated.
The hope that had been building in my chest deflated. Morozov is still out there, still hunting me, still a threat to the fragile future Dmitri and I have just begun to imagine.
He was wounded,
Dmitri adds, his voice flat.
And he's substantially weakened. No butcher, no top lieutenants, his operation is in disarray.
But still alive, I add.
Yes.
Dmitri downed his vodka in one swift motion.
He's still alive.
Silence settles over the room, heavy with implications. Finally, Alexander sets down his glass with a decisive click.
We've dealt him a significant blow today, he says firmly. His organization is crippling, his allies will smell blood in the water, and we have his enforcers to provide us with details of his remaining operations. Morozov is wounded prey now. Dangerous still, but ultimately doomed.
Talia moves to her husband's side, her hand resting lightly on his arm.
How long until you find him? Days, perhaps weeks, Alexander admits. But he will surface. Men like Morozov always do. Their pride demands it.
And until then? I ask, looking between the brothers. Dmitri's hand finds mine, his fingers warm and strong as they intertwine with mine.
Until then, you'll remain here with me. The estate's security has been reinforced. No one gets in or out without our knowledge. I'd like a moment alone with Sandy, Dmitri requests. Will you give us a few minutes?
Alexander nods, exchanging a glance with Talia.
We'll speak more at dinner. Victor is overseeing the interrogation of the prisoners. I expect his report within the hour.
As they close the heavy door behind them, Dmitri's carefully maintained composure seems to fracture. He scrubs a hand down his face, his frustration palpable in the tense line of his shoulders.
I failed,
he says, his back to me as he stares out the window into the estate's gardens.
I promised you this would end today, that you would be safe.
I move to him, sliding my arms around his waist from behind, pressing my cheek against his broad back. You came back, I say simply. That's what matters most. He turns in my embrace, his hands coming up to frame my face.
You deserve more than a life spent looking over your shoulder, Malishka. You and our child.
The tenderness in his touch and the raw emotion in his voice undoes me. I spent the morning terrified I would lose him, that our child would never know its father. And here he is, blaming himself for circumstances beyond his control. Listen to me, I say firmly, covering his hands with my own. The butcher is dead. Morozov is wounded and running. His organization is in chaos. Those aren't failures, Dmitri. That's progress. A small smile touches his lips.
When did you become so pragmatic about Bratva warfare?
Around the time I realized I was carrying the child of Dmitri Popov and needed to adjust my expectations accordingly, I respond, adding a hint of wry humor to my tone. His expression sobers, one hand dropping to rest against my abdomen.
I should have anticipated the helicopter. Should have had air assets in place. If I had been more thorough.
I silence him with a soft but insistent kiss. After a moment's surprise, he responds, his arms encircling me, drawing me against the solid warmth of his body. The kiss deepens, carrying all the fear, relief, and longing of the morning's separation. When we finally pull apart, breathing heavily, I look up into his coffee-colored eyes. You came back to me, I repeat. That's what I asked of you, and you kept that promise. The rest we'll handle together. Something shifts in his expression. A softening, a surrender of sorts. Together, he echoes. His thumb traces a curve of my cheek. I don't deserve you, Sandy Davis. Probably not, I agree with a small smile. But you're stuck with me now. He laughs a short, surprised sound that transforms his face, erasing years of hardened caution. It is a side of him few ever see. The man beneath the feared enforcer of the Popov Bratva. The man who has, against all odds, become essential to my existence. Dmitri pulls me close again, his chin resting on my head. I close my eyes, breathing in his scent. Gunpowder, cologne, and something uniquely him. For this moment, in the circle of his arms, I can pretend that Morozov isn't still out there, that danger doesn't lurk beyond the estate's walls. I've been thinking, Dmitri says, after a long silence, his voice a rumble I can feel against my cheek. About what you asked. About leaving. I pull back slightly to see his face, surprised. You said it wasn't possible. Perhaps it's necessary. His eyes search mine. If we can't eliminate Morozov quickly, there may be another way to ensure your safety. Our child's safety. Hope flutters in my chest, delicate as a bird's wing. You'd really consider it? Walking away from all this? From the Bratva? From Alexander? Dmitri's expression grows solemn. 3 months ago, I would have said never. The Bratva is my blood, my heritage. But now... His hand slides to my stomach again, a protective gesture that has become increasingly familiar. Now there are things more important than heritage or obligation. Things worth sacrificing everything for. I let his words settle over me. I know what the Bratva means to him, his bond with his brother, and his loyalty to his men. To contemplate leaving it all behind for me and our child is nothing short of revolutionary. We don't have to decide anything now, I reply softly, not wanting him to make promises in the emotional aftermath of the morning's events. Let's see what information you get from Morozov's men. Perhaps there's still a way to end this without such drastic measures. Dmitri nods, but the seed has been planted. I can see it in his eyes. The beginning of a plan, a path forward that hadn't existed. Whatever happens next, whatever Morozov's next move might be, we will face it together. And for now, that is enough. I stretch to kiss him again, pouring all my relief, fear, and newfound hope into the contact. His arms tighten around me, solid and secure, as the afternoon light spills through the study windows, illuminating us in its golden glow. We are two people finding our way toward a future neither of us has imagined possible. 28. Sandy. The waiting room in Dr. Daria Algarin's office carries a sterile scent of antiseptic laced with lavender, which doesn't quite manage to soften the clinical edge. Dr. Daria isn't just any physician. She is the Popov Bratva's private doctor, on call 24 hours a day. In addition to treating gunshot wounds and broken ribs behind mansion walls, she also serves as an attending physician at the local hospital. An arrangement that works in everyone's favor. Whether it is stitching someone up in a makeshift medical room at the estate or handling more serious emergencies under the cover of legitimate care, she keeps police involvement to a minimum and inconvenient questions at bay. Normally, she would have conducted today's exam at the mansion, but the specialized equipment she needs is only available in her office. I shift on the padded exam table, the paper crinkling beneath me as I adjust my shirt. My hand instinctively lands on my stomach. 8 weeks. Our baby is only the size of a raspberry, but is already turning my world upside down. "Everything looks good, Miss Davis," Dr. Daria says, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiles warmly. She is probably in her 50s, with blonde hair twisted into a messy knot and black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. "The cramping is normal for early pregnancy. Your uterus is expanding to make room for the little one." Relief floods through me. "So, the baby is okay?" "Perfect. Strong heartbeat, right on track developmentally." She peels off her latex gloves. "I've prescribed some vitamins to help with the fatigue. Would you like me to call Mr. Popov? He was very concerned." Dmitri had wanted to come, had insisted, but something urgent had come up at one of the warehouses. He sent 2 of his men instead. Yuri waited outside in the car, while Viktor had accompanied me in. "No need," I reply, sliding off the table. "I'll let him know everything's fine." Dr. Daria nods. "Good. If the cramps worsen or there's any bleeding, call me immediately. Otherwise, I'll see you in 4 weeks. I thank her and gather my things, a sense of lightness in my chest as I walk through the quiet hallway to the front desk. The receptionist smiles and hands me a small bag with prenatal vitamins and pamphlets about early pregnancy. Life has achieved a strange new normal in the few weeks since the ambush at the distillery. No sign of Morozov, but the threat of him had become a constant shadow, following me wherever I went. I barely left the estate, only venturing out for this doctor's appointment because I couldn't delay it any longer. The cramping had worried me too much, and worried Dmitri even more. Viktor and I step through the glass doors, and the cool spring air rushes to greet us. The scent of fresh rain clings to everything. The asphalt is still damp, and the cherry trees lining the parking lot burst with green buds and tiny pink blossoms. I pull my jacket tighter, suddenly aware of how exposed I feel outside the safety of the estate. Yuri is easy to spot, leaning against the sleek black SUV parked near the curb. His gaze sweeps the lot like a hawk tracking movement, fingers resting on the concealed weapon under his jacket. "Clear," he murmurs as we approach the SUV. Viktor nods, but I don't speak. My fingers curl around the bag of vitamins, gripping it tightly. We are almost to the SUV when the world explodes. The sharp crack of a gunshot slices through the stillness. Viktor grunts, his body jerking beside me, blood spraying across the side of the SUV. "Down!" he barks, grabbing me and yanking me behind a nearby concrete pillar. His body presses against me, shielding me as more shots ring out, echoing through the parking lot in rapid succession. Panic claws up my throat. I crouch low, my heart slamming against my ribs as I fumble to cover my stomach with both arms. I can't breathe, can't think. The only sound is the deafening gunfire and my own pulse roaring in my ears. From the corner of my eye, I see a flash of movement. Dmitri. He appears like a ghost rising from the shadow, all black clothes and fury, returning fire ruthlessly. His movements are surgical, each shot calm, precise, and lethal. "Stay down," Viktor growls, clutching his bleeding side with one hand and his gun with the other. Blood soaks through his coat, but he doesn't falter. I dare a glance and catch sight of 2 men ducking between parked cars, retreating behind a white delivery van. Morozov's men. It has to be. Yuri joined the firefight, his weapon drawn, crouching beside the SUV as he returned fire. I can't see anyone else in the lot. No civilians, no witnesses. Just the sharp echo of violence and the knowledge that we are under attack. Viktor shifts, blood seeping through his fingers as he forces himself upright.
Move! Get to the car!
He doesn't wait for an answer. With a growl of pain, he grabs my elbow and propels me forward. My legs scramble to keep up, every step an act of will as bullets slam into the surrounding cars. Glass shatters somewhere behind us. Alarms shriek. Yuri flings the SUV door open and pulls me inside. I tumble across the back seat like a rag doll. The second the door slams shut, Viktor collapses into the passenger seat, his breathing ragged, his lips tight with pain. Through the rear window, I see Dmitri still moving, firing, closing the distance between him and the retreating gunmen like death incarnate. He doesn't flinch when a bullet whizzes past his shoulder. He doesn't hesitate when the van peels away with a screech of tires. He keeps going, chasing them until they disappear into traffic.
Drive!
Viktor barks, his voice hoarse. The SUV roars to life, and Yuri doesn't waste a second. We speed out of the lot, tires screeching, and the city swallows us whole as we weave through lanes and red lights. My hands are trembling uncontrollably. My mouth is dry. I fumble with my phone, my thumb shaking as I hit Dmitri's name. He answers on the first ring.
Are you hurt?
His voice is sharp, hard, barely human.
We're okay,
I say, but it comes out in a whisper.
Viktor's hit, but he's alive. Where are you?
Close. Go straight to the estate. Don't stop for anything.
Be careful,
I whisper, my voice breaking as I clutch the phone like it's the only thing tethering me to him.
Please.
I'm coming,
Dmitri growls.
I swear to God, I'm not letting anything happen to you, or our child.
Tears well in my eyes, hot and unrelenting. I end the call before my voice cracks, and I say something I can't take back. Viktor turns slightly, grimacing.
I'm sorry, Miss Davis,
he rasps.
I should have been more alert.
It's not your fault, I say automatically, but the truth burned in my gut like acid. Morozov knew exactly where we'd be. Someone told him. My arms wrap protectively around my middle. I stare out the window as the buildings flash by. The world looks the same. People walking dogs, sipping coffee, talking on phones. But everything has changed. By the time we reach the estate, word of the attack has already spread. Alexander is waiting at the door, his expression a storm of fury barely contained. Talia rushes forward, engulfing me in her arms before leading me to the sitting room. She settles me on the sofa and presses a glass of brandy into my hands. Just a sip, she says when I hesitate. For the shock. I take the smallest taste, the alcohol burning a path down my throat. He knew, I mutter. Morozov knew about the pregnancy. He knew exactly where I'd be. How? Talia whispers, the color draining from her cheeks.
Someone told him,
Alexander hisses, his jaw clenched.
Looks like he's gotten his hands on someone feeding him important information.
Another mole? I ask, setting the brandy glass on the small table beside me with a soft clink.
Not necessarily,
Alexander replies, his tone clipped.
We have intel that Morozov's been sinking his claws into other Bratva families. The leak could be coming from there.
He drags a hand down his face, frustration carved into every movement, then pulls out his phone.
I'll have Liev start digging. We need to find the source of the leak.
Dmitri bursts into the room, his gaze locking onto mine with a force that steals my breath. He closes the distance between us in 3 long strides, pulling me to my feet. His arms wrap around me with a desperation so fierce it's almost painful. "How did you know?" I murmur against his chest. "How did you know this would happen?"
"I didn't," he insists. "I wrapped up at the warehouse and was rushing to make it in time to the appointment."
His voice cracks.
"Thank God you're okay."
The last word gets stuck in his throat. "I'm okay. The baby's okay," I assure him.
"I'll find him,"
he whispers against my hair, rough and ragged.
"I'll find whoever helped him, and I'll destroy them all."
I see something in his eyes that should frighten me. A darkness, a capacity for violence that goes beyond anything I've witnessed from him before. But it doesn't scare me. At that moment, I welcome it. I want Morozov to pay for the fear he put in me and for threatening our child.
"I know you will,"
I say, touching his face. Hours after security has tripled around the estate, and Liev has made countless calls to his government contacts in the underworld, Dmitri and I finally retreat to our bedroom. I step out of the shower, wrapping myself in a plush towel, trying to wash away the lingering fear. Dmitri sits on the edge of the bed, head in his hands, still fully dressed. He hasn't left my side except to speak with his security team, and even then he stationed his enforcer, Ivan, outside our bedroom door. I sit beside him, placing a hand on his back. "You should get some rest." He looks up, his eyes red-rimmed and haunted.
"How can I rest when I almost lost you today? When I almost lost our child?"
"But you didn't," I reply softly. "We're here."
"Because I got lucky,"
he says bitterly. "Dmitri, you can't blame yourself."
"Who else should I blame?"
he demands, standing abruptly.
"I knew Morozov was a threat. I knew he would target you to get to me. And still I let you go to that appointment without me."
"You had business to attend to, and I wasn't alone. Yuri and Viktor were with me."
"They failed!"
Dmitri roars, making me flinch. Immediately, his face crumples with regret.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout."
"It's okay," I say, though my heart races again. "We're all on edge." He rubs the nape of his neck, pacing the bedroom length.
"No, it's not okay. None of this is okay. Morozov got his men within a few feet of you. He could have taken you. He could have..."
He stops, unable to voice the worst possibilities. I stand and go to him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my cheek against his back. "But he didn't. You stopped him." Dmitri turns in my embrace, cradling my face in his hands.
"I can't lose you. Either of you."
His hand drifts to my stomach.
"You're everything to me."
The desperation in his voice makes tears spring to my eyes. This powerful man, who commands respect and fear from everyone around him, is completely undone by the thought of harm coming to me or our child. "You won't lose us," I promise. "We're stronger than Morozov is, and we have more to fight for." Dmitri embraces me fiercely, burying his face in my hair.
"I will end him for this,"
he whispers, his voice thick with emotion.
"I swear it on my life."
I hold him just as tightly, drawing strength from his solid presence, even as I feel the tremors running through his body. Rage and fear intermingle. Later, As we lay in bed, Dmitri pulled me against his chest. One hand splayed protectively over my stomach. I should feel safe, ensconced in his arms, surrounded by guards, walls, and security systems. But sleep eludes me, and from Dmitri's uneven breathing, I know he is awake too, his mind no doubt racing with plans and contingencies, ways to protect us and eliminate the threat. "What are you thinking?" I whisper into the darkness. His arms tighten around me.
"That I'm going to move heaven and earth to keep you safe. Both of you."
I nod, though in the darkness he can't see it. "I know you will," I reply softly.
"Try to sleep,"
Dmitri murmurs, kissing my forehead.
"I'll be right here."
I close my eyes, knowing sleep will likely remain elusive. As I drift in and out of a restless slumber, I think of the baby. Our child growing inside me, oblivious to the danger swirling around us. I make a silent promise to my unborn baby. I will protect you, no matter what it takes. And as the night deepens, I make another promise. This one darker, born of fear and anger and love so fierce it terrifies me. Morozov will never touch you. I'll kill him myself if I have to. The thought should disturb me. Instead, I find a strange comfort in it, a resolve that settles over me like armor. Morozov made a grave mistake today. He threatened not just me, but my child. And in doing so, he awakened something fierce and uncompromising in me. I'm no longer just Sandy Davis, the girl who stumbled into the Russian underworld. I'm a mother, and I will do whatever it takes to protect what is mine. Dmitri tightens his hold on me as if sensing my thoughts, his breath warm against my neck. In the sanctuary of his arms, I finally let exhaustion claim me, slipping into a dreamless sleep as the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky outside our window. The battle isn't over. It has only just begun. But I feel ready to fight for the first time since Morozov appeared in our lives. 29. Sandy. The sunlight peeks through the heavy drapes of the bedroom. I stir awake, stretching lazily, but the absence of warmth beside me jolts me fully into consciousness. Dmitri is gone. My heart sinks a little. It had become a comforting routine to wake up beside him, his strong arms wrapped protectively around my waist, his breath warm against my neck. I push the covers aside and slip out of bed, my bare feet meeting the cool marble floor. The transition from the warm sheets to the cold surface sends a shiver up my spine. As I pad toward the door, I can't shake the feeling of unease that has settled in the pit of my stomach. It has been 2 weeks since Morozov made an attempt on my life, and his shadow looms larger than ever, hanging over us like a storm cloud that refuses to dissipate. I catch my reflection in the ornate mirror across from the bed. Dark circles have become a permanent fixture beneath my eyes, a testament to restless nights filled with dreams of blood and gunfire. My hand trembles slightly as I push a strand of hair behind my ear. Is this what my life is now? A constant state of vigilance, of looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next attack. I descend the grand staircase, my footsteps echoing softly in the vast space. The mansion is quiet, the usual hustle and bustle of the household muted in the early morning hours. Crystal chandeliers hang overhead, reflecting the morning light and scattering rainbow prisms across the walls. I never imagined living in such opulence. It's a far cry from my modest apartment in the city. But this has been home since this nightmare began. A heaviness settles in my chest as I descend each step. Everything about this place speaks of wealth, power, influence, and the dangerous world I stumbled into by blindly following my heart. The gilded picture frames holding portraits of stern-faced Avilov ancestors seem to watch me with judgment in their painted eyes. Do they see me as an intruder? A vulnerability in the fortress the family has built over generations? "Good morning, Miss Sandy." A housekeeper greets me as I reach the ground floor. Her name is Sylvia, a kind woman with silver-streaked hair and a gentle smile that warms my heart. She has been with the Avilov family for decades, her loyalty unwavering through the years of power struggles and danger. "Good morning, Sylvia," I reply, smiling despite my gnawing worry. "Have you seen Dmitri?" She nods, smoothing her crisp white apron over her uniform. "He left early with Mr. Avilov. They had some matters to attend to." Her eyes glitter with quiet wisdom, born from witnessing more than most. She's seen enough of the family's dealings to grasp exactly what matters might mean. Something in her expression, a hint of concern quickly masked, makes my stomach clench. Is there something she isn't telling me? Does she know more than she is letting on? "Did he say when he'll be back?" I ask, trying to keep my voice casual, though I suspect she can sense my anxiety. My fingers twist nervously at the hem of my sleeping shirt, one of Dmitri's. The fabric is soft from countless washes and carries the faint scent of his cologne. "No, but he asked me to tell you not to worry." She pats my arm gently, her touch maternal and comforting. I nod, trying to suppress the flutter of anxiety that takes hold of my chest. Dmitri's responsibilities to the Bratva are often put before everything else, even me. But it doesn't make the waiting any easier. The constant fear that each goodbye might be our last. That familiar ache of helplessness spreads through me. What good is falling in love with a man whose life is perpetually in danger? "Thank you, Sylvia," I reply, squeezing her hand in gratitude. I head toward the kitchen, the rich aroma of brewing coffee wafting through the air. The hallways are adorned with exquisite artwork, priceless vases, and antique furniture. Yet, despite the beauty surrounding me, I can't help but wonder about the price paid for such luxury. Every beautiful thing in this house has a cost, and it's more than just money and blood. The gravity of that knowledge settles over me as I move through the corridors, my fingers trailing absently along the cool marble walls. How many lives have been sacrificed for this empire? How many families were torn apart? And now, I'm carrying the next generation of this legacy within me. The thought sends a chill through me, despite the morning warmth. Talia is already at the table with a mug of coffee cradled in her hands. A loose strand of her silky hair curves across her cheek as she scans the newspaper. When she looks up and sees me, her face brightens with a wide grin that immediately lightens my mood. "Morning, sunshine. Come sit with me," she says, patting the seat beside her. "Just what I need," I murmur, sinking into the wooden chair. The kitchen is warm and welcoming, bathed in morning light and filled with a comforting scent of fresh pastries. My shoulders relax slightly as the tension of waking up alone eases. Abram, the elderly house manager who has served the family for over 30 years, smiles at me from his position by the stove. His hands, gnarled with age but still precise in their movements, work deftly as he prepares breakfast. There is something soothing about watching him work. The careful, practiced movements and the quiet humming under his breath are a reminder that even in this world of uncertainty, some rituals remain unchanged. Abram pours a steaming cup of coffee with his usual quiet grace, his grandfatherly eyes twinkling with a knowing gleam.
You're looking well. How's the little one?"
I wrap my hands around the mug, letting the heat settle into my fingers as the rich aroma rises to meet me, anchoring me in the moment. Growing fast, I think. Today marks 11 weeks. My voice catches slightly. 11 weeks of this new life growing inside me. 11 weeks of dreams and fears intertwined. A surge of fierce protectiveness washes over me, overwhelming in its intensity.
"Such a blessing,"
he says with genuine warmth, setting down a plate of golden pastries between Talia and me. I find myself wondering about Dimitri's childhood. Has he ever known mornings like this? Quiet and warm with his mother and siblings gathered around the table? I never met his mother. She passed long before I came into his life. But I heard stories of her strength, fierce loyalty, and steady presence as her husband and sons built their empire in the shadows. "Do you think Dimitri's mother would have approved of me?" I ask Talia, voicing a doubt that has lingered in my mind. Talia laughs, light and genuine. "Where did that come from? She would have adored you, you know? A woman who stands her ground and loves fiercely. That's exactly what she would have wanted for Dimitri." Her words warm me, chasing away some of the doubt that has settled in my bones. "How are you feeling? Any morning sickness?" she continues, her eyes drifting briefly to my still small belly. "Just a little nausea here and there, but nothing I can't handle." I pause, my thoughts drifting to Dimitri again and the empty bed I woke up in. "I wish he were here with me." The admission emerges as barely more than a whisper, a confession of my deepest fear, facing this journey alone. Talia's expression softens, understanding flooding her eyes. She has walked this path before me and loved an Avilov man through danger and uncertainty. "I know, sis. The first few months were the hardest for me, too. The worry never fully goes away, but you learn to live with it." I bite my lip, tears suddenly threatening to spill over. The hormones, the fear, the uncertainty, everything wells up inside me like a gathering storm. "Sometimes I wonder if this is a mistake," I confess, the words burning my throat as they escape. "Loving him, staying here, constantly wondering if he's okay." My voice breaks on the last words, the guilt of even thinking such thoughts crushing my chest. Talia reaches across the table, her hands warm as they envelop mine. "Listen to me," she says, her voice low and intense. "Love is never a mistake. The world we live in is a dangerous place. But you have to be strong for yourself and the baby. You can't spend your days waiting by the window, counting the minutes until Dimitri returns." I take a sip of coffee, the bitterness grounding me. "I know. It's just hard sometimes. With Morozov still out there." My voice trails off as my fears surface. The mere mention of his name sends ice through my veins. "Dimitri is a strong man, and he loves you. You will get through this together. Alexander and I faced many enemies together, and we're still here." Her smile is tinged with a sadness that speaks of battles fought and scars earned. "Besides, you're not alone, sis. You have me and this family. We always protect our own." The tears I held back spill over, hot against my cheeks. Talia doesn't try to stop them. She simply pushes a napkin across the table, allowing me to feel my emotions with dignity. This is part of strength, too, I realize. Not the absence of fear, but the willingness to feel it fully and move forward anyway. "I love him, Talia. I really do." The words spill out before I can stop them, a confession that feels liberating yet terrifying. Love has never been the problem. It's the fear that accompanies it, the knowledge that loving Dmitri means accepting a life where danger lurks around every corner. Talia reaches across the table, placing her hand over mine. Her touch is warm and reassuring. Love is a powerful thing. It can be a shield and a weapon. Morozov may want to hurt you, but you cannot let that fear control you. You must live your life and fight when the time comes. Her words resonate with me. I made a conscious decision after the shooting, after the terrifying moment when Morozov's men had tried to end my life. I refused to be a prisoner of fear. I will not let his threats dictate my existence. I made a promise to myself, I say, my voice steady despite the tears drying on my cheeks. After what happened, I decided I wouldn't be afraid. I will live my life fully, and when the time comes, I will fight back with everything I have. My hand rests protectively over my belly, over the tiny life that has already survived one attempt on its existence. A fierce determination rises within me, burning away the morning's melancholy. Talia's eyes shine with pride. You are stronger than you think. The two of us are warriors in our own right. We don't cower in the face of danger. She reaches out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I glance around the kitchen, at Abram quietly working at the stove, at the sunlight streaming through the windows, and at Talia's fierce, confident expression. For a moment, I can see the beauty in this life and the strength in the family I belong to. The kitchen door swings open just then, and I turn to see Victor step inside. He is a well-built man, his presence commanding and reassuring. His face bears a thin scar along his cheek, a remnant of some past violence, but his eyes are kind when they meet mine.
Miss Davis,
he says with a slight nod, his voice deep and accented.
the Pahyun and Dmitri are back. They would like to see you.
My heart races, pounding against my ribs. Now? A dozen scenarios flash through my mind, none of them good. Have they found Morozov? Has there been another attack? Is someone hurt? The coffee in my stomach churns with sudden anxiety.
Yes, they said it was urgent.
His expression gives nothing away, and I practice neutrality, which does little to calm my nerves. But there is something in the set of his shoulders, a tension that wasn't there before. I glance at Talia, who gives me an encouraging nod. I can go with you if you want. The offer hangs between us, a lifeline if I need it. I hesitate, wanting the support, but needing to show strength. If I am to be the woman Dmitri needs, and the mother my child deserves, I have to face whatever comes on my own 2 feet. The decision crystallizes in my mind, clarifying like sunlight through fog. I shake my head no and take one final sip of coffee before I follow Victor out of the kitchen. The hallway feels longer than usual, each step a mark of the uncertainty ahead. My palms grow damp with nervous sweat, and I wipe them against the fabric of my leggings. The morning light no longer seems warm and comforting. Instead, it throws long shadows across the floor, stretching like dark fingers across our path. The portraits on the walls seem to watch with newfound intensity, generations of Avilov eyes following my progress down the hallway. I brace for whatever news awaits, fear and anticipation coiling tightly in my stomach. I straighten my shoulders and lift my chin. The woman who entered this house months ago, naive and uncertain, is gone. In her place stands someone new, forged in the crucible of fear and love. Someone who will fight for her family with every breath in her body. As I approach the office, I can hear the low murmur of voices, serious and tense. I take a deep breath before stepping inside. Dmitri is leaning against the wooden desk, a frown on his handsome face. His blonde hair is slightly disheveled, as if he has run his hands through it multiple times, which is a habit when he is stressed. When they meet mine, his eyes soften immediately, filling with a tenderness reserved only for me. Alexander stands beside him, flipping through papers with a practiced hand and a face carved from stone. His presence fills the room, an authority that seems almost palpable in the air around him. Yet something else is there too. Concern, perhaps, or determination. The man who intimidated me when we first met has become a family member, a protector, and someone whose strength I can draw on in moments of weakness.
"Ah, Sandy,"
Alexander says, his voice steady.
"Come in."
I step further into the room, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. The office smells of leather, old books, and the faintest hint of cigar. It should have been comforting, but the tension between the two men sets my nerves on edge.
"What's going on?"
I ask, glancing between them. My voice is stronger than expected, steady despite the fear I feel. Dmitri steps forward, concern flaring in his dark eyes. He reaches for my hand, his touch steadying me.
"We received word about Morozov. He's been making moves, and we believe he's planning another attack."
My heart sinks, cold dread spreading through my limbs. I knew this moment would come and had prepared myself for it, but the reality still hits me like a slap of cold water. The room seems to tilt slightly, the edges of my vision blurring before I force myself back to steadiness. I will not falter. Not now.
"What do you mean?"
Do you know if it's directed at me? My free hand presses against my stomach, a gesture that doesn't go unnoticed by either man. Their eyes flicker to the movement, and something fierce passes across Dimitri's face.
"We don't know yet,"
Alexander replies, his tone laced with tension.
"But we need to be cautious. Our search for him hasn't turned up where he's hiding, and we can't afford to be unprepared."
I cross my arms, feeling a surge of frustration. You want to increase my security, don't you? I can't live like that, like a prisoner in my own life. The words burst from me with unexpected force, fueled by months of fear and uncertainty. I'm tired of waiting, jumping at shadows, and the constant vigilance that has become my daily existence. Dmitri steps closer, his tone softening as he cups my face. His touch is gentle, at odds with the calluses that speak of violence and danger.
"Malishka, we just want to keep you safe. You mean everything to me. If anything happened to you..."
His voice trails off, the emotion too raw to articulate. The naked vulnerability in his eyes undoes me. This man, capable of such violence, of such strength, reduced to fear by the thought of losing me. I place my hands over his, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine.
"I understand that,"
I say, shaking my head and pulling back slightly. But I won't let fear dictate my life. I won't hide away. I won't give Morozov that satisfaction. The determination in my voice matches the steel forming in my spine. Alexander interjects, his voice calm but firm.
"We're not asking you to hide. We just want to ensure you have protection while you live your life. It's a precaution. The men will be discreet."
I stare at him, this man who has built an empire out of shadows and commands loyalty with an iron fist. His gaze is respectful as it meets mine. Perhaps there's even a hint of approval. After a moment of silence, I sigh, their concern settling over me like a heavy blanket. I look into Dimitri's eyes and see the fear and love that war within them. Fine. I'll agree to increased security, but I'm still going to live my life on my terms. I won't be caged, not even in a gilded one.
Thank you.
Dimitri sighs, relief flooding his features. He pulls me close, his arms encircling me in a protective embrace. I melt against him, drawing strength from his solid presence. His heartbeat is steady beneath my ear, a reassuring rhythm that promises safety, stability, and a sense of home. Alexander nods, some of the tension easing from his shoulders.
Good. The arrangements will be made immediately. You'll hardly notice the additional security, but they'll be there.
As the morning sun climbs over the horizon, a glimmer of hope rises in my chest. Despite the threats and dangers lurking in the shadows, I'm ready to fight for my life, my love, and the future that awaits us. I won't let Morozov control my fate.
I love you,
I whispered to Dimitri, the words a promise and a declaration. Whatever comes next, we face it together. His arms tighten around me, his lips pressing against my forehead in silent acknowledgement. In that embrace, in the quiet of the morning, I find a strange sort of peace. Yes, there is danger. Yes, there is uncertainty. But there is also love, family, and strength born of adversity. And for now, for this moment, it is enough.
"30. Dimitri." The estate sits shrouded in a light fog, mist curling over the iron gates and stretching across the manicured lawns. I stand in the kitchen with a steaming mug of black coffee, watching the clouds shift above the treetops beyond the property line. Everything looks peaceful, but my gut buzzes with unease. The coffee scorches my throat as I take another sip, welcoming the bitter burn that matches the acid feeling in my stomach. Something isn't right. I felt it since waking that morning with Cindy's warm body curled against mine and the breath soft against my neck. I'd carefully extracted myself from her embrace, trying not to disturb her sleep. She'd stirred anyway, reaching for me with half-closed eyes. "Everything okay?" she murmured, voice thick with sleep. I kissed her forehead. "Just business. Go back to sleep." Now, I wish I'd stayed, held her a little longer, breathed in the scent of her hair, and felt the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against mine. I turned from the window and head for Alexander's office. He called for a meeting about the shipment delay, in one of our routes through the port of Newark being flagged for inspection. Nothing unusual, not on the surface. But the moment I step into the hallway, I hear heavy footsteps. This isn't the casual shuffle of staff or the brisk stride of our men. They're coordinated, controlled, and purposeful. My pulse quickens, and adrenaline instantly floods my system. Years of survival instinct kick in, tensing my muscles and racing my mind through scenarios. The coffee mug slips from my fingers, shattering on the marble floor, and the hot liquid spills onto my shoes. I barely notice. Then come the voices. "Federal agents, step aside!" Everything snaps into slow motion. I pivot just as the front door bursts open, and the foyer fills with black-clad agents in tactical gear, weapons raised, shouting commands. The sound is deafening, echoing off the high ceilings to create a chaotic symphony of barked orders and heavy boots. Sandy appears at the top of the stairs with Talia, who holds Angelina in her arms. The moment she sees them, her face blanches, and all color drains away. Angelina begins to wail, her tiny face scrunched in fear at the sudden noise. "Dimitri?" Sandy's voice cracks, her eyes wide with terror. The sight of them there, my family exposed to this invasion, sends a surge of protective rage through me, so powerful I nearly charge the agents. Instead, I steady myself. "Stay back!" I bark. My voice is sharp and protective, but I can't take my eyes off the sea of federal windbreakers spilling into the house like a flood. I count quickly. At least 15 agents, maybe more outside. This isn't a simple arrest. This is a statement. One of the lead agents steps forward, badge in one hand, a printed warrant in the other. Salt and pepper hair, eyes like flint, mouth set in a hard line. I've seen his type before, career fed with something to prove. Dmitry Popov, you are under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, and racketeering. I stare at him, unmoving, my mind racing through contracts, contingencies, and protocols we've established for exactly this scenario. What the hell are you talking about? Before I can take a step, 2 agents grab me. My hands are yanked behind my back, and I feel the cold steel of handcuffs clamping around my wrist, biting into my skin. I flex my wrist against the metal, a muscle jumping in my jaw. Sandy descends the stairs, her steps quick and uneven, her hand gripping the railing like it is the only thing keeping her grounded. Her cotton shirt clings to her form, her hair tumbling loose over her shoulders. Even in crisis, she's breathtaking. The sight of her makes my chest constrict. "You can't be serious!" she shouts, shrill with panic. "This is a mistake!" I catch her gaze, trying to communicate silently. Stay calm, stay back. Alexander storms in from the east wing, flanked by Liev and Victor. His face is a controlled mask of fury, but I can see the calculation in his eyes. My brother is always 3 steps ahead. Get your fucking hands off my brother. His voice is deadly quiet, all the more threatening for its softness. The lead agent turns to him without flinching. "Mr. Avalov, I suggest you don't interfere. We have enough probable cause to bring him in. You get in our way, and we'll add obstruction charges for you too." Liev steps forward, hand instinctively moving toward the small of his back where I know he carries. My blood runs cold. If he pulls his weapon now, this will end in bloodshed. Alexander stops him with a raised hand. His jaw is tight, and his eyes sharp as razors. A nearly imperceptible shake of his head. "Not now. Not like this." "Let me see the warrant," Alexander demands, voice icy. The agent tosses it his way. Alexander snatches the warrant midair, eyes scanning the pages. His nostrils flare, and when he speaks, his voice is low, edged in fury, his accent thickening with each syllable. "This is bullshit." "That may be, but it's signed by a federal judge," the agent replies, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "He'll have his day in court." When I finally speak, my voice is low and controlled, although inside, I feel like a powder keg with a lit fuse. "Who gave you this?" The agent tilts his head, amused. "Like I said, you'll have your day." It was Morozov. It had to be. No one else had both the resources and the vendetta. No one else would fabricate something this elaborate to hit us where it hurt most. The realization made my blood boil. The agents yank me toward the door, their grips bruising on my biceps. Sandy steps forward instinctively, but Talia catches her with one arm, holding her back while shifting Angelina higher on her hip. The baby's cries pierce my heart. "But wait! He didn't do anything! This isn't right! You can't take him!" Sandy's voice breaks, tears streaming down her face. Her pain grips something deep inside me, curling around my chest like a vice and tightening until it's hard to breathe. "Sandy," I say, my voice tight, fighting to maintain control. "Stop." She doesn't listen. She keeps reaching for me, raw desperation written all over her face like a storm about to break. She tries to wrench free from Talia's grip, nearly causing both women to stumble. "I said stop!" I bellow, the command cutting through the chaos. That stops her. Her lips tremble, but she gives a shaky nod, clutching Talia's arm. The look in her eyes guts me. Fear, confusion, and beneath it all, a dawning realization that our new life together is about to crumble. I hold her gaze as long as possible, trying to convey everything I can't say out loud. "I love you. Be strong. This isn't over." And I let them take me. The ride to the federal building is silent. The SUV smells like bleach and gun oil. One agent sits beside me, and another is in the passenger seat. Both are expressionless. I stare out the window, cataloging every bump in the road, every turn, every spotlight. Old habits. Always know your escape routes. My thoughts keep returning to Sandy's face, Angelina's cries, and the precise way Alexander had looked at me before they dragged me out. A silent promise that he would handle this. When we reach the underground garage, my jaw is clenched so hard it feels like my teeth might crack. They march me inside past concrete walls and steel doors, into a sterile room reeking of old sweat and stale coffee. Cameras line the corners. A metal table sits in the center, flanked by 2 chairs. I don't sit. The door opens again, and a man in a cheap suit steps in with a file folder in his hand. He looks like someone's overworked accountant, not a federal prosecutor. Thinning brown hair, wire-rimmed glasses, a tie that has seen better days. But his eyes are sharp and calculating. He sits across from me and opens the folder with theatrical calm. Dmitri Popov. Quite the resume. I meet his gaze without flinching, burying every emotion behind a practiced mask. This life has taught me that showing weakness is an invitation to attack. Despite the uncomfortable pull of my arms behind my back, I straighten my shoulders. Want to know what we have? He starts laying out photos, surveillance stills, timestamps, names and transcripts of wiretaps I know have been manipulated. My stomach churns with each new piece of evidence, recognizing the meticulous planning behind the setup. This has been in the making for months. Then he places a flash drive in the center of the table. This contains audio of you planning a hit on a federal witness. That recording is fake, I say flatly, though inside my mind is racing. Which conversation did they doctor? Which of these secure channels has been compromised? He raises a brow. You sure about that? Because the voice analysis came back. It's a 97% match. Technology has come a long way. If they have enough samples of my voice, a skilled technician can create something convincing. I lean forward, voice low. You're being played. He chuckles, leans back, and folds his arms. You think this is new? That you're the first mobster we've come for? No, I reply. But you'll be the first to fail. The words come out with more conviction than I feel. In truth, a creeping fear is beginning to take hold. Not for myself, I've survived worse, but for Sandy and what this will do to her, to the life we are building. He rises sharply, the folder snapping shut in his hands. Save it for court. 3 hours later, they finally let Alexander in with our lawyer, Peter Kresnov, trailing close behind. The second Alexander steps into the room, I feel the shift in the air. His eyes burn with barely restrained fury. It's Morozov, I hiss before they even sit, the name like poison on my tongue. Peter nods grimly. We already figured as much. The recordings were traced to a secure channel that doesn't even exist in your communications log. Witnesses? All new identities. Protected status. They'll never testify. They don't have to. The evidence was designed for pre-trial detention. They want to keep you locked up, not convicted. The strategy becomes clear. This isn't about justice. It's about removing me from play, isolating our organization and creating vulnerability. A chess move, not an endgame. I look at Alexander, unable to keep the concern from my voice. Sandy? His expression softens, but the fire in his eyes doesn't fade. She's with Dahlia, safe but shaken. A fierce and immediate protective instinct surges through me. The thought of her being afraid, of seeing me taken like that, burns hotter than any set of cuffs ever could. And now, here I am, unable to hold her, to ease her fears. She wanted to come, Alexander continues, his voice lower. Begged to see you. I told her it wasn't safe yet. Not until we know more. The image of Sandy pleading to see me tightens my throat. She's strong, I manage. Stronger than she knows. She'll be okay, Alexander adds. But you need to focus. He's right. Emotion is a luxury I can't afford right now. Morozov is trying to isolate us, I growl. Take out the inner circle without firing a shot. Alexander nods, and that familiar strategic glint returns to his eye. Now we burn his world to the ground. Peter clears his throat. Before we discuss retaliation, let's talk about your defense. Bail hearing is set for tomorrow morning. Judge Patterson. Patterson, my eyebrows rise. He's in Morozov's pocket. We're working on alternatives, Peter says carefully. Judicial reassignment. I understand the implication. Pressure will be applied, favors called in, and the machinery of our influence will begin to turn. Peter glances at his watch. I must file some motions before the court closes. They'll try to rush this through while we're off balance. After he leaves, Alexander and I sit in silence. We've faced threats before and survived attempts to destroy our family and our world, but this is different, more personal. You remember what Otets used to say? Alexander finally speaks. I look up, meeting his gaze. In the game of wolves, only the pack survives. He nods slowly. Morozov forgot who we are, what we're capable of. A twisted smile creeps across my face. Then it's time to remind him. Alexander leans forward, his voice low. By the time you walk out of here, there won't be enough left of him to bury. I believe him. The next 3 days blur into one long cold smear of time. I was kept in holding and denied bail. They threw everything they had at me. Constant interrogations, psychological pressure, even threats of solitary. None of it touched me. Hour after merciless hour, under the harsh interrogation lights, my wrists chafe raw from the handcuffs. Their voices become a monotonous drone, questions hurled like stones. The same accusations repeated in different words, hoping to catch me in a contradiction. The detectives traded off like boxers in a ring. One aggressive, slamming his palms on the table, the other calm, almost sympathetic, offering cigarettes and coffee with practiced concern. Good cop, bad cop. A routine so obvious it would have been laughable if my life wasn't crumbling around me. Just give us something, the sympathetic one says, sliding a cup of watery coffee across the table. Something small. Help us understand. I stare at him, letting the silence drag out until he shifts in his seat, uneasy. They don't care if the confession is real or fabricated, just that I break. The cell they throw me in after each session is 9 by 12 feet of concrete and despair. A metal toilet without privacy, a thin mattress that reeks of disinfectants and other men's nightmares. At night, the sounds are the worst. Distant screams, metal doors clanging shut, and sometimes the muffled sobs of grown men breaking down when they think no one can hear. But I keep my mind on Sandy. I see her face every time I close my eyes. The way her expression broke when they took me, the sound of her voice as she called after me, the desperate strangled cry carved itself into my memory, the look of absolute horror as they dragged me away, her hands reaching out as if she could pull me back by sheer force of will. If Morozov wanted to try and break me, he should have come himself. Nothing they do can touch the fury inside me, a slow-burning inferno that grows hotter with each passing hour. It isn't just anger. It's something darker, more primal, a promise written in bone, in blood. In the rare moments of stillness, I find myself tracing patterns on the cell wall, mapping out scenarios and contingencies, every possible angle, every weakness, and every path to retribution. My fingers move methodically, invisibly plotting the downfall of the men who put me here. The guards try to bait me with headlines, stories calling me the heir to a brutal empire, claiming the people I'd bled for were turning their backs. They ensure I see the newspapers, sliding them under my door with taunting smiles. Your own people selling you out, one guard sneers through the bars. Nobody's loyal when the ship starts sinking. All of it is bullshit. The charges, the doctored recordings, every word of it is a carefully crafted lie. I could see Morozov's fingerprints all over it. The calculated precision, the strategic leaks, the way every piece fits together to form a perfect, damning picture. This wasn't just an arrest. It's an execution by paperwork and procedure. But the outside world isn't as controlled as my concrete box. Alexander keeps the truth flowing through channels they can't block. Brief messages smuggled in by guards who still respect the old ways, respect loyalty and honor above a paycheck. Victor has tightened internal security, sweeping for bugs and informants and purging the weak links. And Liev is out there, squeezing every last drop of our contacts for answers, calling in favors that stretch back decades. No one is resting. Not until this is dismantled, brick by brick. I measure time by shift changes and meal deliveries. Tasteless slop, served on plastic trays by men who avoid my eyes. I don't sleep so much as drift in and out of consciousness. Always alert and listening. The concrete walls seem to press closer with each passing hour. But I refuse to let the claustrophobia take hold. On the 4th day, something shifts in the air. A subtle change in rhythm of the place. A guard comes to the cell. Not one of the regulars, but a thin man with nervous eyes who checks the corridor twice before approaching. He hands me a note with trembling fingers. Plain paper with one sentence in block letters. Debt paid in full. My heart pounds against my ribs as a chill seizes my spine. No signature, just the message plain and deliberate. I let a cold smile pull at my lips as I read it again, committing every stroke of those capital letters to memory. Morozov. He wants me gone, buried. But leaving breadcrumbs? This isn't strategy. It's ego. And ego is a weakness, one that gets you killed. I fold the note slowly, methodically, the paper crisp between my fingers. Each fold is precise and controlled, allowing me to crush it and tear it to shreds whenever I want to. I slide it into my pocket of my prison-issue shirt and lean back on the metal bench, forcing my breathing to remain steady despite the rage coursing through me. The guard who delivered it watches me with wary eyes, backing away like he's afraid proximity alone might mark him for death. He isn't wrong. The hours that follow are the longest yet. My mind races with possibilities, scenarios, and plans. I pace the small cell, 7 steps each way, like a caged animal, sensing a shift in the air before a storm. Something is coming. I could feel it in my bones, the electric tension that hums beneath my skin. Later that night, when the cell block is settled into its uneasy quiet, a guard appears outside my cell. Without a word, he unlocks the door and jerks his chin for me to follow. There is no explanation, no warning. That alone sets every instinct on edge. This isn't protocol. This is something else. "Where are we going?" I ask, my voice rough from disuse. The guard just shakes his head. "Orders," he mutters, "nothing more." The guard leads me down a dim corridor, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead stuttering like they can't decide whether to hold on or die out. My footsteps echo against the concrete, each one sending a jolt of anticipation through my body. Is this Morozov's endgame? A quiet disposal in some forgotten corner of the facility, my muscles tense, ready for whatever comes. When we reach a small windowless room, and the door creaks open, I step inside and stop cold. Sandy. She stands there, arms hugging herself, her hair pulled back into a messy braid like she hasn't slept in days. The sight of her knocks the air from my lungs. She looks smaller somehow, more fragile. The dark circles under her eyes telling stories of sleepless nights and endless worry. For a moment, we just stare at each other across the room, the distance between us laden with everything we can't say out loud. The camera in the corner blinks its red eye, a reminder that even this moment isn't ours. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice hushed, laced with worry. "Yes," I assure her, keeping it simple, but the truth is more complicated. I'm not hurt. Not broken, but okay is a luxury I've left behind the moment they slapped those cups on me. "You? The baby?" She gives a small nod, but her voice cracks when she answers. "Yes." A single syllable that carries the sting of 1,000 unspoken fears. I catch the slight tremble in her hand as she brushes a strand of hair from her face, a gesture so achingly familiar it stirs something deep and painful inside me. She steps closer, and the scent of her shampoo hits me, clean, soft, and familiar. It wrecks me more than anything else has in days, the smell of home and everything I stand to lose. I fight the sudden burning behind my eyes, refusing to give the watching eyes the satisfaction of seeing me crumble. She locks eyes with me, then throws herself into my arms like she's been drowning, and I'm the only thing keeping her above water. I hold her like letting go will tear something vital out of me, and maybe it will. I press my face into her hair, breathing her in hard, desperate to burn the feeling into memory before the world turns cold again. Her body trembles against mine, and I feel the dampness of tears on my shirt. My hands move across her back in gentle circles, feeling the knots of tension there. I want to promise her that everything will be okay, that I'll fix this, that we'll go home together. Her lips graze my ear, her voice barely holding together. "Alexander will fix this. He has to. And you." Her breath hitches, catching on a sob she refuses to release. "You better come back to me. You hear me?" I don't answer. I can't. I just hold her tighter, grounding myself in the warmth of her body, the only thing in this place that still feels real. Her heart beats against my chest, strong and steady despite everything, reminding me what I'm fighting for. Because in this cage, promises are just noise, empty words that evaporate in the harsh fluorescent light. I won't insult her with hollow reassurances. She deserves better. She deserves truth, even when the truth is ugly and sharp-edged. But vengeance? That I can promise. Not aloud, not here with unseen ears listening. But she knows. I feel it in the way her fingers dig into my shoulders, in the fierce determination that straightens her spine as she pulls back to look at me. Vengeance spills blood, and I know exactly where to cut. She steps back reluctantly, wiping her face with the back of her hand. "I love you," She whispers, the words simple but laden with meaning. A declaration, a plea, a reminder of what waits on the other side of these walls. I kiss her deeply, pouring everything I can't say into this one desperate contact. The taste of her tears mingled with the lingering bitterness of prison coffee on my tongue. I love you too. I whisper against her lips, the words inadequate but necessary. Time seems to slow as the guard clears his throat from the doorway. Our moment is up. It's too short. I let my hand linger on her cheek, memorizing the feel of her skin under my palm. She leans into the touch, eyes closed, grabbing these final seconds with both hands. I watch her walk away, the ache in my chest deepening with every step she takes toward the door. Her shoulders square with a strength that humbles me, even as I notice the slight unevenness in her gait. Exhaustion is taking its toll. I hate this place. The cold, the chains, the accusations hanging over me. But the look on her face as she turns back one last time, that haunts me most. Love and fear and fierce determination that promises she'll tear the world apart if that's what it takes to bring me home. When the door clicks shut behind her, I turn to the wall, draw a slow breath, and let the quiet settle like ash. The ghost of her touch lingers on my skin, already faded. I press my palms flat against the concrete, its coolness a jarring shift from the warmth of her I just held. This isn't over, not while I still draw breath. In the silence of that room, I make a vow, not aloud, but in the chambers of my heart where no one can reach. Morozov thinks he can bury me, thinks he can break me and walk away untouched. Thinks he can take everything that matters and leave me with nothing but memories and regret. But all he did was give me time to plan, time to sharpen the blade, time to nurture the cold fury that will sustain me through whatever comes next. And when I get out, not if, but when. I'm not bringing justice, no. I'm bringing revenge, pure and terrible, the kind that leaves no survivors, no loose ends, the kind that becomes legend whispered about in fearful tones for generations to come. And I'll make sure he chokes on it, slowly and painfully, with the full understanding of exactly who brought him to his knees. Thank you for listening to Tattooed Vow by Cat Steele, read by Lance Powers and Ava Blair, for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that supports vulnerable children and young adults by providing invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To learn more, please visit www.egmont.com.